As they entered the car, after just leaving the others in the station, Harry noticed a baby girl in the car sleeping. She looked to be about 8 months old. Seeing the confused look on her nephew's face, Aunt Petunia said, "This is your new cousin Rose. You will be looking after her this summer. And there will be none of your freakishness around her, understood?" Snapped Aunt Petunia. New cousin, Harry thought. I hope she's not like Dudley. That's all this world needs. The journey to Privet Drive was a quiet one. Harry's thoughts were mostly dwelling on the events of the past few weeks. He knew that he couldn't wallow in self-pity over the death of Sirius, and he knew that Sirius wouldn't want him to do that. Sirius would want him to get on and live his life to the full, because it wasn't Harry's fault, it was Bellatrix Lestrange and Voldemort's fault, and it wouldn't help matters if Harry was depressed. He realized that as practically the weight of the wizarding world rested on his shoulders, that he couldn't just sit around moping. He'd have to face it head on by doing everything he could, and that meant training. Whether he was able to practice magic outside of school or not, he would reread all the books he has from all 5 years he's been at Hogwarts and master all the theory of all the spells. The truth be told, Harry had always enjoyed reading. It was just the fact that when Harry got better marks than Dudley, his aunt and uncle used to punish him, so that put him off working hard. But now he had a new goal in life that he hoped would make Sirius and his parents proud of him. As they got out of the car at number 4, Harry made his way straight up to his room with his trunk and Hedwig. After he got into his room, he noticed an owl in his room with a letter. "Harry, I know you have only left school a few hours ago. I wanted you to know that I shall be stopping by tomorrow around noon. We have a great many things to discuss. Yours, Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Strange, Harry thought that Dumbledore would be visiting him here at Privet Drive after Harry had trashed his office aft the night at the Department of Mysteries in the Ministry. Before Harry could think on it any more, his Uncle Vernon shouted on him. "Boy, come down here now." "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied. Making his way back downstairs and into the living room, Harry found his uncle standing by the fireplace. "Dudders and I shall be going out. You are to watch Rose and not disturb your aunt, understand?" Uncle Vernon said. "Yes, Uncle Vernon." Picking up Rose from her basket in the living room, Harry took her upstairs to his room. He had started to grow attached to little Rosie from the very start. As Harry and Hedwig entertained Rose, who was fascinated with Hedwig, they heard Uncle Vernon's car pull out of the drive. Half an hour later, as Rose slept in Harry's arms, there was a soft knock on the door. And Aunt Petunia walked in. "Harry, may I have a word with you, please?" "This isn't right," thought Harry. "She never asks if she can talk to me, saying that. When has she ever politely spoken to me?" But there was a look of hopelessness in her eyes that made Harry wonder what was wrong. "Is everything okay, Aunt Petunia?" asked Harry, who was never close to his aunt and had never seen her like this. "Harry, I wanted to apologize to you for the way we have treated you over the years, but I come to you now to ask you to do something for me." "What is it, Aunt Petunia?" Harry asked, confused. Was this really his aunt talking to him? "I want you to take Rose with you and leave and never come back and care for Rose as we should have cared for you." "Are you being serious? You want me to take your baby away?" "Why, I'm the freak, remember?" asked a really confused Harry. "Yes, I apologize, Harry, for everything. I really do, but I fear for her life. Your Uncle Vernon doesn't know, but Rosie here is a witch." "What? How do you know?" "I walked into her nursery the other day and her rattle was floating in the air. I knew then that her life would be in danger, as Vernon would never have a child who was a witch or wizard. The only reason he hasn't seriously harmed you is because people in your world would come looking for you, especially your headmaster." Harry's mind was going into overdrive. His aunt was talking about magic without hesitation. She wanted him to take her child away because she thought her brute of a husband would kill the baby. Thinking about his Uncle Vernon, Harry knew what she said was true. "Of course I will take and protect Rose. It so happens my headmaster was going to stop by tomorrow at noon, so I could try and make arrangements with him then about Rose and me leaving with him." "Thank you, Harry. I don't deserve your help, thank you," said Petunia. "Oh Lil, if you can hear me, I am sorry for what I have done to your boy, but I do need his help," thought Petunia to her long-dead sister, whom she still loved. "I'll just have to learn to live with the knowledge that I will never get to see my baby girl grow up," continued Petunia to Harry with tears in her eyes. "If you want I can help there, I sue." LD get Professor Dumbledore to wipe your memories of any knowledge of you having baby Rose and remove any knowledge from the house of there ever being a baby in this house. Thank you Harry, I don't care. Now what to say, I think I'll go and pack her things and tell your uncle that we are redecorating the nursery and we'll put her things in here, Vernon won't complain. Petunia was getting teary eyes at the thought of her daughter leaving and never seeing her again. Sensing this, Harry handed Rose over to her mother for those precious few hours they had left until tomorrow. Harry only hoped Dumbledore would take them away from Privet Drive. Harry hadn't bothered to suggest his aunt leave his uncle, for he knew she never would. She loved him, and love can do strange things, even blind people to the truth of what actually happens in their lives by those they love. I'll go and pack Rosie's things, you stay with her. Petunia took Rose in her arms and held her there, knowing this could well be the last time she had to hold her child, and she knew that she would be better off with Harry. She looked at Harry with thanks in her eyes as he left the room to begin packing. The next day noon came around too soon for some in number 4. Everything was packed and ready to go. Uncle Vernon had took the bait about redecorating the nursery, and he and Dudley had left to go and buy the materials needed. 11:59 came and Petunia sat there holding Rose in her arms. When the clock started to chime, there was a knock on the door at that exact moment. Harry, without making much noise, rose from the kitchen table. Here he'd been sitting contemplating how he was going to get the headmaster to take him and Rose away that very day. As Harry opened the door, Albus Dumbledore stood there in his midnight blue robes. "Good afternoon, Harry. How are you?" "I'm fine, thanks, sir. Won't you come in?" "Yes, thanks. We have a lot to talk about. Is your aunt in?" "Yes, she's in, saying goodbye to Rose." "Harry, may I ask who Rose is?" "She's my baby cousin." As they made their way into the living room, Harry made the introductions. "Aunt Petunia, this is my headmaster, Professor Dumbledore. Sir, this is my Aunt Petunia." "Pleasure to meet you again, Petunia. You are probably wondering why I am here." "Yes, would you please excuse me, I think Rose needs changing," said Aunt Petunia, just wanting her last moments with her daughter Al. One and not really listening to what Dumbledore had actually said. "Sir, why have you come here, when you could have spoke to me at school?" "My boy, I have come because it would be safer to take you away before you come age on your birthday." Maybe it wasn't going to be that hard to get Dumbledore to take him away that day. He just had to make sure he could take Rose as well, but then he realized. "Sir, I don't come of age until next year. I'm only going to be 16 this year." Harry thought maybe the headmaster was starting to lose his mind. "Yes, in normal circumstances that would be correct. But because you are the last of the Potters, you will become of age on your 16th birthday, and as such will gain control over all your family's possessions, which have been held since your parents' deaths. But we shall talk about that later when we go home, shall we say?" Dumbledore's eyes were excited. He had waited for years to be able to get Harry out of this place, though it was the best protection for him while growing up. He would no longer be calling this place home. If it was ever called this in the first place, Dumbledore knew putting Harry here was the biggest mistake he had ever made, and he hoped to put it right. "Sir, I'm guessing you will be talking in more detail when we go home. But before we go, there are a few things I need to discuss with you." Harry was unsure how to proceed from here. But he didn't have to worry. Petunia stepped back in the room. "I want Harry to take my Rose away with him, and for him to bring her up with love and affection and help her with gifts, and I would ask that you take away any knowledge I have of Rose. The same for Dudders and Vernon. Also, I am presuming Rose is a witch. I haven't checked the register lately, being away from the school and all. But if it is your wish, I shall do it. Not out of gratitude, but because I know Lily cared about you very much, even though you refused contact with her," said Dumbledore, his eyes dimmed in their winkling, though he was thinking this could actually help Harry in his loss over Sirius, with Rose to care for, and also with the knowledge his aunt was able to entrust him with the care of her baby. "If that is your wish, then as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot I can help you. You will need to sign these to transfer guardianship over to Harry," and with a wave of his wand he had conjured the guardianship papers that as the most senior member of the Wizengamot it was within his powers to do. After all three of them had signed the papers, Dumbledore created a portkey for Harry and Rose to take them to Hogwarts, while Dumbledore changed the charms on the house and placed a memory charm on Petunia, Dudley and Vernon, the latter two arriving just as Dumbledore was finished obliterating Petunia's memories of Rose. With what hoped to be his last time to ever set eyes on them, Albus Dumbledore left number 4 and made his way over to Arabella Figg's house to flow back to his office at Hogwarts to a very long talk with the young man he loved as a son. As Dumbledore stepped out of the fireplace, he noticed Harry soothing a crying Rose, who must have not liked the portkey journey. As Harry used his wand to conjure a crib for the infant to sleep in, when she was settled, Harry first noticed the headmaster had arrived. "Well, Harry, shall we begin? There is a lot to talk about." "Yes, sir," Harry replied. "There's where we will begin from now on. I want you to call me Albus when we are in private, out of the eye of the public, shall we say. Well, now that we are on a more personal level, let me tell you again, Harry, I could be no more prouder of you than if you were my own son." Harry wasn't sure on what to say. He had always thought of Dumbledore, no Albus, as a member of his family, like a grandfather. "Albus, I thank you. I care a lot for you too," said Harry, his voice a little unsteady with emotion. He'd never really told anyone he cared about them. "Thank you, Harry. You don't know how much hat means to me," said Albus with a small unshed tear in his eyes which had gone into twinkling overdrive. "Well, now let's see. There is a lot we must speak of, though some of which we cannot do until after your birthday. And that is not because I do not want to tell you, it is that I do not know the full details yet myself, and I ask your patience." "Yes, Albus, I trust you, so I'm sorry that I ruined your office a few weeks ago, though it's only been a few weeks since Sirius went through that veil. I think I've begun to accept it, though I will always miss him. I know he wouldn't want me to be depressed." "I'm glad to hear that, Harry, and there is no need to apologize, and I do promise to not keep you in the dark like I did last year, so let us move on from here before I continue. What do you plan to do this summer?" "Well, to be honest, I was planning on training myself. I had planned to go over and review all my books over my years at Hogwarts so far, and now I'll be adding taking care of Rosie as well. I think I will be able to help you on both accounts there. On your studies, I will arrange for you tuition from Professors Flitwick, Sprout and McGonagall in each of their respective subjects, and I would like to tutor you in defense if that's okay, and I would like you to consider learning ancient runes and arithmancy, for it will help you immensely. I would teach you myself. I would ask Professor Snape to tutor you in potions, but he will be away for most of the summer. I will see what I can arrange. And as for looking after Rose, you will have private quarters in the school temporarily, as all the dorms are locked during the summer holidays. Now I have just the two in mind that will be willing to help look after Rose." With a snap of his fingers, 2 house elves appeared. "Dobby, Winky, what are you doing here?" said Harry in surprise. "Well, it would seem that last year during school, when you ordered Dobby not to tell Dolores Jane Umbridge about anything to do with your DA, that he effectively bonded with you, which was good, was Dobby would soon begin to lose his powers if he hadn't found a new master. That is something about house elves your friend Miss Granger doesn't know or understand, I would say. And it would seem that Winky here is also a member your household, as she has recently became Dobby's bonded before he became bound to you, Harry, so as bonded house elves they both belong to you now." "Master Harry Potter, sir, it is an honor to sever the noble house of Potters, sir," cried both Dobby and Winky. "Dobby and Winky, perhaps you could take Harry and Rose's things to Heir temporary quarters and put Rose down to sleep," said Albus. "Yes, headmaster, sir. If it is Master Harry's wishes, we as good house elves we do as we are told," replied Winky, bowing to Harry. "Thank you, Winky and Dobby. I would be grateful, and please just call me Harry or Harry Potter, please. I don't like to called Master O, and on no circumstances are you ever to punish yourselves. It's all I ask." This both Dobby and Winky's eyes welled up with tears at how kind their master was treating them, and they flung themselves at him, crying with joy. "Well, we'll do as you ask, Harry Potter, sir." And with a crack they were gone, with Rose, who was still sleeping, and with a small crate that had all of Harry and Rose's things shrunk in it that Dumbledore had brought back with him from Privet Drive. "The last thing I think we can discuss today is your coming of age, which is a few weeks away. On your birthday you will become of age, and as such will be an adult in the wizarding world, and you will gain your full inheritance. I don't know the full details, but Gringotts will be in touch with you, as their documents will alert them, and they will wish to set up a meeting with you to go over all the details. What I would like to do, Harry, is also help you in making your family tree so you can trace your ancestors, seeing as you don't really know much about your family. This may help. It's a relatively A C spell to do, and I will have Professor Flitwick go over it with you once your tutorials start, which I will speak to you about later this evening once I have made the arrangements, if that is all right with you. Apart from that, Harry my boy, there is nothing else I think we have to talk about immediately. I want you enjoy yourself as well as studying, and you could even think about starting a Cal fitness program. I found when I was your age, as I exercised and became more physically fit, it was easier to cast spells and not run out of energy too soon. I think Tonks would be willing to help you on that front, as she has been given the summer break off with full pay and recovery time, as well as a bonus for helping alerting the world to Voldemort return. That's good, she should get a break AF. Chair, what happened in the Department of Mysteries? Though what about Kingsley and Mad Eye and the rest of the Order? Well, Kingsley has been given some time off and may be popping in to see you at some course over the summer, and Alistair is at this moment in St. Mungo's having his wooden leg removed and his leg remade. It is very tricky magic to do and has only really developed recently. The Ministry is paying for this special treatment to be had, as it looks like Alistair wants to and is needed, and he wants to gain his old levels of mobility and stealth without his wooden leg clunking all the time. And it will be a real surprise for his old enemies, as he is a widely feared Auror. As to the rest of the Order, while it is still a secret organization, I am in talks with the Minister about clearing Sirius's name. The Minister is being quite cooperative with us, though I think it is fear of him losing his job. Every day people are crying out for his resignation. Remus has been given a dispensatio N for work and will be given the Wolfsbane potion courteously of the Ministry for the rest of his life. I know now your next question is about what Voldemort up to. All we know is that he is lying low for a while because his powers have not returned to their full level yet, as the ritual they used to regain his body that night in the graveyard did give him his body, as did not restore him fully. It will take over a year to reach fully, and after he had to battle with me in the Ministry it has set him back a bit from what I hear, so I don't think we will have much trouble for him for a few months at least, which gives us time to prepare. Now, on a lighter note, if there isn't anything else you wish to discuss, we shall go down to your temporary rooms. Something more permanent will present itself in Tim. Said Dumbledore with a twinkle in his eye. You may eat in your room tonight, and if you wish you may join us humble staff that are staying in the castle this summer for dinner in the Great Hall. Oh, and before I forget, the fireplace in your room is enabled for fire calls in and outside the castle, so you will be able to contact friends you have who are fireplace enabled. When Harry got to his temporary room, he found it to be quite spacious. There was a large living room with a couch, 2 armchairs, a small bookshelf that Dobby had seemed to fill it with Harry's books as well as a few others. Dobby, though his Harry Potter would like to read, a fireplace, a desk for working at, and a small playpen for Rosie to play in when Harry wasn't holding her and playing with her. There was only one large bedroom which had all of Harry and Rosie's things, so with a magnificent cot and a large 4-poster bed. The reason they both shared a room was because Rose was still on nighttime feeds, and his aunt Petunia had given him a list of times Rose was fed at. The rooms altogether were a decidedly Gryffindor style. There was also bathroom added to the room with shower and bath facilities. The rooms looked quiet, homely. Dobby and Winky had unpacked everything to make sure their master, though they didn't call him that when he was around, had a place to live and feel relaxed in. Sir, this is fabulous, thank you, Harry said, overjoyed at a place for the moment he could call his home. It does have an excellent view of the lake and the surrounding hills from here out on the terrace. Maybe we could meet tomorrow for breakfast and we can discuss the many things we will learn together. I would be honored, Albus. Harry was glad to be able to spend time learning from Albus, who he had always admired. Shall we say 8:30? That would be fine, thanks. Well, I shall see you at dinner, Harry. Dinner that evening was enjoyable, even though it was with his professors. Harry began to see them in an light as ordinary human beings. Phileas, as he insisted on being called outside of class, was quiet. The prankster he had charmed Albus Beard to change color every time took a drink at dinner. Professor McGonagall was the biggest surprise. Harry found out that when he was younger and his parents alive, he had called her Aunt Min, and she suggested he call her it again, as she had loved the boy as her own family all his life, though she didn't think it was appropriate to say anything yet in a school environment, but due to the fact it was the holidays and that Harry was about to come of age, and for all he has been through, she thought he deserved the right to know. Harry also found out she wasn't all that stern and loved to laugh. She smiled constantly. All The professors present had taken an immediate liking to Rose, who laughed and giggled with all the attention until fell asleep halfway through dinner. Harry asked Winky to put her to bed. They stayed there long after dinner finished and talked about many things. Among many things was Harry's tuition on the up and coming weeks. Tonks arrived later that evening and arranged to meet Harry in the entrance hall the next morning at 6 a.m. to go running. The next morning Harry was up at 5:30 getting ready. All he had was Dudley's old cast-offs. He would need to arrange getting some new clothes, seeing as he wasn't going back there. And he couldn't wear the cast-off forever. He would need to get Rosie some new ones as well, because like Harry was having a growth spurt. Harry met Tonks down in the entrance hall. From there they ran outside for an hour round the Quidditch pitch. Harry, who was fit for his age, realized he needed to get more physical exercise. Harry went back to his rooms after his run and showers and changed, got Ro.Si ready and asked Dobby and Winky to prepare breakfast out on the balcony for Harry, Rose and Albus. At 8:30 on the dot there was a knock on the door and they spent their breakfast talking about different things, any news that was true and what Harry's schedules for classes would be, and Dumbledore gave Harry some books he thought he should read on all of the subjects he was working on. As the few weeks went by, Harry found himself getting to know the staff better and was excelling in all his work. Tonks ended up helping Harry with potions, being an or she had to take newt potions, so she at least knew all the basics. Rose was growing fast. Harry was going to have to go and buy her new clothes soon. Harry had been keeping in touch with his friends. Ron had gone off to Romania for the summer to spend it with Charlie, just to get some time to recover from the brains. There was no lasting damage done, just Ron had some knowledge from some of the most intelligent strategists now that had been alive. Hermione had gone on holiday to America with her parents. Both would be returning for Harry's birthday, though Harry didn't know that part yet. Harry had also spoke to Ginny the most. It wasn't long before Harry realized that he liked Ginny more than a friend, and that Cho was just in the past. He had no feelings towards her now in a romantic sense. Remus had came to the castle in Harry's first week of being there and helped Tonks in his physical education, and also as a dueling partner. Harry was finding he had more and more energy and was able to last longer in duels now. Against Tonks and Remus, his lessons with all the professors were brilliant. He especially loved working on charms with Phileas and with Dumbledore, who had really opened up with Harry and was now in Harry's view not his headmaster but a part of his family. Harry found he had a talent for arithmancy and ancient runes. He soon got the gist of its workings. It was the day before Harry's birthday and he was sitting at the table in the Great Hall when an owl flew in. It dropped an heavy envelope on the table in front of Harry. It was his owl results. Dear Mr. Potter, congratulations. Please find enclosed your recent owl results. If there is any problem, please don't hesitate to contact us. Let us wish you the best in your future career in the wizarding world. Griselda Marchbanks, head of the Education Examination Board, Order of Merlin, 2nd class. Name: Harry James Potter. Examination: Ordinary Wizarding Level Results. Practical Theory: Transfiguration outstanding, exceeds expectations. Potions outstanding, exceeds expectations. Charms outstanding, outstanding. Defense against outstanding plus the dark arts. Herbology exceeds expectations, exceeds expectations. Care of magical creatures outstanding, outstanding. Astronomy exceeds expectations, exceeds expectations. History of magic na dreadful. Divination exceeds expectations. Acceptable. You are to be commended on your examination in defense against the dark arts. To achieve A+ has not been achieved since Albus Dumbledore sat his OWL. Well done, Mr. Potter, you have achieved 8 owls. Please enjoy the rest of your summer. Best wishes. Griselda Marchbanks, head of the Education Examination Board, Order of Merlin, 2nd class. There was another letter enclosed with the results. Dear Mr. Potter, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry would like to offer you a place on the apprentice program that the school will be bringing back into effect, where students who excel and are from old wizarding families are granted a place. This means if you so ch. you will be bound to Hogwarts for the next 10 years. Where you will complete a mastery apprenticeship. You will be studying the following: Charms, Defense against the dark arts, Transfiguration, Tions, Herbology, Ancient runes, Arithmancy, Astronomy, History of magic, Magical theory, Care of magical creatures, Basic healing, Magical law, Genealogy and magic gifts and ancestral magic, Muggle history, Languages: French, Latin, Greek, Gaelic, Welsh and Anglo-Saxon. Flying. Muggle and magical geography. Etiquette. Traditional practices: animagus enchantments. Weaponry. Spell crafting. Carpentry. Magical staff making. This is something to take into careful considerations. Please inform the headmaster before the 1st of August. Apprentices will be expected to be at the school on the 31st of August by noon. Regards. Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. There was another sheet of parchment with the list of equipment that was needed. There was 60 different types of books to get, plus the regular 6th year class books. Quills, ink, parchment and notebooks for personal journals. Blue working robes, black robes, dress robes. Dragon hide boots, helmet, gloves, ankle-length jacket, trousers. Tunic, belt, sword, staff, axe and bow and arrow. 5 different types of cauldrons, 5 pages of potions. Supplies. It was suggested you open up an account with the apothecary. Woodworking tools, metalworking and jewelry making tools. Apprentices were told they would have a separate tower with their own set of rooms. There was going to be 15 apprentices altogether. Harry looked up at the table, seeing all the staff smiling at him. He didn't know what to say. Harry realized this was his best chance of being prepared for when he must eventually meet Voldemort in a final battle, and that he should accept. Looking Dumbledore straight in the eye, he said, "I accept your offer of the apprenticeship. I'm glad you have accepted, my boy. Also, Harry, we would like to change when we do your family tree to just now. It won't make a difference about the sunrise, and also here are 2 letters I have for you." The first letter was from the Ministry. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are writing to offer you our deepest condolences at the loss of your godfather Sirius Black, who was wrongfully imprisoned without a proper trial. This was a major oversight on the Ministry's behalf. And as such we are now introducing Veritaserum now in trial, so we know that we are imprisoning the correct criminals. It is hereby decreed that Mr. Sirius Orion Black is cleared of all wrongful charges, and that his heir will be given the proper compensation for Mr. Black's 12-year imprisonment. The sum of 50 million will be out into Mr. Black's account. In regards, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister of Magic." Harry had tears in his eyes. Sirius had finally been pardoned. If only he had been here to experience it. He looked up at Albus to see that there was also tears of joy in his eyes. He quickly enveloped Harry in a hug and was quickly joined by Remus, who was staying in the castle, who was also crying. "He's free now, cub. He can finally rest in peace." "Yes, you're right, Moony." "Harry, why don't you read your next letter?" said Albus with the twinkle in his eyes. Looking at the letter, Harry noticed it had the Gringotts seal on it. "Dear Mr. Potter, your presence is requested today at Gringotts for the reading of the will of Mr. Sirius Orion Black. Please be here for noon, for the reading shall start then. May you have a profitable day." Griphook, looking up again, he said, "I need to go to Gringotts today for the reading of Sirius' will." "That's fine, Harry. There are a few of us that have to go as well. Remus, Dora." Albus refused to call Tonks Tonks, and so they had settles on Dora, Minerva and myself. "We shall leave shortly after we do your genealogy tree, though we will have to leave your shopping for your apprentice supplies till another day, if that's all right with you." "Yea, that okay, Albus, thank you." After breakfast, Harry, Minerva, Phileas and Albus went up to the headmaster's office, though before they could say the password the gargoyle moved aside. Harry was just behind Albus, who was at the front when this happened. He thought he must have missed hearing Albus saying it, though he didn't notice the twinkle in Albus' eyes increased to dangerous levels. He had always had a suspicion that the young man could be the heir, but he wasn't sure. He had known the Potters since Harry's great-grandfather and him were at school. To create the family tree was relatively simple. It too. Okay, 5 drops of blood and the incantation, Ancestors Revelio. Harry was given a large piece of parchment. After casting the incantation, they had to wait 15 minutes for the spell to completely reveal Harry's ancestors. John James Potter, 1935-1980, Mard. Ellen, Proudfoot Patronus, Owl. Animagus. Stag. Ellen, Proudfoot, 1935-1980, Mard. John James Potter Patronus, Owl. Animagus. Doe. Harry looked at his professors. "Are those my grandparents' parents?" "Yes, very good people," Albus said. "They were in the order during the First War, but died just a few months after you were born." Harry nodded, then looked down at the parchment. James John Potter, 1960–1981, married with Lily Rose Evans Patronus, Lion. Animagus. Stag. Lily Rose Evans, 1959–1981, married with James John Potter Patronus, Lioness. Animagus. Doe. Harry James Potter, 1980. Patronus. Stag. Animagus. Badger, Lion, Phoenix, Eagle, Snake and Stag. Harry looked up in surprise to see his professors look at him in awe. Harry, Albus said suddenly, why don't you look back and see how far back your family goes? See those arrows back at the bottom? If you press your wand on the one that's pointing up, it will start to go back through your ancestors. As the names started to roll back through the generations of Potters who were going centuries, when Harry suddenly stopped where he saw 4 names he would never have expected to see there. Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, Salazar Slytherin. It seemed that Godric and Rowena were married and had a son, but to protect him decided to change his last name to Potter. Their son married Salazar's oldest daughter, and they had a son who married Helga's oldest granddaughter, and they went down in generation after generation of Potters all the way down to just Harry. Over the summer Harry began to come to terms with the fact he would never be normal. Though the founders had other heirs like Voldemort, Harry was the most direct and the only one of all 4 founders. Well, this is a pleasant surprise, said Minerva, smiling joyfully. What does this mean then? Asked a shocked Harry. It means, my dear boy, you own Hogwarts and you will now be able to claim your right, replied Albus, whose twinkling had reached new levels. But how is that possible? Doesn't the school belong to the Board of Governors? Asked Harry. No, the Board of Governors was created centuries ago to help manage the school because the heir of the founders hadn't come forward to claim their right. The founders had decided to create the board for the time until the last heir of all 4 was of age to come and make that claim. At which point, when the heir came to make her claim, the board would be no more and the control of the would be handed over to the heir. Now people had thought that the heir to the all 4 founders were gone because no one had ever come to make that claim. The heir would rightfully take on the roles that the Board of Governors used to do, mostly administration, but also certain aspects of the school that the headmaster holds. For example, administration-wise, you would review all of the funding requests for the staff and myself, supplies and staff appointments if you are unhappy about the staffing arrangements. I believe Godric, who was the last of the 4 founders to die and was headmaster of the school, in fact, though there was never a portrait of I am to hang here with the other previous headmasters and headmistresses, left a letter in his vault in Gringotts for his heir to read on, claiming his right as heir of this castle. There is no need to be afraid about this, Harry. You will have all the support you need. You can employ yourself aides to help in the working, but before anything like that can happen, you must make your claim in front of the Board of Governors once you are of age. If it is your wish, I can arrange a meeting with them and yourself and whoever you want to be with you. Thank you, Albus. Would you come with me once the meeting is arranged? Asked Harry, though he had come to accept that he would never just be normal didn't mean he wouldn't still wish it was so sometimes. Look at the time, said Minerva suddenly. Yes, Harry W. Why don't you go and change for going to Gringotts? We will need to leave in an hour to be there for noon, said Albus, his eyes still twinkling. After going to his room and getting changed and spending own time with Rose, who was watched by Winky while Harry was at classes. Harry had become very attached and protective of his Rose and loved to spend spare time with her. After putting Rose down for her afternoon nap, Harry made his way down to the entrance hall to meet with the others who would be going to Gringotts. They arrived at Gringotts via the Flow network at 5 to 12, upon being shown to conference room 4, where they were met with some familiar faces. There was the Weasley clan, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Charlie, Fred, George, Ron, Ginny. Also there was Hermione Granger, Remus Lupin, Tonks. What Harry presumed to be Tonks' parents. Once gettings were given, a crushing hug from Mrs. Weasley, Hermione and Ginny, and slaps on the back from the Weasley brothers, and shaking hands with Mr. Weasley and Mr. and Mrs. Tonks, who insisted on being called Ted and Andy. Another hug from both Remus and Tonks. Though they had been with Harry at breakfast that morning, they thought he could use the support. After everyone sitting at the table, Harry was sitting next to Ginny and Albus at the end of the table. As the clock on the wall announced that it was 12 o'clock, the door opened and Griphook walked in. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are here today to hear the reading of Mr. Sirius Orion Black. At this point Ginny rested her hand on Harry's. I Sirius Orion Black here. By make this my last will and testament, and it is my wish that what I decree here will be accepted with the love and care I have for the people here mentioned. Being the last of the Blacks, I have the right to decree to whomever I see fit without it being contested by either the ministry or my lovely Death Eater relatives. Firstly, I leave most of my belongings to my godson Harry James Potter, who upon his majority will he gain full access to these things. First, I leave you, Harry, my love. Know that I have always loved you as a son, and that I couldn't be more proud of you than I already am. I give you my estates bar 2. You will receive these in a folder prepared for you. You will also have the Black family investments, though there are a few you may not want to be associated with and sell on B. Oop, the choice is up to you, it's yours now. All the information you will need is in the magical folder that only you can open. It also contains the Black family insignias with the seats on the Wizengamot that belong to the Blacks. All but a few of my own personal possessions, and all of the Black family possessions, those but a few that will go to Andy Tonks. I am also leaving you 50% of all the gold held in the Black family vaults. Live well, Harry, and make a difference in this world of ours that I know that you can help change for the better. In other words, give 'em hell, kiddo, as I saw it. All the information you need is held within the folder, which will hold a personal letter for you. There was a small pause where Griphook handed over a very large folder over to Harry. To the smart Saint Witch of her year, and yes, I am talking to you, Miss Hermione Jane Granger. Take care, and I never really got a chance to thank you for helping Harry break me out of Hogwarts. I leave you 1,000,000 gal Leons in a vault of your own in Gringotts. Don't spend it all on books. I also leave you some books from the Black family library. There's a list of which ones in Harry's folder. He'll see to it that you get the books. To Ronald Bilious Weasley, I also leave you 1,000,000 galleons, and say don't think yourself overshadowed by your older siblings. I feel you will come into your own soon. You're the best street rate gist that's been around in centuries. I've never known anyone else to never lose a game of chess. To Ginverva Molly Weasley, I leave you a small letter to be opened alone, but your parents may read it if they wish. I also leave the smartest witch in her own year and as her own person. I leave you 1,000,000 galleons as well. To Bill, Charlie, Frederick and George Weasley, I leave you 1,000,000 galleons each. Fred and George, don't spend it all on your joke shop. Your mother would kill me if I wasn't already dead. I also leave Percival Weasley 1,000,000 galleons in the hope he reconciles with H. as family, but he is not to know of the money until he proves he's an actual Weasley. To Molly and Arthur Weasley, let me first thank you for treating Harry as one of your own children. Yous give out love and care to all you. No, it only saddens me that with all the love and support you give in your life, you have one inconvenience, and I plan to change that, and I ask you to remember this as given in F. Friendship and kinship. After all, Molly, you are a distant cousin of mine's. I leave yous 30,000,000 galleons to firstly treat your family, buy new wardrobes for yourselves. Arthur, get Molly that new key chain with all the state-of-art magical appliances, and go on a second honeymoon in some really expensive hotel. Finally, I wish yous both happiness and hopefully long life together. To Minerva McGonagall, I leave to the notes James and I made in becoming Animagi. I hope you will find it interesting, and I also leave to you 1,000,000 galleons in that you will have a comfortable life, either still teaching or if you ever choose retirement. To Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, firstly I would like to say I've never known anyone with such a long name James, and I tried to convince Lily to name Harry James Padfoot Mooney Prongs Brian Potter, but she wasn't for it. I leave you number 12 Grimmauld Place to use for the War 1. Leave you 5,000,000 galleons to renovate the house into AP Roper headquarters for the Bird Watching Society. I only ask that it be returned to Harry at the end of the war. If he doesn't want it, you may keep it for yourself if you ever decide to retire as headmaster, a job I know you love so much. To Remus John Lupin, my old friend, firstly let me say the responsibility for the Marauders' new generation falls to your responsibility. I leave you a house in Hogsmeade that needs a total renovation job. To do this, I leave you 20% of the black wealth to live on for the rest of your life. You must have the house renovated, and for you to spend at least on $1,000,000 in the first year and at least $3,000,000 more 5 years from now. If not, the money shall go to my delightful cousin Bellatrix Lestrange, and you know I don't want to do that, so don't force me, my friend Harry. If Remus doesn't do this to the specified times, you have my permission to hex him relentless or spend the money for him. You have this right, as with all the money I bequeath to all here, so you have all been warned. Remus, in Harry's folder is a letter for you. To dearest Nymphadora Tonks, Ted Tonks and Andromeda Tonks, I leave you each 5% of the Black Fortune as well as some personal effects for Andy. Again, Harry has a list of things. Take care and carry on bringing shame to the most noble house of Black. To Rubius Hagrid, I leave you 5 million galleons, my friend. Build yourself a proper home in the place you love so much. I'm sure you will get permission, and if I may give a piece of advice, take your rightful place in the world you were cleared of charges, and as such you have rights and such that are yours by birth. I leave what's left of my money to be split between Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, and a relief fund for victims of the war to be held by Harry James Potter. On a final note, I leave this howler to my beloved cousin Bellatrix Lestrange to be sent immediately. I made a copy so you can all have a laugh at it. On closing, I say these words: all of you gathered here are more than just wizards and witches. You are my family and I love you all. Goodbye. Oh, and one more thing, I think you all need a shower. And with that, buckets appeared above everyone's head and poured blue liquid over everyone, turning them all into blue blobs. Albus burst out laughing, as did the others. Trust Sirius to get the last prank, said Albus. With a wave of his wand they were all back to normal. As all those who had received money were given the keys to their new vaults, Harry was given more than one. Before they were about to return to Hogwarts for lunch, Griphook spoke to Harry. Mr. Potter, sir, seeing as you're not of age until tomorrow, we cannot go over your inheritance. However, if you like, I can come to Hogwarts with you with the papers you will need to sign, and it was also give us a chance to look through the black ones and we can sign which papers need signed there. That is, if that is agreeable with you. Thank you very much, Griphook. That would be a great honor. Would you join us for lunch? Then we can go over the papers. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Never before has a goblin been invited to eat with a wizard. I can see you are nothing like other wizards. It would be a great honor. Shall we say noon? After that, the return to Hogwarts for lunch, as it had been a few weeks since they had all seen each other. As they sat at the table that was used in the Great Hall in the summer instead of the Hauser tables, they were wondering Harry had gone to. He had disappeared as soon as they had returned to the castle. They were talking about had just happened at Gringotts. They didn't notice Harry sit down at the table with a baby in his arms with blonde hair and a little pink dress. Quote, Harry, do you know you have a baby in your arms? Said George. Oh, is that what she is? Thanks, George the First was trying to figure that out. You've saved me some time. Harry replied. Whose child is she though, Harry? Asked Mrs. Weasley. She's mine, I'd guess, said Harry, looking down at the child in his arms. Suddenly there were several clangs on cutlery on the table as several Weasleys who hadn't been told that she was his cousin and that he was her guardian now. Harry James Potter, what exactly do you mean? Said a shocked Molly Weasley. Sorry, I should have said, this is my cousin Rose Dursley Potter. My Aunt Petunia asked me to take Rose with me when I was leaving the Dursleys for the last time. She was afraid what would happen when my uncle found out she was a witch. Albus provided the guardian papers. As the head of the Wizengamot he has the power to do so. Oh, Harry, what are you going to do though when school starts back up? Said Molly, who was worried about how Harry would handle looking after a baby and his studies. Well, I was hoping you would be able to help me. I would like to hire you as Rose's nanny during the day, and it's not for wanting to give you money, Sirius has seen to that. It's because there's no one else I know as caring as you're and great at bringing up children. You're the best mum I know. I've always hoped my mum was like you. Said Harry, looking down at the table. I also don't want you to be alone at the Burrow too much with Voldemort back. Please think about it, Mrs. Weasley. Molly could see the plea in her son's eyes, for to her he was her son. Of course I would be honored to do it. But you will not be paying me after all. What are mothers for? They do anything for their sons. She quickly got up and gave Harry a hug. Thanks, Mum, whispered Harry. At hearing this, Molly hugged Harry all the tighter. Once Molly sat down, Harry realized he hadn't asked Ron or Hermione what they had received in their owls. It turned out Hermione had achieved all 12 owls, all outstanding. Ron had achieved 8 owls, all a mix of outstanding and exceed expectations. Both had achieved outstanding in Dada thanks to Harry. Actually, Dumbledore informed Harry every one who was in Dumbledore's army achieved outstanding in either owls or newts. Albus, who are the other apprentices going to be? Harry asked, suddenly realizing he didn't think to ask him that morning. Well, both Ronald and Ginevra here have been offered places of apprenticeship, said Albus, looking slightly disappointed. He continued, Hermione, I am doing what I can and I believe I may have a solution on tomorrow evening, for it wasn't my choice, that it was the Board of Governors' decision to make it only available to the old pure blood families, and I tried to contest it but they overruled me. Please, I ask your patience. Hermione physically brightened up at this news. The headmaster was dealing with the issue to let her do the apprenticeship. It was not long after the discussion of the apprenticeship ended and the Weasleys and Hermione flew back to the burrow, promising to see Harry soon, pretending to forget it was his 16th birthday the next day. Harry spent the rest of the day going through the folder that Sirius had left him. He had been left some houses in different locations in the world. The Black family fortune was vast, and Sirius had left Harry 500 million galleons in some of the highest security vaults in Gringotts. His flying motorbike that was actually stored here at Hogwarts, shares in businesses in both the magical and Muggle world. It appeared though the Blacks hated Muggles, they still seen the sense in making profit from their businesses. Harry also had the Black seat on the Wizengamot, as well as 6 others from old wizarding families that married their only child to a Black family member and died out or needed the money, and the Blacks had bought their right to vote in the Wizengamot. Harry put aside the personal letters from Sirius as well as a copy of the Howler for Bellatrix. Today had been a day full of revelations, and he just wanted some time to let these things set in before he looked at the letters. Harry decided he would speak to Albus about the Wizengamot later. Harry hadn't noticed the time. It was 11:55 at night. There was a sudden knock at the door. Harry, wondering who it was, quickly went over to the door to see Albus standing there with W.H. It looked like a bottle of fire whiskey and 2 glasses. Good evening, Harry. I thought we could see your birthday and together and raise a toast. It's a tradition in some wizarding families to toast a wizard's coming of age with a glass of fire whiskey. This bottle was the same one your grandfather and I shared with your father at his coming of age, said Albus with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. You were friends with my grandfather? Harry asked. Yes, we were good friends. I miss John, he was a good man. But look at the time, we have 2 minutes until your birthday. Shall we stand out on the balcony and toast to you health? They moved to the balcony where they saw the clear sky over the castle ground. The moon was bright in the sky, and the stars twinkling high above. Well, here's to you, Harry. May you live a long and healthy life full of love and joy, said Albus, smiling with happiness to see this moment. To you as well, Albus, and to your health, replied Harry happily. They clinked our glasses together and downed their fire whiskey. As the clock began to chime, Harry slumped to the floor unconscious and began to glow. There was a bright light surrounding Harry. He was wondering what was happening to him. Hello, Harry, came a voice from behind him. He turned to see a man in red and gold robes, with black messy hair exactly like Harry's, with piercing blue eyes like Albus, making you think you're being X-rayed. Sorry, but do I know you? Asked Harry, who was confused to what had just happened. After a fashion, you know me, young Gryffindor. I am your many times great-grandfather Godric Gryffindor, said Godric, smiling down at Harry. Bloody hell, are you being serious? I am actually talking to the actual Gryffindor, but I thought you were dead. Why? Said Harry. For a very simple reason, Harry. You are coming into your magical inheritance tonight at your coming of age, and there are a few things the others and I thought you should know, and yes, I am very dead. The last email I checked, but that doesn't mean I cannot contact my heir, said Godric with a wink and chuckling. What inheritance and what others? Asked Harry, still confused. Shall we go and meet the others and then everything will be explained, said Godric, walking with his arm around Harry's shoulders. It wasn't long until Harry noticed they were walking towards a large stone hall. Inside, Harry found comfortable armchairs and a couch that could sit 3. Noticing that there was already 5 people in the room, 2 wizards and 3 witches, as Godric began to announce the others to Harry. The W.H. over there with the red hair and the blue and bronze robes on is Rowena Ravenclaw, your many times great-grandmother and my beautiful wife. Next to her is the delightful Helga Hufflepuff with the yellow and black robes and the blonde hair, and the rouge. Over there is Salazar Slytherin in the green and silver robes and brown hair. They both are also your many times great-grandparents, and I believe you will recognize Mum. Dad, is that really you? Said Harry, shocked. He noticed he did look exactly like his dad, but with his mum's eyes. Harry, they exclaimed, overcome with joy. They ran over to their son and hugged him so hard it put Molly's hugs to shame, they had missed their son and it pained them to watch the pain he'd gone through over the years. After what felt like only seconds but was actually longer, they broke off and sat down on the couch, James and Lily on each side of Harry on the couch while the founders each took their own chair. Harry looked about the hall and Odict it was exactly the same as the Great Hall in Hogwarts. Well Harry, we have all the time we need to talk this evening as time goes slower here than it does in the land of the living, said Salazar with a smile. Well, where to being? Ah yes, well, as you already know, you are our heir and as such will now be able to claim your birthright. Hogwarts. When we began to build Hogwarts we each had our own office and sanctuary. As you know, you found Salazar's here who was the Chamber of Secrets. I had my own office which had my sanctuary, the Hall of Phoenix, attached. Rowena had her own library. Hat still to this day remains hidden, and Helga had her own part of the Green Wood as it was called in our day, that was magically protected where animals could live in peace. It is still there, and is still well protected. You will have access to these things. You may not know this, but Hogwarts is a sentient being. You will be able to communicate with her. She has a wealth of knowledge she will use to help you, her master. We each had all our possessions that weren't hidden within the castle moved to a single vault in Gringotts only you will have access to. We could go on about the different things we had that are no yours, but it is all documented in the information in the vault I left there before dying. Now on to your magical inheritance. Your magical strength will surpass all here in this room with ease, and we were all the most powerful of our age, even your parents. Because of this, your physical strength and even parts of your body will change. It's known as magical growth. The last person to go through this was Albus Dumbledore and sadly Tom Marvolo Riddle. As we speak, just know your body is changing to suit you coming into your full magical strength, though there may be some growth. WTH, for some years to come you are an exceptionally powerful wizard, even more than Merlin. It might even be that you will no longer need to wear glasses, and a few other things that will show up very soon, though what would be the point in spoiling all the fun, said Godric with a twinkle in his eyes that could rival Albus. Here's where Rowena took over. What we must do while you are here is show you how to bond with Hogwarts and how to power the wards and create new ones you may think of in the future. There are a few that have laid dormant for centuries. The teachers add some of the power to he wards, but they are not powerful enough to hold them alone, though Albus isn't far off. It's a he only asks for a little help from the staff. With the bond you will have with the castle you will be able to communicate with her. You will also be able to do what no other can do in Hogwarts. Apparate. Lord of Hogwarts. What? Lord of Hogwarts? Asked Harry, looking more confused. Yes dear, it comes with the territory. Actually have a lot of titles that will come to light very soon, said Helga Hufflepuff with a smile. You should also know, Harry, that Voldemort is only related to me through blood and is in no way my heir, nor will I ever be proud of him. My heir, you, is whom I am immensely proud of, said Salazar with a smile. People have the wrong idea of what Slytherin and of myself. I wasn't a dark wizard. I wasn't against having muggleborns at the school in the beginning. I was a little wary, but I trusted my friends. Now there was a pure-blooded wizard, however, who didn't agree. He used to be a pupil in my house, but he decided he should control the wizarding world, so Godric and I decided to stage a fight between us, and I left the castle in hopes of gaining entrance into this wizard's inner circle of followers. In the end, we dueled and I defeated him, but in the process, I lost my life. Remember, houses aren't sorted into dark and light, each has a share of its own. Take care, my boy, and show that bastard what a real wizard can do. The founders left after that, giving Harry time to spend with his parents whom he had no real living memory of. They spent the time making up for what they had lost, getting to know each other. When Harry asked about whether they had seen Sirius, they said they hadn't, and that it sometimes takes time for people to fully cross over. Harry had the feeling they weren't telling him something, but he wouldn't press them for information. He had come to accept the fact that Sirius was gone. There came a time when Harry knew it was time to leave, and it appeared that his parents knew it too. Harry, always know that we love you and are so proud of you, said Lily with tears in her eyes as she hugged her son and kissed him goodbye. Take care, son, we love you. We will be waiting for you when you arrive, but it better not be for a very long time, kiddo. Okay, said James, hugging his son in turn. With that said, everything went suddenly a blinding white. Then everything went dark, and as Harry opened up his eyes, he noticed a set of bright blue sparkling eyes in front of him. "Ah, Harry, my boy, I see you're back with us. How are you feeling?" asked Albus, who remembered his own magical growth all those years ago. "Great, actually I don't feel tired or anything," said Harry, getting up. "Yes, it comes with the territory. You'll find that from now on you won't need much sleep." Albus. Harry decided it would be best to try and get this over with. He knew Albus was one of the most powerful wizards alive, but it was his task to protect the castle. It was his birthright. "I need to talk to you about the castle. When I was going through my magical growth, I met the founders and my parents. We spoke for a long time. I got to know my parents. I also found out I need to bond with the castle and take control of the wards, for the castle will be better protected with the heir to Hogwarts than the headmaster, as the bond is stronger." "It is not hing against your magic, Albus. It is just that as heir I can protect Hogwarts better. Is that okay with you, Albus?" asked Harry, worried. He defended the old wizard he loved like a grandfather and was the most powerful wizard he knew. "Yes, Harry, I had a feeling that once we found out that you're the Hogwarts heir, that it would be better protected if you were in control of the wards." And Harry, "So you know, it's fine with me, but I am curious, won't you need aid to help power them? In the past I've needed some aid in charging them." "No, I was told I have more power than all the founders and my parents combined and could take control of the wards fully with ease, and that for the wards it is better to use the existing magic around Hogwarts from the students that use it day in day out and around here, and that it becomes a part of Hogwarts. I suspected as much, but I've never really looked into the theory deeply. It will be a relief, to be honest with you. It is a weight that you have taken off my soldiers. I am old, over 150, and it takes longer for me to get back up to my full strength, and after the battle with Voldemort the wards made it take slightly longer for me to fully recharge. Old say, but anyway, enough of a foolish old man's ramblings. Do you know what to do?" asked Albus with some both relief and pride at the young wizard before him. "Yes, the founders went over everything with me, including a few other things," said Harry as he closed his eyes and touched his magical core and reached out with his magic to make the connection with the castle. He was surprised at how easy he found it to communicate with the castle. "Hogwarts," Harry mentally called out. "Hello, my lord. It has been a long time since I have been able to communicate with my creator's heirs. I have waited a long time, and I have watched you in your time here. I have always tried to make the castle feel like home to you and to watch over and protect you. It has, gracious lady," Godric said. "Hogwarts to be complimented, and I thank you for all your aid in the past. But I am here to create the bond between you and I as the heir of your founders." "Very well, master." With that said, Harry was surrounded with a golden light and started to float up into the air, stopping high above the castle. Though with his eyes closed, Harry didn't notice, but he knew he was hovering in the air. The bond was that complicated. Once complete, Harry could sense the well of power stored in Hogwarts, which he could access if needed. Harry reached out with his mind for the wards, which Albus sensed as he had always felt the wards as headmaster of this school, and let them go with a smile of joy in his eyes at the wonder he was witnessing. Such a thing had never been seen before. As Harry took complete control over the wards, he looked at them closely and began to notice the gaps in them. Hogwarts spoke to him the knowledge in his head of how to channel power through them and make them stronger, and what wards did what, and how he was able to adapt them and create more than there had been in centuries. He also saw the dormant ones that the founders had spoke about and activated them. These were designed to keep out Dementors and alert Harry to anyone who bode ill will to the castle or its inhabitants. Harry also noticed he could stretch the wards out if need be to cover the whole of Hogsmeade, as all that land belonged to Harry. As Albus watched from the balcony, he noticed the wards that were no longer his burden to worry about, that were usually invisible unless you knew how to look, flashed red, gold, blue, bronze, yellow, black, green and silver, and looked like they had become solid for a second. As Harry finished, he began to descend to the balcony again, where he opened his eyes and eyelid, noticing he wasn't tired and that it wasn't long till dawn now. "Well done, Harry, well done indeed. I can honestly say that I have never seen such a fantastic display of magic from someone your age, or anyone older than you, as a matter of fact. Well, I think I shall turn in for some sleep for what's left of the night." "Oh, and Harry, happy birthday," said Albus, and with that Albus left. Harry's The time before dawn, deep in conversation with Hogwarts, learning some of her secrets and where the Founders' sanctuaries were, and how to get to them. Hogwarts said she could share knowledge with Heir, as they were now bonded, and so Hogwarts gave Harry information to do with the castle and her layout. As Harry finished looking over some information Hogwarts had given him, to take in everything Hogwarts held in secret wasn't something that could be done in an hour or two or even a week or two, so he decided to go and get ready for the day ahead. Before showering, Harry went outside to the balcony and saw the sunrise over the horizon. It took Harry breath away seeing all around him bathed in sunlight of the new day. After showering, Harry looked in the mirror and noticed he was about 6 feet tall. His shoulders were broader and he had defined muscles, and it also appeared Godric was correct, he no longer needed his glasses, so going down to the entrance hall Harry found Tonks there waiting. "Watcher Harry, happy birthday. Wow, what happened to you? You've grown a lot since last night," Tonks said, hugging Harry. "Long story Tonks, and thanks, so shall we go?" replied Harry. Harry began to enjoy his new physique. He outran Tonks and had to stop to let her catch up. "Come on Tonks, I'm just jogging here," said Harry smiling. "What the hell have you been eating, if you think you can go fast?" I'm finished for the day," replied Tonks, exasperated that the boy who couldn't keep this up without breaking out into a sweat was looking like he hadn't even been trying. "Show off," thought Tonks, though exactly what she thought he was showing off she didn't know. All she knew was that it just wasn't natural, but saying that Tonks thought that about anything that she didn't understand. "Nothing special, I'm just feeling energetic today. If you're sure, I'll see you later." And with that Harry ran off, picking up a fast run which even the most athletic person couldn't do with ease for long. Harry still wasn't out of breath or feeling strained after an hour of running, so he decided he better go to breakfast. At breakfast all the staff wished Harry happy birthday. Not long after, Harry sat down to his own breakfast after feeding Rose, who thought she'd rather share her breakfast with everyone else bar herself by throwing it at their faces. After a quick scourgify and the great hall back to normal, Harry began to eat a large breakfast of bacon, eggs, sausage and a Scottish food Minerva got Harry to try once called potato scone, or as she pronounced it, tatty scone. The amount that Harry ate at breakfast would do Ron proud. The owl post arrived shortly after Harry began go eat. Harry got 2 letters from the ministry. "Dear Mr. Potter, may the ministry congratulate you on coming of age, and would like to inform you that you are now allowed to use magic outside of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and are now classed as a full adult in the wizarding world. Have an enjoy a la day improper use of magic office Ministry of Magic." The next letter Harry received from Fudge, he didn't even have to read it, as it was charmed that once the recipient received it, it would speak wa. T was written on the letter aloud, similar to a howler but not as loud, and it didn't blow up if you didn't open it. "Dear Harry, congratulations on coming of age, my dear boy. It is my honor and privilege as the Minister for Magic that I offer you guidance and support if needed. If you ever need advice, do not hesitate to contact me, dear boy. My door is always open. Your friend, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic." Harry wasn't too impressed with Fudge at the moment, and the fact that he had just tried to suck up to him after what he had been having written in the Daily Prophet until a few weeks ago. Useless tosser, sooner they get rid of him the better. Who'd go to him for advice? Guy couldn't even organize a piss up in a brewery, and he's a wizard, muttered Harry. "Harry, can I meet with you after your meeting with Griphook today?" asked Albus, bemused at the thought of Fudge trying to organize a piss up in a brewery. "Yay, sure, but if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take Rose and spend some time with her." Harry spent the morning with Rose, who he took out flying out on his broomstick. She seemed to love flying as much as Harry did. At 11:45 Harry headed down to the entrance hall waiting for Griphook. Lunch was an uneventful thing. Harry spent the time getting to know Griphook and trying to learning the way of the Goblin Society. Harry asked Griphook where he could purchase information on the ways of goblins. Griphook was deeply impressed with the kindness, equality this young wizard viewed in all those he knew and his willingness to learn of the other magical races. Griphook promised to have the books requested to be sent to Harry and pay for them personally. If Harry knew anything about the goblin race, he would have known this was a great gift, as goblins rarely bought anything at their own expense for wizards or even their own race at times, depending on the financial climate. He would be reporting to Ragnarok, the leader of his people, later on this evening about the day's events with your Mr. Potter. After lunch they went up to Harry's rooms, where Griphook brought out two extremely large folders that had been charmed to hold more information than what it actually looked like, and handed one to Harry. Mr. Potter, this folder is an up-to-date copy of the Potter family holdings in Gringotts from 11:30 am today. It contains all the information of your inheritance, to be. E.g. in with you will see that you gain a series of vaults. In with the addition to the Black family vault you now have full access to all your family vaults. There is the Potter family vault which contains well over 1 billion galleons. It also holds your family's personal effects. Also in the vault is furniture from Potter Manor in Scotland which is also yours. You also have a house in London. You have Godric's Hollow in Wales and a small estate on Ireland and a few elsewhere in the world. You also have your family ensigns and its seats on the Wizengamot. You also have a few other vaults in Gringotts. There's your old one that your father set up for you. At last count it held over 1 million galleons. There is also in this folder containing information with business investments in both the Wizarding world and the Muggle world. There is also the Hogwarts fund that sends students who lack the sufficient money to pay the school fees. It has also become known that you are the heir of the founding four of the castle of Hogwarts. You now own the castle and the surrounding land including the town Hogsmeade. There's the founder's vault which holds their personal effects and treasures. The Hogwarts vault which is used for the school funds, and their places on the Wizengamot which haven't been used in over 900 years. That is a brief outline of what is contained in the folder now in your possession. There are some papers for you to sign and then you will be in full control of your family estates from this moment on. You may wish to visit your properties and check in case of need of repair. They magically closed themselves off when your parents died and no one has been able to access them since you took out of Godric's Hollow. With these properties come house elves with each house, I believe not including Hogwarts. There are around 30 altogether. As Harry and Griphook finished their meeting, Harry wished Griphook a profitable day and walked him down to tea. He gates where they shook hands and parted with Griphook promising to send Harry the books soon on Goblin Society. It was an experience that neither had ever before had and both enjoyed it. As Harry walked back up the bright green lawns of the castle grounds he noticed Albus waiting at the door to the castle. "How did it go with Griphook, my boy?" asked Albus with a twinkle in his eye. "Good, I have a lot of papers to go through. Though the black folder was large, it's small compared to the Potter one which also contains the founder's information. I actually found Griphook to be quite interesting. He's going to send me books at his own expense on Goblin Society so I can better understand them better in the future. I believe, Harry, from what you have just said, that in that single meeting discuss your inheritance, you have made history today. Now the goblins will see that not all wizards think they are the most superior beings in the world and that there are some who treat everyone as an equal, my boy. Now do you remember I said I have something important to talk to you about? It concerns your friend Miss Granger. Believe me when I said she was one of the first people I thought of when I decided to bring back the apprenticeship program to Hogwarts, but the Board of Governors refused. I appealed. Of course, such a brilliant student shouldn't be excluded just because of her blood. Choose something I detest about our world that so much is relied about a person's blood status. It is no better than those Muggle Nazis, but I got nowhere. It saddens me to think that most of the board along the same lines is a lot of poor misguided fools. You may be wondering why they didn't reject you. It is simple. You are from one of the oldest families in the wizarding world that is still around. The fact they don't know you are the founder's heir is not important at this point. The fact that you are the head of two of the oldest families we have left. It also means as a family head you adopt someone, shall we say for lack of a better word, into your household without having to go through the Ministry Welfare Department. Meaning that she would be able to say, if offered a place on an apprenticeship program and be a Muggle-born, still be able to take part as she would be in the wizarding world, a part of your family. It also offers them protection, which is always useful. Do you see where I'm going with this, Harry? Asked Dumbledore with a smile on his face. They were just entering his office and carrying on with their discussion. You want me to adopt Hermione as a member of the House of Potter to allow her to do the apprenticeship program? What do I need to do? Said Harry, smiling like madly. Hermione would be able to do the thing she loved best, study, and achieve a master apprenticeship at the end of it. And so Harry and Albus spent the rest of the afternoon going through all the documents that needed signing. All that would be needed was for Hermione to sign them. But they also relaxed over a game of chess. Harry won, much to Albus' surprise. He had never lost a game in his life. Harry told him he should play Ron if he wanted to see a real professional play the game. It wasn't until the clock in the office announced it was dinner time by literally shouting, "Dinner time," that they left the office. As they made their way over to Harry's rooms to pick up Rose. Upon entering the quarters they found it empty. Dobby or Winky must have took her down, Harry thought, not worrying. As they reached the entrance to the Great Hall, Harry went in first to find the hall in complete darkness, wondering what was going on. Before he could do anything, all he heard was a massive, surprise, "Happy birthday, Harry." Standing in front of Harry was those he considered his family, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Charlie, Fred, George, Ron, Hermione, Remus, Tonks, Mad-Eye, with his new leg, Kingsley, Minerva, Phileas, Dobby, Winky, Hagrid, Rose, who was in Ginny's arms. Ginny looked stunning in Harry's opinion with a beautiful white summer dress. Harry had come to think of Ginny more than just Ron's little sister. As everyone came forward and wished Harry a happy birthday, he received punches on the shoulders from all the Weasley boys and hugs from all the females, though when it came to Ginny's hug it went on a little longer than what was normal. Harry thought he could just stand there all night and smell her hair, which like the rest of her was perfect. As Harry looked around the Great Hall, Harry saw a banner flying high with the words, "Happy Birthday, Harry Potter," with each letter changing a different color every few seconds. As Harry's party got underway, there was a massive buffet table full of food for whoever was hungry. At the moment the only person who looked in the slightest interested in the food was Ron, who Harry had the suspicion would try and make a serious dent in the amount of food that was there. In the center of the table was a cake of Hogwarts with little icing owls flying around. It had to be the best cake Harry had ever seen. When it came time for presents, everyone was eager for Harry to open the presents, but Harry had a gift for someone else first. As everyone stood around the huge pile of presents that were awaiting Harry, he spoke first. "Before I open these presents, I want to thank you all for coming. This has been my first and best birthday party, and I just want to say thank you, but I too have a gift for someone. Hermione, could I speak to you for a moment alone, please?" asked Harry. They went into the side chamber, which was right next to where the table with the presents had been set up. Once inside, Harry turned to Hermione. "How would you like to become a Hogwarts apprentice?" "Harry, what are you talking about? You know I can't become an apprentice. I'm not from an old magical wizarding family," said Hermione, clearly upset at the fact. "That's correct, Hermione, but did you know that you can be adopted, say by the head of an old wizarding family? I have here papers that would in a sense adopt you to the House of Potter, meaning you would be able to become a Hogwarts apprentice and would be entitled to the similar things in the future if some pure-blood idiot just tries to make something for pure-blood families only. You just need to sign here and it's official." "Harry, are you being serious?" said Hermione, who, if she hadn't had her eyes set on someone else, she would have kissed him there and then. "Yes, I am. So are you going to sign these or not?" asked Harry with a smile on his face. Hermione quickly grabbed the papers off Harry and signed them. As her parents were muggles, they had assigned Minerva as Hermione's head of house at Hogwarts to be her magical guardian when it came to matters they didn't understand, so all they needed was for Minerva to sign. It turned out that Minerva and Albus had followed them into the chamber per Harry pre-request of Albus earlier. Once Minerva had also signed, the papers started to glow blue. Harry reached out and took them. "Welcome to the Potters, Hermione," said Harry, who was happy his friend would be able to become an apprentice and officially part of his family. He had always looked at her as a sort of sister. With the papers signed, Albus produced an envelope with Hermione's name on the front. It was her apprentice letter. To say Hermione was happy was an understatement. After hugging the other three present several times, they made their way back into the Great Hall, whereupon Albus asked the four who had been offered places if they would accept, and they answered in unison, "Yes." For those of you who remained in the Great Hall there, Harry had just offered Hermione a place in the House of Potter, a sort of adoption, shall we say, but it now enables her to become a Hogwarts apprentice. At this news, Everyone cheered, for they all knew that this is something that the young witch deserved, as she was after all the smartest witch of her generation. With that all sorted, Harry turned his attention to his presents. From Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Harry received a grandfather clock like their own, but this one had many more faces on it. Bossy Callie, it had the face of everyone there at the party's face on it, with the addition of Luna and Neville. From Bill and Charlie, Harry received a pair of dragon hide boots and glasses. Harry had informed Ed them that he didn't need glasses, but was told they can be used to translate anything that you read into English while you were wearing them. They told Harry that it was clear glass, so he could keep the fact that he didn't need glasses a secret until he wanted people to know. From Fred and George, Harry got a box full of all their inventions and papers stating he owned 30% of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. He would speak to Fred and George about this later. From Ron, Harry got a broom cleaning kit for his firebolt and also new seeker gloves, though as Harry would be an apprentice and would have no house affiliation, and also being the heir of the 4 founders, he couldn't favor one house of the other. He would have to try and promote house unity. However, that didn't mean he couldn't play the odd game of Quidditch for fun. Hermione gave Harry a large book on wards and enchantments, which looked to be quite interesting, and rather expensive. Ginny gave Harry a new set of two-way mirrors, similar to the ones Sirius had given him. Harry smiled sadly when he seen them and promised himself that he wouldn't forget these ones. From Tonks and Kingsley, Harry got a complete set of aura training books. This contained more advanced spells than what the subjects usually taught in Hogwarts. Mad Eye gave Harry a wand holster for his arm, saying that it was quicker than getting it out of a pocket. It had a disillusion charm on it that could be turned on and off, and also it was part of proper wand elementary. During his telling Harry about the wand holster, there was about 3 constant vigilances added for good measure. Minerva and Phileas both gave Harry books on their respective subjects, but these were very advanced books, master level actually. It was actually copies of their own master theory books that they wrote after gaining their masters in transfiguration and charms. From Dobby and Winky, Harry received a large box full of mismatching socks. Harry didn't know what to say. It seemed that these house elves were fascinated by socks. From Remus, Harry got a wizarding camera. Harry had always thought about getting one, but each time he'd been to Diagon Alley he had just put off buying it. From Hagrid, Harry got a strange cage. Upon looking inside, Harry found a baby griffin. "Hagrid, where did you get that?" asked Harry. Well, you see, the ittle thing's moth died after birth in the forest, was attacked. I was walking past and found this little thing and thought, seeing as it was in your forest, ye might like him. They're great animals, Harry," said Hagrid, who had become attached to the animal. "Could you do me a favor, Hagrid? Could you look after him for a while? I've got enough with Rose and I would be afraid I didn't know how to look after him properly," said Harry. "She would be an honor, Harry. I'll look after I am for ye," said Hagrid, beaming with joy. From Albus he received 3 things: a box, which Albus said to open in private; the second was a box, which he said was from Fawkes. At his mention the phoenix appeared in the hall singing joyfully, and the third he said was from him. It turned out to be a putter outer. It was Albus' own invention, and said to be very handy for many reasons, which was all contained in the instruction manual Albus had wrote. He informed Harry that there were only 3 in existence: Harry's, Albus' brother, and Albus. Harry felt honored to be given such a gift. As the party began to die down and people started to head home, Hermione and Ron came to say goodbye and that they would see him on the day of the apprenticeship starting. This was because Ron was going back to Romania with Charlie and with what was left of the buffet. Hermione was also going on holiday to America with her parents for the rest of the summer. Harry wished them both a good time and that he would write. Once everyone was away home and Harry and Ginny had another one of their longer than normal hugs. Harry went up to his room where Dobby and Winky had brought all his presents, including the still unopened one from Fawkes and Albus. Upon looking in Fawkes' gift, Harry found himself in possession of an egg with a small note. "Harry, Kess gave me this egg for you, take care of it. It is a phoenix egg and very rare. Have Hedwig look after it. Owls are excellent at looking after eggs even if they are not their own." Albus, as if she had been reading the letter with Harry, Hedwig went flying across to the egg and sat on it to keep it warm. After petting his beautiful owl for a few minutes in thanks, Harry turned to the other package. T was a small box no bigger than his two fists put together, but in the wizarding world that didn't mean much. Upon opening the box, Harry lifted out what looked to be a Rubik's Cube made of wood. Instead of colors on it, there were symbols that Harry didn't understand. When Harry was younger, he used to like puzzles. It helped pass the time he spent in his cupboard under the stairs at the Dursleys. Only thing about doing the puzzles was that the Dursleys thought he was stealing Dudley's toys. What they didn't know was that Dudley threw them out the window when he couldn't do them, so Harry used to pick them up when he was weeding the garden. Only thing was that the Dursleys would find them in Harry's cupboard when they threw him in there, and he would get a further punishment for stealing from Dudley. As Harry finished the puzzle a short time later, when Harry did the last turn to complete it, it began to glow. Harry dropped the cube in surprise. It rolled along the floor and up to the wall, where it began to unfold into the form of a solid oak door. Knowing that Rose was down for the night and wouldn't be up for several hours, Harry decided to see what was behind the door that just unfolded itself. Harry walked over to the door. For some reason he felt drawn to it. As he placed his hand up the handle, the whole door began to glow gold in response to Harry's touch. Without turning the handle, the door swung open. Looking through, Harry found a large entrance hall, with a floor of white marble and open stonework on the walls. It was slightly similar to the entrance hall in Hogwarts, though not as large. A difference though in the similarity is that this entrance hall has tapestries around the walls. There was phoenixes in flight in clear blue skies. There was stags in wood land forest with the sun shining through the tree canopy above. Also on the walls was a tapestry of a lion and a raven together. The lion roaring from on top of a cliff over what looked like an icon plain, with a raven flying just about the lion's head. Around the entrance hall was also suits of armor, though the largest thing above the staircase was a large crest of a stag with a phoenix perched on top of its antlers. Underneath was writing the ancient House of Potter. "Welcome to Potter Mansion, Master Potter, sir," came a voice from nowhere. "Potter Mansion? Sorry," called Harry to no nay, thinking that he was hearing voice in his head other than Hogwarts. "Oh, Master, shouldn't it be being sorry? It be Abby who is sorry. It is Abby's task to welcome Master Potter back home into Potter Mansion," said a voice from behind Harry. Turning around, Harry saw before him a house elf in robes made for her that were clean and bore the crest that was above the staircase. "There is no need to be sorry, Abby. Did you say I was in Potter Mansion? But I was just inside Hogwarts," said Harry, confused as to what was going on. Abby the house elf looked confused. "I is being Abby your house elf, Master," said Abby with a bow. "You are being in Potter Mansion, the ancestral home of the Potter family. Almost all the Potters have lived here at some point, Master, from what Master John told Abby when he be bringing Abby here. Master John is also saying that the Potter Mansion is being kept secret and only those the Master of the Mansion believes trustworthy can know. He also said that the next Master are to be coming to the mansion be Master John's son James. Be you Master James?" asked Abby, who hadn't had another live person to talk to for nearly 20 years. "No, Abby," said Harry, looking down at the floor. "I am Harry James's son. My father is dead along with my mother. They were killed by Lord Voldemort 15 years ago. Abby is sorry to be hearing that, Master Harry, but no, you have come home." This is where Harry stepped in and interrupted Abby, not harshly but with a kind but firm voice. "Abby, I ask you not to call me Master. I don't want to be called anyone's master. I would rather that we were friends first and foremost. That doesn't mean I will be giving you clothes. It means that you will never hurt yourself if you believe yourself to have done something bad. What we will do is sit and talk about it. I do stress it though, Abby, you are never to punish yourself. I can't stand it when people who have house elves treat them so badly, so please remember that we all make mistakes. Even myself, and that first and foremost we are friends. If you would have me as a friend," said Harry, smiling down at the house elf. "Oh, Moss. Harry, Abby is seeing you as a great wizard and that A-flat. I would be honored to be Harry's friend, but Abby still has her duty to the ancient House of Potter." Abby promised Master John to always look after his line as long as Abby was able to. He also didn't ask for a servant. He wanted Abby as a friend as well. "Abby, when was the last time you left the mansion?" asked Harry, suddenly thinking that if his father had never came here, then Abby would have been here a long time. Master John closed the mansion just before Master James's 17th birthday. It was intended as a present for Master James in 1975. Said Abby. Abby, that's 20 years ago. How have you survived so long without going outside the mansion? Asked Harry, worried how the elf survived. Abby was fine, Harry, there is no need to worry, there are plenty of reserves and the vegetable garden outside with the greenhouses as well. And Abby was busy looking after the mansion, dusting and cleaning. Abby has been happy and I is always having the portraits to talk to, said Abby. Thinking that it was just portraits like the ones in the corridors at Hogwarts, Harry didn't think much of it at the moment. Would Harry be likening a short tour of the mansion? Abby knows it's getting late but would like to show Harry his home, said Abby, excited to be having a live person to look after again. Lead the way, Abby, said Harry, who was fascinated to see what he would find in his family's ancestral home. At the end of the short tour of the mansion, which didn't really cover much, Harry was still trying to process all this new information. So much had happened in the last few days. First there was the reading of Sirius' will, Sirius being pardoned though he was now dead, gaining his magical and family inheritance, bonding with Hogwarts, his meeting with Griphook, and now this puzzle that when solved turns into a door into his family's ancestral home. To say that Harry's life was simple was a bit of an understatement. What Abby had showed Harry in the mansion was amazing. There was a massive potions laboratory that would make Snape turn green with envy. Harry even suspected just to stand in it Snape would wash his hair and even dye it pink. It was full of more EQU. IP meant that Harry had seen in all his time in the wizarding world. There was a massive walk-in ingredients cupboard, as well as a walk-in potions store cupboard. Though Harry didn't have much love for potions, he knew it would be very handy. The next place they went to on their tour was a library which was bigger than Hogwarts, though not all the shelves were full. There were a lot of books, but there was also space for more. Abby informed Harry that there was a reference tomb that he could use to look up books and summon them, though the tomb, instead of searching all the shelves. Attached to the library was a private study. In was a large room with a massive fireplace with the Potter family crest above the fireplace. Harry did notice that there was some empty portraits in the rooms he had been in, but to what lived in them he didn't know. Also in the office were some bookcases, but with the library attached there wasn't much need for a lot of books in here, just ones that Harry might not want everyone to have access to. Abby explained that the study was secured and that only people the master of the mansion allowed could enter. There was a large oak desk in the center of the room, ooking out a set of French doors onto a balcony overlooking a massive garden, as Abby called it. With the desk was a red leather winged back chair. Also in front of the fireplace were a couch and 2 armchairs. They also stopped at the living room that was also on the first floor. Abby said that Harry would get a full tour of the mansion when he came to stay in the mansion for the first time. As Harry and Abby toured though a small part of the mansion, Harry began to get the increasing feeling of being at home where he belonged, similar to the feeling he got when at Hogwarts. It was when they read the dining hall just off the entrance to the mansion that Harry really got a shock. "Welcome, Heir," a voice called. "Hello, Godric," said Harry, smiling quickly, coming over the shock of seeing a life-size painting of his ancestor. He should have realized there would be a painting here. After all, this was the ancestral home of the Potter family. All round the walls surrounding the long dining table were portraits of Harry's ancestors. The only wall that didn't have portraits on it was the one behind the head chair of the table. "Well, it seems that you are at the advantage, young Heir. May we ask your name?" Came the portrait of Godric Gryffindor. "Is that you, James?" Came the voice from another life-size painting of someone who looked exactly like Harry, just a lot older and with graying hair. "No, sorry, I am his son Harry," said Harry, confused to where he had seen that face before, for it looked strangely familiar. "Ah, I can see it now. He must have married that charming girl Lily, for you have her eyes, Harry's son. I am your grandfather, John Potter, so may I as wear my mischievous son and his charming lady wife?" Asked John, glad to see that someone had finally solved the puzzle. He didn't think it would have taken James that long to solve the puzzle. "I don't know how to say this, sir, but they are dead. They were murdered 14 years ago on Halloween, by Lord Voldemort's aid." Harry, though it wasn't that emotional for him. This had been his father's father who had raised his dad. It would be a lot harder for him than it was for Harry. There was total silence in the room, or the weight of what Harry had just said hit all the portraits. though they didn't know James and Lily. It was one of their last descendants, as the Potter family had been killed off one by one over years, firstly in the war with Grindelwald, then with Voldemort. "Harry," said the voice of Gryffindor, "I think you should sit down and tell us everything about your life." "Well, I only know what happened the night my parents died, from what others told me and from what I've heard when Dementors get near me. All I know is that my parents went into hiding and they had a secret keeper, Peter Pettigrew, who betrayed them to Voldemort." Harry was pleased that the mention to the self-proclaimed Dark Lord didn't have an effect on the portraits other than looks of anger. "What I know was said that night was my dad telling Mum to take me and run. Next thing I remember being said is Voldemort telling my mum to stand aside and he would let her live, but she refused. She died protecting me, and as such, she invoked an ancient blood protection on me so that where my family's blood resides I would protect it as long as I could call that place home." Harry proceeded to tell those there present everything about his childhood. Everything that had ever happened to him at the Dursleys, about him receiving his Hogwarts letters, how Hagrid came and got him, the events involving his years at Hogwarts up till now, the events of the Philosopher's Stone, the Chamber of Secrets, how he gained access to it, fought with the basilisk with the sword of Gryffindor he pulled out of the sorting hat. At this news, Godric, as did the other portraits, beamed with pride at their heir's accomplishments at the age of 12. Harry told them that he never done it on his own and that he had always had help. The portraits didn't say anything, they just listened to his life. Harry proceeded to tell them of the night in the Shrieking Shack and using a time turner to go back in time to free Sirius and Buckbeak. Then he went into the events of the Tri-Wizard Tournament and Barty Crouch Jr. posing as Mad-Eye Moody, the events of the graveyard, the potion used to bring back Voldemort to his body. Godric looked outraged that this magic had been used. Magic was something special and shouldn't be used to bring back such evil. The others didn't really understand what the spell did, but a look from Godric said he would explain later. They were all fascinated about the effects of the prior incantatum from the two brother wands. Harry finished off his tale with the events of school last year, what had happened at the Ministry in June with Sirius falling through the veil and the prophecy Albus had finally told him about. Harry found that once he had started talking that he needed to get this all out and that he had never had such an outlet before, and it felt like a great relief and that a heavy weight was now off his shoulders. To finish off the tale of his life, Harry told them what happened over the summer so far. With him going back to the Dursleys when he was made guardian for his cousin and took away to Hogwarts by Albus Dumbledore, his reviewing training on what he'd been taught since he went to Hogwarts, the reading of Sirius Will, his magical and family inheritance, meeting with the four founders and his parents in some place he didn't know. At this, Godric interrupted, wanting to know what was as Harry recited everything the four founders said to Harry about bonding with Hogwarts and about her wards. Godric was happy that his heir had bonded with the castle and know she was protected by her maker's blood. The last that Harry had to tell was his birthday party and receiving the puzzle and finding Potter Mansion. Once Harry finished, there was a rush of voices. Everyone was talking, though he didn't know who they all were. He did hear what they were saying. The atrocity of those muggles to the defenseless boys, something should be done about them, came from the portrait to the right of Godric. "What about this prophecy? Harry must be prepared," said Harry's grandfather John. "I agree, the Harry must be prepared, if he is willing to accept our assistance," said Godric, smiling down at Harry. "I only wish I had never said to your father that the cube was only ever passed on when a wizard came of age in the family. You see, Harry, this is the safest place you could ever be. Even more than Hogwarts," said John. "How's that?" asked Harry. "You see, Harry, I built this mansion for my son Arthur Potter as wedding present to him and my new daughter-in-law Galadriel Potter née Peverell. I built this mansion in the magical realm. It took a lot of magic, but my wife and I accomplished it. We made it that this mansion would deny access to anyone not of our blood unless our bloodline was totally gone. Anyone who tried to enter who wasn't descended from my daughter and son-in-law, unless they were granted access by the current master to the mansion, and the existence of the mansion was kept secret, as no one but the master or his family could talk about the mansion to anyone outside who had knowledge of the mansion. It is similar to knowing the address that is under the Fidelius charm. Anyone trying to access the mansion that has not invited in gets a little shock, shall we say. So what do you think, son? Do you want our help in training you?" said John. "Yes, I think so," said Harry, smiling. "Excellent. "Could you go and bring Albus Dumbledore here to the mansion please?" asked Godric smiling. As Harry made his way along the corridor, he felt better than he had in months, though. It was more of a relief to finally have everything that has happened to him off his chest. When Harry reached the gargoyle to the headmaster's office, it jumped aside before Harry even said the password, one of the perks. "My master," said Hogwart's voice in Harry's head. As Harry chapped the door to Albus' office, the portraits back in the mansion were in deep discussion about their heir's future. John was the most adamant that his grandson be prepared as much as possible in anything and everything, as the last of the Potters. A great weight was on his shoulders. Harry didn't have to wait long until the chap was answered with Albus standing there in midnight blue robes. "Sorry to come so late at night, Albus, but I have something important to discuss with you. Could you come with me if that is okay? It is to do with the cube you gave me," said Harry, sounding a little mysterious. It was half an hour later that Albus Dumbledore, greatest headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock on the Wizengamot, was sitting nursing a large fire whiskey to help him come of the shock of the sight that beheld him in the dining hall in Potter Mansion. Seeing a live painting of the great Godric Gryffindor, he'd been Albus' childhood hero who he had always dreamt of meeting, founder of his school. Everyone else in the room looked on in amusement, as Harry sat at the head of the table as head of the Potter family with Albus on his right-hand side. Godric began. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. How fares my school?" asked Godric. "Please my lord, call me Albus, and it fares well. The numbers are not as high as the castle can accommodate, and the Board of Governors have made things slightly difficult over the years, and a lot of things that the castle could do with having has been denied," said Albus sadly. "Then you will call me Godric. We do not stand on ceremony here between family, and from what RRY has said, you are much a part of the family, and concerning Hogwarts with young Harry, here is where things will change, but we can discuss that later with my darling wife," said Godric, smiling at the two wizards. "What we want to discuss with you just now, Albus, is about training Harry here in the mansion. We would like your help with it," said John, looking at his old friend who looked down at he floor, his face full of guilt and sadness. "John, can you ever forgive my mistake? I should have protected them myself. It is my fault they are dead," said Albus with a tear in his eye. "Albus, what is done, and it is not your fault. It is James's so-called friend who is at fault, and he must be brought to justice," said John with determination in his voice. With a nod of confirmation between the two friends, Albus turned to Godric. "What is it you have in mind that Harry can learn here and not at Hogwarts?" said Albus curiously. "Well, as you can see here, there are generation of us wizards here who know magic that is no longer remembered by many. We also all had our own fields of specialism. That doesn't mean we think you can't properly train Harry. It is just that the mansion has some special features that Hogwarts does not. The mansion here is in the magical realm. That is why it is so portable and can open up anywhere bar a few certain places inside Hogwarts, but we will go into that later. One of the things this mansion gives you is the ability to make time go faster in here than it does on the outside. So in here you can have 5 days in the mansion to 1 day on the outside. In the simplest terms I can think of, is in the space of 24 hours outside you have 5 times those 24 hours," said Godric proudly. "Amazing," was all Albus could say. "What we would like you to do, Albus, is bring here a small team who all excel in their areas of specialism, who can be trusted with the secret of this mansion. Only a few is needed, for we will be able to teach most of it. We just need help with magic at points. From what I've heard, I would Minerva McGonagall would be an excellent choice, as would Phileas Flitwick. Remus Lupin would be a great help as well. Nymphadora Tonks I think as well. Yes, she's not long out of the Auror Academy. Though we will be teaching you more than what is taught there, I feel she will be an excellent dueling partner with Mr. Lupin. Though I don't think we should have young Harry with all these old folks," said Godric with a wink to Albus. "You said 2 of your best friend are away on holiday, but you still have a good friend who is stuck at home with her parents. A Miss Ginevra Weasley was it?" said Godric with a small wink to Harry, who became fascinated for a moment. Godric may only be a painting, but he knew when someone, especially of his own line, liked a girl. "I agree with your decision. Though I may not be a potions master like Severus the First, I'm a master alchemist and learned all I could from my friend Nicholas Flamel. I'm sure I could teach you a trick or two, Harry," said Albus with a wink to Harry. Seeing as tomorrow, or today I should say, is Tuesday, why don't we start on Monday? It will give us time to talk to see. On Vince the delightful Mrs. Weasley, a trade I think her daughter for Rose. Harry, I know that you want to keep Rose near, but what we have planned for you will take up more of your time and you wouldn't get to see much of Rose. At least from what you have told me, she will be being looked after by someone who is full of love. It will also give us some time to prepare. I think today maybe Albus, yourself. Nodding at Harry, Rowena and I should meet to discuss Hogwarts. It was also give us time to prepare the mansion and buy anything we need, and also let our other guests prepare. Though they will be able to leave the mansion at any time, I feel being here for the time we have planned would suit us better, said Godric with the authority of a Gryffindor. I second it. I have an order meeting SCH. Scheduled this week. I would like to initiate you, Harry, into the order as a senior member and will be my unofficial second, though I have not said. I see that we are at the preparation stage for the handing over the torch, said Albus with pride. What torch? Asked Harry. He had an idea but wanted to know for sure. The torch of being the leader in the fight of the light, said Albus simply. You are right there. Our line has always fought for the light, said Godric with pride. Well, I think maybe we should turn in for the night. I tell you, I am glad for this magical enhancement for the eme of night. We all seem to be getting to sleep. I don't think I could keep this up, said Albus with a chuckle. Preparations before training. Chapter 6. Author's note. Thanks to everyone who's reviewed Ho. Hey, you sir, enjoying it? Please review and let me know. Thanks. Disclaimer: I own only that which comes from my head, the rest belongs to others. Preparations before training. After his morning exercise, Heir came down to the Great Hall after showering and changing Rose into her clothes for the day. Upon entering the Great Hall, Harry found that there was only 5 other people there, thinking he had been late. Albus informed him that the rest of the faculty had all gone on some vacation or some sort. Taking his usual seat to the right of Albus, Harry greeted those at the table. There was Minerva to Albus' left, Tonks to her left. Remus was next to Tonks and Phileas next was on Harry's right. Once it looked like everyone was finished breakfast, Harry asked Hogwarts if they were the only 7 in the Great Hall and that if she would close off the Great Hall and make it so no one who was about could hear what was being said. Once Harry got the all clear, he nodded to Albus. My friends, we have a great task that calls for attention, said Albus, who did like his dramatics at times. What's wrong, Albus? Is something happened with Voldemort? Asked Remus. No, the task that calls us is the training of our Harry here, which will be held in a secret and secure location. It is my task as Harry's friend and I hope mentor, said Albus, nodding his head to Harry, who returned his nod in recognition. Quote, that he be trained by the best, and you, my friends, are the best. We will also have the knowledge of those who have long gone. I will not go into much information at this point. We would be leaving on Monday morning to begin, and I cannot say any more until I have your answer, finished the old headmaster. Of course we will do it, said the voice of Phileas, who received nods of confirmation from the other 4. Excellent. Well, my friends, we will be gone for a time, round about 5 months, and before you argue about missing school, we will be back in time. To explain further, I must ask the master of the mansion to continue, said Albus, whose eyes were twinkling mischievously. The other 4 looked around as if expecting someone to pop out of thin air. It was when Harry began to speak that they turned to him in surprise. It appears that the Potter family have long held secret a mansion that was gifted to Arthur Potter on the day of his marriage to Galadriel Potter née Peverell. It was built in the magical realm. The mansion has certain features you don't find these days that will allow us to be away for 5 months but still be back in time for the sorting feast. It has the ability to work on a 5-to-1 ratio. As I am led to believe, for every 5 days in the mansion, 1 day will pass in our own time. I don't know how it works, but it does. Harry stopped there, not knowing what else to say. So my friends, if there is anything that you want to bring with us on our training, bring it. There will be plenty of room, and anything you think that will be essential to Harry's training, bring the list to Harry or myself and we will get it. Now if you will excuse us, we have another appointment and it's not even 11 o'clock yet, said Albus, getting up from the table in the Great Hall with Harry to go to the mansion to meet with Godric and Rowena. They arranged to meet in the living room of the mansion, so that Harry and Albus could talk in comfort. Upon entering the living room, They found Rowena and Godric already sitting in a portrait that was similar to the room they were sitting in that moment. "Greetings, gentlemen," said Rowena as Harry and Albus sat down in the two armchairs. "Good day, lady. How are you today, Godric?" said Albus. "Fine, Albus, but as I said last night, everyone here is called by their first names, even my darling wife," said Godric, putting his arm around his wife on the couch they were sitting on. "Yes, Albus, call me Rowena," said Ravenclaw, smiling at Albus and Harry. "As my husband said last night, we are here to talk about Hogwarts. As heir, Harry, you have the right to full control over Hogwarts as headmaster if you wished. No offense, Albus. But even though you are not headmaster, you can still take control, though leaving Albus with the responsibility of headmaster, but you can make decisions and changes on how you want Hogwarts to be run. You can claim your right and take Hogwarts out of the ministries and the Board of Governors' control. The final discussion will come from you on matters to do with the school. Is there anything that you think should be changed at Hogwarts at the moment? As a student of the school, you may have a more fresh opinion on what goes on," said Rowena, smiling. "Albus, what I say is in no offense to you, but there are teachers in positions and they cannot teach. For instance, Binns is a ghost whose only interest is the Goblin rebellions. Though I come from an old wizarding family, I was brought up by Muggles. All I know about the magical world is what Fortescue told me that summer when I was staying at the Leaky Cauldron before third year. To be honest with you, Harry, I have tried to get Professor Binns to retire every year since I became headmaster, but he wouldn't go. All he would say is that only Heir could make him retire, but even that was a mumble to himself," said Albus. "Well then, Harry, all you have to do is go up to him and tell him that for all his services to the school as her lord and master, you give him his retirement. That should solve some problems," said Godric. "Well then, that's that sorted, but who would we get to replace him?" asked Harry. "We can look into that. If Sirius was alive, I would have recommended him. He was always good at history, and being from the Black family, which like a lot of pure-blooded families relied on what was in the past than what was present, so he would have been perfect. But we can look into the matter together and see what we can come up with," said Albus. "There are other teachers still, though I am not sure, but the Muggle Studies professor, from what I hear, is useless." "Has she ever been near a Muggle? Wouldn't it be better to have a Muggle Studies professor who was a Muggleborn or half-blood?" said Harry. "I see your point, Harry," sighed Albus, who was really beginning to see what Harry was talking about. "I know it isn't your fault. The professor of the subject was given the job and should have put time to be able to teach it. For instance, I heard one of the questions in the OWL exams was, what is the use of a rubber duck? If that is the difficulty of the questions, then a 3-year-old could sit the paper and get an outstanding," said Harry, not getting into a role. "Now I know the subject of divination is a touchy subject, but in all my classes with Professor Trelawney I never learned anything, and everything I predicted was made up. Now I know that she has the seer's sight, but what has that got to do with teaching?" said Harry. "I know what you are saying, but it is safer for Sybil to stay at the castle," said Albus. "I agree, but that doesn't mean she has to be teaching," said Harry. "True," said Albus, who was giving serious thought to the situation. "Now what I'm about to bring up is a touchy subject between the two of us. You have your reasons for trusting Snape, and I am willing to give him a chance. But he's got to start teaching properly instead of putting a potions list up on the blackboard. He needs to start explaining the uses and stop favoring his own house and start using the points system fairly," said Harry determinedly. "Thank you, Harry, but I think from what you are saying I am giving him a second chance, and when he returns to the castle I will have a conversation with him I have been trying to put off. But as you say, Hogwarts should be the best school of witchcraft and wizardry, and the standards have slipped on many fronts," said Albus. "I have been wondering why there is no physical training program at Hogwarts," asked Harry. "I partition the Board of Governors every year for it, but it always gets laughed down," answered Dumbledore. "Well, I think we should initiate a full physical education program at Hogwarts. I have realized that the fitter a person is, the more easy it is for them to cast magic for longer periods of time," said Harry. "Harry," interrupted Godric, "before you can make any changes you must make the claim to Hogwarts before the board and ministry officials." "How do I do that?" asked Harry, curious. "What you've got to do is," went Rowena. After another hour of discussion on when Harry should make his claim, what he would have to do, and what would happen when he did. Later that night, just after dinner, which Harry left early. There was a rather large disturbance in the entrance hall where several loud voices could be heard. "The nerve of Dumbledore, re-summoning us here like this, it's not proper," yelled the voice of Fudge. Suddenly the doors to the great hall opened by themselves to the embarrassment of those in the entrance hall. "Good evening, gentlemen," said Albus standing up from his seat. "Thank you all for coming so quickly. This shouldn't take long. Please come in and have a seat." With a wave of his hand, chairs arrived for the 25 present. As they all sat down, the doors to the great hall closed and the torch went out. Suddenly there was a loud knocking on the door to the great hall. "Enter," called the voice of Albus. As he doors opened, there was a tall figure about 6 foot tall in a red and gold robe that had a crest of a phoenix perched upon top of a stag's antlers. The figure at the door had the hood of the cloak he was wearing, which was also red and gold, pulled up over his face. "Who are you, stranger, and what is your business here at Hogwarts?" shouted Fudge, who was not too impressed. "I come to speak to the headmaster of this school," the stranger said. "I am the Minister for Magic." "Declare yourself," shouted Fudge. "Very well. Before all ye people here present, I make my claim as the heir to the 4 founders of this here castle and school. May she accept me as her lord and master," said the stranger with his hood still up. At these words Fudge and the others from the ministry and the board burst out laughing. However, stopped as the stranger was surrounded with a strange golden light and was lifted up into the air. Suddenly next to this stranger appears an old worn-out hat with a silver sword floating next to it. Hogwarts recognizes her heir, and accepts his claim, called out the Sorting Hat. As the Sorting Hat and the sword of Gryffindor vanished suddenly to reappear on the stranger's head and hand. Suddenly the hat began to glow red. As it increases in its intensity, the hat changed. All of a sudden all the lights in the great hall vanished and there was complete darkness until the Hogwarts crest, which hung over the exit into the entrance hall, sprung 4 animals that shined like silver and stopped next to the stranger, who was standing on the ground now. "Who are you, stranger?" called Fudge, who was more than a little scared. "Why, Minister, you profess to be my friend and yet you do not know who I am. I am Harry James Potter, Lord Gryffindor, heir to all 4 founders of this here school, my school minister, which is now no longer in the control of the ministry or the board of governors. For you aid over the years Hogwarts, I thank you, but it is no longer needed. Now if you could have all the information you have about requests or anything to do with Hogwarts to be by 9 am tomorrow morning, and if you are ever in need of help, the doors to Hogwarts are always open to those who do not bode her ill," finished Harry. As Harry finished what he was saying, it all went dark in the hall again, but only for a few seconds. When the lights went back on, Harry was standing there. The 4 silver animals that represented the 4 House of Hogwarts. The old hat was no longer there. Replaced was a red and gold hat, its power renewed from it being reunited with his rightful master. "Harry, my boy, why have you done this? This is too much for a boy your age. You can see that from the events of June. Harry, listen to someone who cares for you, and appoint yourself a steward to make these decisions until you are ready to do so." "I would be happy to do that for you, Harry," said Fudge in a sickly sweet voice. "Minister, thank you for coming, but presence is no longer acceptable here. You seem to forget I am of age, head of the oldest families in the UK. It was my ancestors who built this castle, and I will carry on with their work. I will not have political interference from Somio, nay, who cannot fight his way out of a paper bag and is only interested in staying in an office he does not deserve," said Harry, who had enough of the pompous git. "Very well, Harry, if that is the way you want to be, then I have no other choice. I challenge you to a duel. If I win, you will give up this claim to Hogwarts and return the running of it to the governors. I will accept on the ground that you will resign from your office once I defeat you in the duel," said Harry. "Very well, I accept. Who do you choose as your second?" asked Fudge, confident he could defeat the team. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. And your second minister?" said Harry. Looked at his mentor, who nodded in confirmation. This is when Fudge became worried. Dumbledore was powerful and no one had yet defeated him in a duel. Albus in the meantime was enjoying himself, though he knew that when Harry won it would mean that there would have to be an election and someone in the ministry who was connected with Voldemort could take power and make things even more difficult. "My second will be Dawlish," said Fudge, who was used to his personal bodyguard or lapdog, as many other people know him as. "When would you like the duel to be, Minister?" asked Harry politely. September 1st before the sorting feast will give you some time to prepare, boy, said Fudge sounding overconfident. If that is your wish, Minister. I would have proffered here and now, but as you called the challenge, you can also set the date. Be here 12 noon, on September 1st, said Harry, turning and walking away from the minister and the other former board of governors. Without a word, Fudge shot a look of daggers at Dumbledore as if he should have controlled the boy. Fudge had easily forgotten that it was Albus who saved his career once he finally admitted that Voldemort was back, but no more. Albus had given him his second chance. Fudge was on his own from now on. Good night, Cornelius, said Albus with no twinkle in his eyes. The others gathered who hadn't said much, left at the look from Dumbledore, knowing that they had one final task to do and that if not on time there could be consequences, and not from the old wizard. It was the young wizard that they were afraid of. Harry wasn't angry, he was just annoyed that Fudge thought he could just come in, make demands and have them accepted. Well, not anymore. The next morning at breakfast, after doing his morning routine, Harry was sitting in the Great Hall when the Morning Post arrived. When the owl that delivered the Daily Prophet, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Though he hated being in the papers, this is something he wanted people to know about. Minister for Magic challenges Harry Potter heir to Hogwarts. In a shocking turn of events last night, Harry James Potter, boy who lived, claimed to be the heir to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Before employees of the Ministry of Magic and the Board of Governors. Unlike in the past, someone has tried to make the claim and been rejected by the cast. Mr. Potter was successful as the castle accepted him as her lord and master. This time the person claiming to be the heir was accepted. And now Mr. Potter, or should be say Lord of Hogwarts, has told the Board of Governors that their services are no longer required. An eyewitness who wishes to remain nameless states that Minister Fudge was not too happy about this revelation, and that was when things quickly escalated with the minister demanding a duel. The rest of the story just goes on to state when it was taking place and what the terms of the duel were. Harry couldn't help but think that maybe Fudge had bit off more than he could chew this time, as the article went on to state how the magical world's faith in their illustrious Minister for Magic was almost gone. Harry knew this would attract Voldemort's attention, but Harry had thought of a way for him to attack Hogwarts while he was away training. Hogwarts said that founders made a ward that could be initiated when the castle would be undefended. It made the castle invisible to anyone who wished harm to anyone inside, but those who sought aid could see the cast. As could those to whom bore no ill intent. Part of the ward would alert Harry even when he was in the mansion to anyone who passed through the wards around Hogwarts, so Harry would know if anyone came to attack the castle and managed to break through the wards. Harry looked at those around the table who were all reading the paper. There was a look of worry on their faces. It was only Albus who knew about the ward, and that was the only reason that Harry had decided to make it publicly know he was the heir and taking control of the school away from the ministry and the board of governors. So Harry, what are your plans for today? Asked Remus, who knew Harry and Albus would not do something this public if they did not have a plan, was wondering what his cub, for Remus did love Harry as a son, was going to do that day that might possibly turn the wizarding world upside down. Going to the burrow in a moment, to talk to Molly and Arthur, said Harry, trying to sound casual. Oh right, said Remus with a small smile, carrying on reading the paper. 15 minutes later, Harry, Albus and Rose arrived at the burrow by Portkey. The burrow looked the same as ever. There were chickens running around the yard. The back door into the kitchen was open. Upon entering the kitchen they found Mrs. Weasley reading the Daily Prophet. Good morning, Molly. How are you this glorious day? Asked Albus in greeting. Fine, thank you, Albus, said Molly, looking up and catching sight of Harry and Rose next to Albus. Harry James Potter, what do you think you were doing agreeing to dueling the Minister for Magic? Shrieked Molly Weasley, who was worried about her adopted son getting hurt in a duel while enveloping him in a bone-crushing hug. Please calm down, Molly dear, said Albus soothingly. It's the Minister who should be worried. He was the one who demanded it because he thinks that if he wins he will get control of Hogwarts. All it means is that we will be needing a new Minister for Magic shortly after the start of September, finished Albus with a calming smile. Oh Harry, I'm sorry I reacted like that. It's just that I don't want any of my children to come to harm, said Molly, tightening the hug once more, tears in her eyes. Thanks, Mrs. Molly, I'm honored you count me as one of your children, and you should know Albus here is my second, so if I do somehow by some miracle manage to be knocked out by Fudge, Albus will finish it off for me," said Harry, hugging back. "I know, I just can't help but worry," said Molly. "That is one of the reasons why we are here today," said Albus. "Really, why?" asked Molly. "Yes," said Albus, taking out his wands and casting a series of spells for detecting bugging spells and placing silencing charms around the whole house. "As Arthur and Ginevra in?" continued Albus. "Yes, they are both through in the living room," said Molly, heading towards the living room of the burrow. "Albus, Harry, is everything okay?" asked Arthur Weasley, who had been sitting in his armchair reading the Morning Prophet. But at the sight of Dumbledore and Potter he had quickly got out of his chair in case there was a need for immediate action. "Yes, Arthur, no need to worry, we have just came to talk with Molly, Ginevra and yourself about a task we are about to undertake, and we were hoping for some help," said Albus, smiling and looking directly at Ginny. "What is it you need help with, Albus?" asked Molly. Albus didn't say anything, he just nodded in Harry's direction. "I'm going to be going away for a month to a secret location to train. I won't go into too many details just now, but as wondering if you would both be able to look after Rose while I am gone," finished Harry. "Of course we will, Harry," said Molly, smiling. She loved looking after babies, it was one of the things she did best. "There's one other thing though. We would like Ginevra to come. Not only would it be great preparation for her for the apprenticeship program, but it will also teach her to be able to defend herself. We would have invited Ronald and Hermione, but we both feel that they are best having this time to relax, especially with what is to come. But no, this does not mean they will not get training. The will be a plan put together, but a select few who don't know it yet," said Albus, winking at Harry, who all this was new to but couldn't help think the old coot was up to something because his twinkling eyes were going into overdrive. "They will both receive training when they return to Hogwarts for the apprenticeship. Please have no fears," finished Albus. "Well, I don't see why not. They will both be safe?" asked Arthur. "Perfectly, I will be there the whole time, as will a few select others," answered Albus. "Okay then, that is if you want to, Ginny," said Molly, for even though she worried, she knew her children would be safe with Albus there. "Yay, I'd love to, thanks Mum, Dad, Professor, Harry," squealed Ginny in excitement at the thought of being alone with Harry for a month. She hugged each of them in the room, though Harry's hug did last a little longer than the others and it didn't go unnoticed. "When do we leave?" asked Ginny once she calmed down. "Monday," replied Harry. "There's one more thing we would like both you and Arthur to do," continued Harry. "What is that, dear?" asked Molly, who was holding Rosie at the moment. "Move out of the burrow," said Albus. "What? Why?" asked Arthur. "Because, say, after the news of Harry being the heir to Hogwarts and the fact that Voldemort will not be able to find Hogwarts for the rest of the summer, he may come looking for both of you. He knows how close you are to Harry and that yous both are against him. We would like you to move to headquarters and head up the renovations that are going on. There will be a team of house elves from Hogwarts who all volunteered to do this task. While you are at headquarters, there will be another team of house elves here with a few of the top wizards in magical home security, making the place as secure to live in. And when we return we will add a few of our own with your permission, and so you know none of this will cost you a nut. All you have to do is state what you would like and the elf in charge, Winky, will have it done," said Albus with a smile. "Of course we will go to headquarters. We know we will be safe there, and I'm sure Molly will make sure it's fit to live in no time," said Arthur. "But we can accept for all this work to be done on the house without paying," said Molly. "Yes you can," said Harry. "It is a gift from me to my family. I've already lost one set of parents and a man that has been as close to a father as I could have ever dreamed of, but I will not lose this set of parents here in this room. Will you please accept it for the sake of my peace of mind, knowing that my family has we're safe as can be expected to live without fear," said Harry. "Mum, Dad, just accept the offer," said Ginny in a commanding tone. "Thanks, Ginny, but your mother and I can make up our own minds, thank you." "And Harry, we would be honored to accept," said Arthur, standing up and hugging his seventh son, who was quickly brushed aside by his wife, who had tears in her eyes, and Arthur thought for a moment Ari was going to pass out from the look of the tightness of her hug. "Well, now that all that is sorted, we'll have a few of the house elves come and help pack up everything, and we will store it in a safe place until the house is done. Just tell them what things are going to headquarters, said Albus, who was glad things had gone so well. Harry will be going shopping tomorrow, Ginevra, for things that will be needed. You will be needing things too and are welcome to join Harry and Remus. It would make things easier as Harry will be buying his things for the apprenticeship, as there will not be much time when we get back to go shopping, said Albus again, standing up. If you're sure, said Ginny, looking at Harry. Course it is, we'll pick you up around 9:30, said Harry, smiling. Harry, Rose and Albus left shortly after that, but not before Harry slipped Ginny the other of the two-way mirror, so he could speak to her tonight and tell her that she would really be away for 5 months. That only 1 month would pass in ordinary time, as Harry decided to call it. They returned to Hogwarts. Tonight would be the night that Harry was to be inducted into the Order of the Phoenix. Initiation into the Order. Disclaimer. I own what only is mine's, the rest belongs to others. Chapter 7. Initiation into the Order. Returning to Hogwarts and looking even more forward now to his training beginning, Harry made his way up to his rooms with Rose. Harry was going to miss her when he had to go away, but he knew that to Rose, it would only be a month, and he prayed to Merlin that she would be safe. He knew that Molly and Arthur would do everything to protect her, even if it cost them their own. He just hoped that it would not come to that and that they would be safe in headquarters. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Still carrying Rose, Harry crossed back over the room to see who was there. Hey, Aunt Min, come in, said Harry, inviting Minerva into his quarters. She was smiling broadly for some apparent reason. Harry knew that she had been clearing out what Umbridge had left in her office. She must have had some good stress release that had built up over the last school year. Rai, I have a little surprise for you, Minerva said, smiling and looking like she was about to burst. Without waiting for an answer, she brought out her wand and waved it silently. There was a zooming Sue. And holding out her hand without even turning around, she caught a broomstick. I thought you might like this back, as it belongs to you. As you know, I have been clearing out the defense professor's office of all traces of that woman. And I came across something that I knew belonged to you, and I thought that I should return it immediately to its rightful owner. Harry looked down at the broomstick. The one Sirius had bought him his firebolt. Harry felt a surge of affection to Minerva. He would have to buy her something very special when he went shopping tomorrow as thank you. Doing something he had never done before. He placed Rose and his firebolt on the floor and hugged Minerva fiercely, who was slight caught by surprise. Such affection was never really shown by Harry. It brought tears to her eyes to know that this simple thing, a hug, was such a display of affection from Harry meant that returning this broom to him was worth more than all the galleons in Gringotts. Releasing Minerva from his embrace, Harry bent down, picked up both Rose and his firebolt, and ran from the room laughing. Harry knew just how he was going to spend his afternoon with Rose. Reaching the entrance hall, fed up of waiting, decided to give up and asked Hogwarts to open the main doors to the castle, which Hogwarts was more than happy to oblige with. What Harry did not know was that Tonks and Remus were walking up the stairs to the castle after been out all morning. As he jumped on his firebolt with Rose cradled in one arm, as he kicked off the ground and flew full speed out of the entrance hall, Lao Ji-hing along with Rose, who was squealing with delight. Tonks and Remus had to dive to the side or be knocked over by the flying young wizard and his charge. Harry had missed flying. He had not realized how much until he was back in the air. It felt like heaven up here. He had no worries, nothing to do bar enjoy the thrill of flying, which Rose seemed to echo as she squealed in excitement. Deciding to fly around the castle, flying in and out between the various towers up past the window of Albus' office, who heard the yells and squeals of joy from the pair. It brought a smile to his face to know that Harry was able to relax and feel free, deciding to enjoy himself as well. Leaving the work on his desk until later, he went in search of a certain witch who over the past year he had not been able to spend as much time as he would have liked to. After flying around the castle, Harry decided to fly towards the lake. As he neared Hagrid's cabin, he saw his first friend of the wizarding world sitting outside his hut drinking from a large tankard, enjoying the sunshine. He waved his hand as he saw Harry fly by. Flying over the lake, Harry saw a wonder he had never seen on the lake. The merpeople were above the water, lying, swimming and having fun in the sunlight. Harry thought that for the joyous looks on their faces it must be the only time of year they have peace to be able to relax in tea. He sunshine with the beauty of the surround nature. Deciding not to disturb them too much, Harry flew around the lake once and off over towards the Forbidden Forest, or the Green Wood, as it was originally named in the founder's time. After flying for a few hours around the school grounds, Rose eventually fell asleep with exhaustion from having so much fun, deciding to land on the balcony of his room. Harry asked Hogwarts to allow him to land. One of the wards of the school was to stop people flying up to windows in the school and getting access to the castle and causing Merlin knows what trouble. After putting Rose down in her cot, Harry went for a shower and change into fresh robes for dinner, as they were heading straight to the Order meeting straight after dinner that evening. Deciding to wear the Gryffindor robe to the meeting and making a note to go and buy all new clothes tomorrow when he went shopping. Before heading to dinner, Harry placed the phoenix egg in one of the robe pockets. Harry had spoke to Albus about the phoenix egg. Albus informed him that it was impossible to break the egg unless by some powerful magic, and that he should carry it around everywhere with him, so he was there when the baby phoenix was born, as it was something spectacular and not seen in over 1,000 years. It appears that Albus met Fawkes when he was younger and they had formed a bond of friendship. Harry felt honored that Fawkes would give him such a precious thing. That night, after a quick and uneventful dinner, Albus, Harry, Minerva, Phileas, Hagrid, Remus and Tonks used a portkey. Albus had to go straight into the kitchen of number 12 Grimmauld Place. Harry hadn't been back here since Christmas, when Arthur Weasley had been attacked by Nagini, Voldemort's snake, while protecting the prophecy in the Department of Mysteries. The place was already different than from the last time. The house elves from Hogwarts that had been working here had gathered up all the belongings of the Black family, packed them all away into a special 7-compartment trunk that had been bought for the storage of all the belonging of the house that would be taken away by Harry tonight. Everything, bar the things from Sirius' room, had been packed into that trunk with. Harry had asked Dobby to clear up Sirius' room of everything and place it into a trunk separate from the rest of the items from the house. It had already been moved back to Harry's quarters in Hogwarts. Something Harry had not thought about lately was what had happened to Creature, the foul creature who had caused Harry to belly. He had went to the Department of Mysteries, knowing what his young ward was thinking. Albus thought it best to enlighten his future apprentice. Creature is dead, Harry. It appears that when bound to the Black family, there was an unusual bond. Sirius' mother made it that when her direct line was no longer, neither would their house elves be. When Sirius fell through the veil and declared dead why the terms of the bond that was used with his mistress's last son dead, it was so time for Creature to die. Though it is sad that things have gone as such, it was possible for the best, as Creature had gone insane. Therefore, even though you are head of the Black family as Sirius' heir, Creature would not be bound to you," said Albus, who was sad that this was how house elves were treated. As they made their way upstairs to the large dining room, where everything bar the long dining room table that could seat 60 had been packed away. As they filled into the room, Albus sat at the head of he table as leader to the Order of the Phoenix and indicated for Harry to sit in the seat to his right. Minerva sat in the seat on Albus' left, Phileas next to Minerva, Remus sat next to Harry and Tonks next to Remus, and Hagrid in a magically reinforced seat sat beside Tonks. Harry had begun to notice that Tonks lately had not been as clumsy and spending a lot of time with Remus. He had a feeling something was going on there. Something he decided to watch more closely. As other members of the Order arrived for the meeting, each noticing Harry was sitting in the seat to the right of their lead, that until that moment had always been empty. When Severus Snape arrived for the evening's meeting, he did not even look towards Harry, he just took his seat next to Phileas. When Molly, Arthur, Bill, Fred and George arrived, they each waved in greeting to Harry and sat down next to Hagrid. When everyone had arrived, Albus raised his wand, silently casting a series of spells on the room. Firstly, check the room in case someone had bugged the room. Even though this was his order, did not mean that Voldemort did not have a spy of his own here. However, he did know that there was none in the Order's senior members. By the time he finished, the room had been warded off to anyone listening from outside of the room. The door was now sealed with a series of complicated locking spells that not even Alohomora could open. Good evening, my friends. Before we begin with tonight's proceedings, we have a new member to the Order, Harry James Potter. There was a mixed reaction to say the least at this news. There was polite applause from most of the members of the order, who realized the boys, no scrap that young man's potential. "Albus, he's too young," shouted one of the members Harry didn't know. "He's a child and a liability. He should go back to his studies and leave this war to the grown-ups," continued the same person. Upon hearing this, several people jumped in at once. "Stephen, I'd shut your trap if I were you. Harry's done more in his life than what most wizards can put claim to," yelled Bill. "Stephen Copper, you idiot, if you wear half the wizard Harry is you'd be lucky," shouted Minerva. "Stephen, never insult Harry Potter in my presence," roared Hagrid over everyone in the room. Without even standing up, he still towered over everyone. There were that many people shouting it was hard to hear it all. Molly Weasley trying her best not to lose her temper. She knew that at the end of the day only one thing could grant Harry membership to the order. Inside though she wanted to beat some sense into the foolish wizard. "Silence!" yelled Dumbledore over the crowd. "I invited Harry here this evening to become a member of this order, and this is how you show him how we treat new members. As you know, there is only one way for Harry to be granted access to the order." As these words left Albus' mouth, Fawkes flashed into the room. Flying over and landing in front of Harry, Fawkes looked deep into Harry's eyes. Within a minute Fawkes began to sing and flew up and landed on Harry's shoulder and nuzzled into the young wizard, as he was stroked. The other members of the order looked on in amazement when they were accepted into the order. This had not happened. Fawkes just sang in approval and then flew off and perched on the back of Albus' chair. The reason that it was Fawkes who decided who joined the order was because as a phoenix, one of the abilities was knowing someone who belonged to the light or the dark. "Welcome Harry James Potter to the Order of the Phoenix," said Albus, smiling broadly. With eyes that were twinkling in overdrive. Nearly every in the room clapped their hands in welcome, even Snape clapped in welcome. Severus had a lot to think about over the summer so far. After a talk with Albus about thinking about his future, more than old grudges, and when hearing that Potter was the heir to the founders and had took over control of the school in place of the Board of Governors, he thought he might try to see past his impression of the spoiled brat and see what was actually in front of him. It was either that or starts looking for a new job, as it was Harry that now paid his wages. Before continuing, Albus took from his pocket a golden necklace with a pendant in the shape of a phoenix. "Harry, this is how we communicate with each other in the order. There is a disillusion charm placed on this. Once put on, no one bar yourself of the leader of the order can remove it. Also in an emergency it acts as an emergency portkey and will take you to a secure room here at headquarters where only someone wearing this necklace can leave the room," said Albus, all looks of merriment away from his eyes. This was serious, and Albus wanted Harry to know exactly what this offered to him. As he handed it over to the Harry, who was still petting Fawkes out of habit the same way he did with Hedwig when she perched on Harry's shoulder. "Now let us continue with tonight's meeting. What is there to report?" said Albus, opening the floor to anyone. There were various reports from different members on the movements of certain suspected Death Eaters within the ministry. As everything that was reported, a charmed quill in the corner of the room wrote down everything that was said onto a large stack of parchment. As the reports went on, Harry began to wonder what else was going on. As the reports finished and new orders were given out to keep up the watch, and that the next order meeting would be held in a month unless an emergency came up. Once the ales were handed out, Albus wished those not senior members of the order a pleasant evening. As those who were not senior members made their way out the room, Harry wondered if he was to leave. As he made to stand up, Albus placed a hand on his arm indicating that Harry should remain where he was. Once those who were leaving left, and the room was once more sealed off with a few extra spells, Albus called the senior members' meeting to order. "Severus, what do you have to report?" asked Albus, looking at his potions master. "The Dark Lord is spending most of his time planning, recruiting and training up Death Eaters. He hasn't said what he is planning except that it involves Azkaban, but that was a slip in one of his rants to the inner circle. He did say that he plans to lay low for a while to let public think that the ministry was just making it up about his return, and that the public will settle back into a false sense of security. Then when the Dark Lord feels the time is right, he will order the strike. There are to be no attacks until his orders After the night at the Department of Mysteries where he possessed Potter for a short period of time, it did him a lot of damage, it drained him of a lot of magic. Because he had only been back in a body for just over a year, it is still taking longer than it used to for his magic to recharge fully. However, I do know that the recruiting isn't going as fast as he would like. Their werewolves haven't decided yet. There has been no answer from the goblins, though the Dark Lord doesn't expect an answer as they did not get involved the last time. The giants are on his side for the moment. He is still waiting to hear from the vampires, the banshees, and is looking abroad to find more Death Eaters. He has also set up a training camp for new recruits and even some of the old where they are being trained to his standard. Not everyone lives in that camp, said Severus, finishing off his report. Thank you, Severus. Do you still feel that your position is becoming compromised? Asked Albus. Yes, there is definitely a spy in the order, not in the senior members but deficiently in the lower ranks of the order. Nevertheless, I feel I'll have some more time before my cover is blown. Also, when the Dark Lord found out about Harry being the heir of the founders, he went ballistic. Quite a few Death Eaters who were near him at the time ended up either dead or in severe need of medical attention. Though the Dark Lord is not worrying as he feels that Potter is a mediocre wizard at best who had a knack of escaping by the seat of his robes. He has not revealed any plans for attacking Hogwarts yet, said Severus, finishing all he had to report. During Snape's report, Harry felt a shaking coming from inside his robe. It was the Phoenix egg. Taking it out and holding it in his hands, as the egg continued to shake, the rest of the meeting carried on, with no knowledge they were all going to witness something not seen in millennia. Harry lost track of where the meeting was going as his full concentration was on the Phoenix egg in his hand. Even Fawkes, who was still on his shoulder, watched the egg intently until, all of a sudden, the Phoenix began to sing a song Harry had never heard him sing before. It was amazing, different from the one that filled Harry with hope. This song filled Harry with the feeling of something new, life and welcome. This was something that had not happened in a long time, that had been seen by wizards. When Fawkes began to sing this new song of life and welcome, caught the attention of those who were also in the room. Albus turned and looked on with joy at the events that were unfolding. The egg began to glow. At this point, Fawkes left Harry's shoulder, stood on the table. Harry had a feeling the egg should be placed upon the table. He thanked Merlin after he did, as the egg was consumed in fire, though it did not destroy the shell. As cracks began to appear on the surface of shell of the egg. At this point, Fawkes began to sing in earnest and reached forward with his beak to the egg and nudged it. What happened next those in the room would not forget. The egg shells fell aside and before them was a baby phoenix. Red and gold, the same as Fawkes. It was amazing at the sight of this new life. Looking at Fawkes, Harry knew it was okay to pick up the baby phoenix. As he did, the baby pecked his thumb and it began to bleed. At which point the baby phoenix drank a few drops of the blood. After which a small tear fell from its eye, closing the small wound. After the wound closed, both Harry and the baby phoenix glowed blue. It was a bond that had just been created, and this phoenix was now Harry's familiar. A familiar is an animal that has a special bond with a wizard or witch more than any other animal. They will be able to communicate through the bond and take some of each other's magic. If the creature was magical, this bond will extend Harry's life and the baby phoenix will be slightly more powerful through the bond with Harry. "Hello, Harry," said a young voice in his head. "Hello, is this you?" said Harry in his mind, looking at the phoenix. "Yes, we are bonded as familiars now," said the phoenix that was still sitting in Harry's hand. "What's your name?" asked Harry. "I don't have one yet," said the phoenix. "Well, are you male or female?" asked Harry. "I'm female, Harry," said the phoenix with some amusement. "How about Lily? It was my mother's name," asked Harry. "It would be an honor," said Lily, chirping with glee. "Well, it appears we have another new member to the Order of the Phoenix," said Albus. "Shouldn't that be?" said Fred. "Order of the Phoenixes," finished George. "Perhaps it should," said Albus, going off into his own musings about this new turn of events. "Well, it seems that now is an appropriate time to announce that Harry here will be my second in command, and if anything happens to me, Harry will take over as leader of the order," said Albus, not leaving it open for discussion. He didn't know if this was just chance that the phoenix egg hatched tonight on the night of Harry's initiation into the order. "So Albus, you were saying that you would be away for a month. Where is it you will be going to?" asked Mad Eye. Alistair, alas, I cannot divulge that information as it is not my secret to divulge, but if needed you will be able to contact me and I will come as quickly as possible. While Harry, Minerva, Remus, Nymphadora, Ginevra and myself are gone. Molly, Arthur, and the Weasley boys still at home will be living here in Grimmauld Place. While it is renovated, if headquarters is attacked I will be leaving a series of portkeys that will take you to a secure location, where you will be safe to contact Harry or myself, said Albus. Seeing that there was nothing else to report or orders to be given out, people began to break off and talk in their own small corners about what had happened this evening. As Albus turned to Harry who was petting Lily. Shall we return to Hogwarts now, Harry? Asked Albus. Yea, sure, said Harry. Mr. Potter, may I have a word with you? Asked Severus Snape. Very well, Professor, replied Harry who was still unsure how he felt. When the situation of Severus Snape came up, tonight's meeting opened his eyes up to what Snape risked for the order. Potter, I know in the past our encounters have been strained to say the least, and I ask that, perhaps, we begin again, said Snape with truth in his words. It was still hard to say the words aloud. Very well, Professor, as we will be working with each other closely from now on, maybe it is for the best. So, hi, my name's Harry Potter, said Harry holding out his hand in a gesture of friendship, though Harry did not forgive Snape for everything that happened in the past. He knew that it would not bode well for anyone to hold on to grudges at times like these. If differences could be put aside, then let them be put aside. Severus Snape, aide Snape, shaking hands with Harry in a knock of confirmation, thinking the same, that at times like these old grudges should be forgotten for the moment. Those in the room stood looking dumbfounded at what they had just witnessed. Harry Potter and Severus Snape standing there being polite and shaking hands. None thought that this would ever happen. Many people, mainly the Weasley twins, were betting that Snape would be getting the boot when they found out that Harry was the heir to Hogwarts. Therefore, there was a lot of grumblings from the Weasley twins as they handed Albus his winning, who had went into twinkling overdrive. Harry, I would remember to collect those phoenix egg shells as they are extremely useful for certain potions that have not been brewed in centuries, said Severus, before turning and walking out of the room, his cloak billowing behind him. Leaving Harry watching him leave, slightly confused. He had just got on with Snape, the man who had made his life a misery. Potions at Hogwarts for the past 5 years, had shaken hands with him and called him Harry twice before recommending he keep the phoenix egg shells. While in his musings in head, he did not notice Albus turn to him smiling. Well, you have had an eventful evening, Harry, said Albus turning and placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. Yes, quite an eventful evening, replied Harry, still stroking Lily in his hands. Upon their return to Hogwarts, where the portkey dropped them off just outside Albus' office, Harry went up with Albus to pick up a package that had arrived for him earlier today while he was out. When they reached the top of the stairs, Harry placed Lily underneath the perch where Fawkes sat and then turned and sat in his usual seat in front of Albus' desk. This arrived for you today, Harry. It is from the former Board of Governors, said Albus, indicating the box on his desk while he was over at one of the cabinets behind his desk pouring a drink for Harry and himself. Taking out his wand and casting a shrinking spell on the box so that he could just place the box in his robe so he did not have to carry it. Thank you, Albus. I plan to review everything while we are in the mansion. Anything that I think needs immediate attention, and will consult with yourself, Godric and Rowena, if that is okay. If I can be of any help at any time, Harry, please do not hesitate to ask, said Albus, turning around holding 2 glasses of fire whiskey and handing one to Harry. A toast to a successful beginning, Harry, said Albus in toast to his young ward. To beginnings, said Harry, raising his glass in salute to his mentor. After taking a sip, there was a short silence that came over the room. I think the only thing that we need to discuss before we go to your training is about the school staffing, said Albus after a few moments of thought. Well, we need to get a new history of magic professor. I plan to speak to Professor Binns as soon as possible and tell him it is time for him to retire. Defense against the dark arts position will need filled. I want to look at the results for each department before I make any more decisions, said Harry. Opening a drawer in his desk, Albus pulled out a folder with all the examination results in it. Here is a folder containing all the information on it and the results over the past 7 years. I have some suggestions for you for the post of defense. In the past we have not been able to keep a professor in the position for more than a year. I would like to recommend my brother Aberforth Dumbledore for the position. He is well versed in the defense against the dark arts. I have appealed to the board each year for having Aberforth as defense professor, but they turned my proposal down each year, all because of some foolish prank with goats involving Aberforth when he was younger, said Albus, handing over the folder. Well, I don't see why not. If he is who you think is best for the position, then as long as he is not as usual S of Umbridge, then I don't see the problem, but if he is, then I am sorry, Albus brother or not, he will not be here for long, said Harry seriously. I understand. I myself will be doing the same, said Albus. Now for the position of History of Magic. Looking back over the school records, one name did stand out, and I do not know why it did not come to me before: Remus Lupin. He had one of the highest scores in History of Magic in over the last 100 years. It is not surprising. Remus always did have a passion for magical history when he was a student. He got it from his parents. They were experts in magical history. We already know what Remus' teaching skills are like. The only problem I see is trying to convince Remus to take up the position, said Albus, who wanted one of the best professors he had had on his staff in years, but had left because of the little problem he had once a month. I'm sure I can arrange it, said Harry with a smile. Opening the folder and looking down at the L east of numbers, Harry seen that the score levels in divination at an average acceptable. History of Magic was poor in most students' cases. Muggle Studies was just a joke. Troll was the average. Transfiguration was excellent results. Same with Charms and Herbology. Care of Magical Creatures was at a good result, though Harry had a surprise for his friend. Ancient Runes and Arithmancy were at good levels of grades. Defense was a mix. Harry noted that only in the year Remus Crouch Jr. and the DA members that Harry taught last year were the only years that the results were high. So hopefully A flat or fourth Dumbledore could make a difference. Potions was good, though Snape, the amount of people who were able to take on potions after Newt level was very few. Harry wanted that changed. He planned to Avenue a practical potions class for those who do not make Severus grade. Well, from the looks of things, we need to find a professors for the following positions: Divination, Muggle Studies, Practical Potions. I feel that we should offer further potion classes for those who do not make the grade for going into Newt potions. In addition, I think we should be starting up a physical education program. For the students, none of them gets proper exercise. I have a theory that physical fitness gives people energy for longer. I think that maybe even a magical fitness program that exercises people's magic. I also think that maybe we should think about adding a class that teaches Muggleborns about the magical world. I have been in here for nearly 6 years and there is still a lot I do not know. I feel that it would be beneficial to people new to our world to learn about its ways and customs early on when they join us here at Hogwarts, though I think it should be compulsory to all, even pure bloods. I also think that these things should be added to the apprenticeship course, finished Harry. Interesting thoughts there, Harry, said Albus, who had listened there the whole time to this fresh view of what could bring Hogwarts back up to the standards it once had. But it will all depend on whether the Lord of Hogwarts approves, said Albus with a smile. Oh well, I guess we'll have to go ahead with it. The funds are available as well as any other changes you may be interested in, said Harry. Very well then, we shall comprise a list of the new equipment needed and open the position up to be interviewed. Unless you have any suggestions, said Albus with a smile. He was beginning having Harry's opinion. Well, someone who is dedicated to the job, been through some of the toughest physical training programs ever thought up. Tonks, they both said at the same time before laughing. She would be perfect for the position. After what had happened at the Department of Mysteries, she had went off the thrill of being an Auror. The events of the war had made Tonks realize that after it was over she did not want to have to fight anymore. Though she had not said these thoughts aloud, the people closest to her could tell. The magical exercise, I feel maybe Mad Eye, he's put enough Aurors through their paces, maybe he can ease off a little. Would be handy in case Hogwarts was attacked and also if an order emergency came up, said Harry, thinking it might be an advantage, but also a great addition to the faculty of Hogwarts. Very well, I must admit I do agree with you on your choices here, Harry. I will approach each of your ideal choices tomorrow and see what we can arrange, said Albus. Well then, I think I will be heading to bed now, unless there's anything else you want to talk to me about. Anything else? Said Harry, standing up. No, nothing else I can think of. Enjoy your shopping trip tomorrow. Good night, Harry, said Albus, standing up as well. Good night, Albus, said Harry, walking out the room and heading up to his own quarters. When Harry returned to his quarters, he remembered he had to mirror Ginny to tell her about the mansion. Taking the mirror from his own pocket and holding it up to his face, looking into it and saying aloud, "Ginny Weasley, Harry," came Ginny Weasley's voice, before Harry's reflection was replaced with the reflection of the beautiful Ginevra Weasley. "Hey Gin, sorry if I woke you up," said Harry, sitting down on the armchair in the sitting room. The fire sprang to life as he sat there. "No, it's fine, I was up anyway. Mum wants me to pack up my room as we're moving out tomorrow. And as I'll only be at headquarters for a few days before we leave for our month of training before school. So I think I might get a new trunk tomorrow as my old one is on its last legs." "Used to be Bill's," said Ginny, smiling at Harry. She didn't think she would sleep much tonight, from excitement of the day that lay ahead tomorrow. "About that, Ginny, it's a really long story to go into this time of night. We will not be away for a month, more like 5, but we will be at school by September 1st. Will you trust me until we get where we will be going and everything will be explained?" asked Harry. "Sure, Harry, I trust you with my life," said Ginny, who was wondering what all the mystery was all about and how could they be away for 5 months and be back for September 1st. After that, Harry and Ginny talked about this and that, a little about Quidditch, a little about the apprenticeship. After about an hour talking, they wished each other good night. After going to check on Rose, who was fast asleep in her cot, Harry got into his bed thinking of how things over the past few months, but then that's life, when you're busy it just flies by. Before falling asleep, Harry had thoughts of a certain fiery redhead and a full day they had to spend together shopping with Ginny. Hi folks, so you know I have realized that I have made a few mistakes in previous chapters. I have went back and fixed what I believe to be wrong. It's nothing major, just a few tweaks here and there. Keep reviewing, thanks. Disclaimer: I only own that which I think of, the rest came from other people's heads. Chapter 8, Shopping with Ginny. After going through his usual morning routine, Harry headed up to his room, showered and changed. It was still early. Harry had not slept much that night, GHTS of the events of the day going through his head, so when he woke up at 5:30 and seen the sun was up, Harry decided to do his exercises early. Before going down to the Great Hall, Harry dead to go to the mansion to check to see if there was anything Godric or any of the other portraits wanted Harry to get, anything that would be an aid in the training Harry and Ginny were about to undertake. Harry also wanted to speak with Abby about supplies for the mansion for the next 5 months and onwards. Harry had left the door into Potter Mansion set up in the living room of his temporary quarters. Upon entering the dining hall, Harry received a series of good mornings from his ancestors. "Morning everyone," said Harry, knowing it would take too long to greet everyone individually. "Harry, you're up early today," said John, looking down at his grandson with a smile on his face. "Yay, would up early, so thought that I may as well get up and get the day started. The reason I'm here now is because I am going shopping today before training, and I was wondering if there was anything anyone thought I should buy while out today." "I can't really think of anything you need to buy, apart from what we have already discussed. We need new fresh potion supplies that will let us continue until we teach you to harvest the plants from the garden. The new gym equipment, the books you need to buy. Though I would like it if you went to the family vaults, empty them of the books, and bring them here. There are a lot and I do not expect you to make a major dent in them, but there is such a wealth of knowledge that the books will be far safer here, but also at the reach of your fingertips. Some of the family weaponry would also be useful for your weapons training. I know you have my old sword, but it would be best to learn to fight with as many different types of weapons as possible," said Godric. "All right then," said Harry, about to go and look for Abby, seeing as number 1 on his to-do list was now complete. "Before you go, Harry, we have something for you," said John, smiling. "Yeah?" asked Harry, turning to his grandfather. "On the table in front of your seat is a ring with the family crest. It will identify you as the head of the Potter family, but it also has a secret." The ring is a transportation ring. Godric as a gift to Arthur created it, as he hated to travel by portkey or flue. All you have to do is say while wearing or touching the ring, say, "Take me to," and the name of the place you want to be in it will take you there. It does not work through certain wards, but as Heir, you will be able to transport into Hogwarts if that is where you want to go. In addition, you do not have to worry about the ring losing power. It uses the wizard or witch's powers to transport you to your destination. To be honest, it is so much better than traveling by portkey, flow and even apparition, said John, remembering his own days of using the ring. Cool, was all Heir could think of saying as he picked up the ring and placed it onto his finger. As the ring went into place, it adjusted itself to suit the size of Harry's finger. "Take me to Abby the house elf," said Harry, deciding to try and see how the ring worked. As the last word left Harry's mouth, he vanished from sight only to reappear in a kitchen he had never been in before. Wow, that was amazing. So much better than traveling by flow or portkey. Turning around, Harry spotted Abby walking over to Harry. "Hello Harry sir, what be it that Abby can be doing for you?" said Abby with a smile. "I am going shopping today Abby, is there anything you want me to pick up?" asked Harry. No Harry, Abby cannot let Harry Potter go shopping for Abby. If Harry lets Abby leave the mansion, Abby be going to buy what tea is needed for the mansion for during Harry's training, said Abby, thinking how she would never be able to look another house elf in the face if she allowed her master to go shopping for food. "Okay Abby, I should have said this before and I apologize for not saying before. You do not need permission to leave the mansion at any time. You may come and go as you please Abby, you are not my servant. You are my friend," said Harry, crouching down and looking Abby in the eye. Abby didn't say anything, she just threw herself at Harry, hugging him fiercely, after a few moments without saying anything else. Abby left to go shopping and see what kind of magical world was out there in the near 20 years she had not been out there. Smiling, Harry said, "Take me to my rooms at Hogwarts," and with that, RRY vanished and reappeared in the rooms he was staying in at Hogwarts. Harry made his way over to Rose's cot. She woke up as Harry neared the cot. As she reached her arms out towards Harry, who picked her up and got her ready for the day ahead. Once she was ready, Harry collected her bag, which contained the bottles for her feedings as well as a change of clothes and other whatnot that was needed in a baby's bag. When Harry had everything he needed, he headed down to the Great Hall for breakfast. Surprisingly, Harry found Hagrid and Albus sitting there talking quietly. It was still quite early in the morning. Most of the other residents of the castle would not be down for a while. "Mornin' Harry," said Hagrid in greeting. "Morning Hagrid." "Albus," said Harry, taking his seat and loading his plate up with food. "Morning Harry, you're up early today," said Albus. "Yay, so are you, for a matter of fact," replied Harry with a grin. "Yes, to be honest with you, after our chat last night I am quite looking forward to today's events," said Albus with a smile. "Strangely enough, so am I, though I am glad Hagrid's here. I have something I need to talk to you about," said Harry. "What is it I can do for ye, Harry?" asked Hagrid. "It's more like what I can do for you, Hagrid," replied Harry. "What you mean?" inquired Hagrid. "How would you like to finish what was robbed from you years ago?" asked Harry. "What ye mean, Harry?" asked Hagrid, confused. "I mean, would you like to finish your education, either privately or in classes here at Hogwarts?" asked Harry. "But how?" "They snapped my wand, Harry," said Hagrid sadly. He had been so happy the day his old dad took him to Ollivanders to buy his first wand. It broke Hagrid's heart when they snapped it. "Well, we'll have to replace it now, won't we? You were cleared over 3 years ago, Hagrid. It's time for you to reclaim your right as a wizard. Today I am going to Diagon Alley. I would like it if you came with me and I'll buy you your new wand. As Lord of Hogwarts, but more importantly as your friend," said Harry, smiling in the half-giant. "Oh Harry, I don't know what to say," said Hagrid, hugging Harry, before mopping the tears from his eyes with his massive yellow spotted handkerchief the size of a tablecloth. Everyone turned back to breakfast before it came to Hagrid. "Harry, if I were to go back to me studies, what about me classes?" asked Hagrid in silent hope he would not lose the job he loved. "Well, I would have someone come in for the year and cover for you, someone though I would pass by you though." "Is there anyone you can think of?" asked Harry, who respected Hagrid's opinion even though when it came to his choice of pet, apart from Fang, could be called into question. Well, Charlie Weasley will do a great job, 1A the best students in care of magical creatures, that has passed through Hogwarts in many a year. Wah, he has done way them dragons could, each 'em a few things while I study. Said Hagrid. Very well, Hagrid, we'll contact him and offer him a year's professorship in care of magical creatures while you study, said Harry. I'll call him today while I see about a few other things, said Albus with a smile. Harry sat in the Great Hall giving Rose her morning feed. When it was 8:30, Harry headed out into the entrance hall to wait on Remus, who turned up just as Harry came out of the Great Hall. Morning, Harry, said Remus, smiling. Morning, Remus. Listen, I have a favor to ask you, said Harry, deciding not to beat around the bush. Sure, anything. What is it I can do for you? Said Remus, not really expecting what he was about to be hit with. Oh, that's good, said Harry, smiling. Albus, Harry called into the Great Hall. Yes, Harry, said Albus, coming out into the entrance hall. He's just agreed, said Harry, smiling. Really? Said Albus, looking at Remus. Yay, but what? Before Remus could finish his question. That's well done, Remus, said Albus, shaking Remus' hand while giving a sly wink to Harry. Hold it, could someone tell me what's going on? What have I just agreed to? Said Remus, who was slightly flustered at not knowing what it is he is supposed to have agreed to. You have just agreed to take on the position of History of Magic professor, said Harry, laughing. What? But you can't. You have bins, said Remus, wishing he had not said he would do anything. Quote, yay, thanks, that reminds me, be back in a minute, said Harry, running off in the direction of the History of Magic corridor. Upon reaching the door, Harry looked in to see the form of Binns, who had been Professor of History of Magic for well, no one really knows how long. Professor Binns, Harry called, entering the room. Binns jumped from his sleep and ended up floating 3 feet in the air. Ah, Potter, is that the summer over already? Passes by so quickly these days. Well, you best come in today. We will be looking at the Goblin Rebellion of 1854, said Binns, floating down to his desk, waiting for the rest of the class to enter. Sorry, Professor, but it is still the summer. But I am here on a different matter, as the heir of Hogwarts, said Harry, looking at Binns. Oh right, what is it I can do for you, my lord? Asked Binns. Nothing, you have done all you can hear. I have a message from Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw. They thank you for your services to the school for all these years. But now it is time for you to rest, said Harry. Thank you, my lord, I look forward to it, but before I go I ask a favor, said Binns, going into the drawer in his desk and lifting out a large book. This is my book on the Goblin Rebellions from over the last 500 years. I ask you publishes any money made I want given to Hogwarts. It's been my home for so long, but now it is time for a rest. And with those words, Cuthbert Binns, Professor of History of Magic for over 300 years, left Hogwarts for the next great adventure. Picking up the book from the desk and placing it in the pocket of his robes, Harry turned and walked back down to the entrance hall where Remus was trying to get out of his new job. Albus, we've been here before and we know what happened last time. We know that it won't work, said Remus. Remus, Professor Binns is gone and you are the new teacher of history. If you really do not want the job, I will not force you, but we will put into place precautions to keep you safe once a month, said Harry in all seriousness before turning to Albus. Professor Binns has asked that his book be published. It is on the history of the Goblin Rebellions over the past 500 years. Any profits made are to be donated to Hogwarts, said Harry, handing over the copy of the book. Very well, Harry, here's your portkey that will take you to the burrow, said Albus, handing over a piece of parchment. All you have to do is say the word, activate, to go to the burrow, and return, to come back to Hogwarts. Thanks, Albus, but I don't need a portkey. I have my own means of transport from now on, said Harry, smiling. Harry, what are you talking about? Asked Albus. Perhaps the best way is just to show you. Is that all right by you? Asked Harry. All right, it is fine by me, said Albus curiously. Holding the piece of parchment towards Remus, Albus indicated for Harry to go first. Take me to the burrow, said Harry, holding Rose, like what had happened. The past 2 times Harry used the ring he vanished from sight, leaving behind an astounded Albus Dumbledore and Remus Lupin. Activate, was all Albus could muster. When Albus and Remus arrived at the burrow, they found Harry waiting for them with a broad smile on his face. "Harry, what was that you used to travel here?" asked Albus with more than a little curiosity. "It's this ring, I was given it this morning in the mansion. It was created by Godric, and it is a lot better than traveling by portkey or flow," said Harry, smiling broadly. He now had a magical means of transport that he enjoyed. "Interesting. I shall have to talk with Godric about this ring when we leave for training," said Albus, who wanted to know more about this transportation ring. "Godric who?" asked Remus. "You'll just have to wait and see," said Harry, turning and walking into the kitchen of the burrow. "Morning, Harry," said Molly Weasley as she noticed her adopted son walk into the kitchen. "Morning, Molly," said Harry, walking over and handing over Rose to the only woman he had really ever known as a mother. "How are you today, my little monster?" said Molly, looking at Rose. "Winky will be over here soon with the other house elves to clear the house out. The man I have hired to do the renovations to the burrow comes highly recommended. He's a joinery from Scotland who comes from an old Scottish wizarding family, though the man was obsessed with doing joinery. When he was doing his apprenticeship, his mentor insisted he learn how to do joinery the Muggle way before showing him how to do it the magical way. The man now owns his own company, Arcullen Magical Building Services. He shall be arriving tomorrow with his apprenticed sons and begin the renovations," said Harry, smiling. Before Molly could say anything, there was a rush of steps coming down the stairs as Ginny came down ready to get going. She was dressed in brown shorts and a white t-shirt that showed off the fact that Ginny was no longer a little girl but a beautiful young woman. "Hey Harry," said Ginny, smiling sweetly. "Hey Gin, so you ready to get going?" asked Harry. "Yeah, I finished packing up my room. I'll sort out what I'm taking with us when we have finished shopping and get to headquarters. Dad's out clearing the shed, Mum's making him clear it all out," said Ginny. Before anyone could do anything else, Albus spoke. "Oh, she remembered, I have something that I need you to do, Remus, and it will need immediate attention. I'm afraid it will take most of the day." Both Harry and Ginny's faces saddened at the news. They would know be able to go to Diagon Alley together, seeing as Remus had to go away on some work. "What is it, Albus? I thought I had to go with Harry and Ginny to Diagon Alley," said Remus. "Oh, I'm sure they'll be fine," said Albus, waving his hand at Harry and Ginny to go. With Harry's personal method of transport, "Go on off, you two go, no need to delay any longer, as I explained to Remus, but if there is any sign of trouble I want you to get the both of you out of the immediately, please, Harry," said Albus, looking Harry directly in the eyes in all seriousness. After a nod of confirmation, all they heard was, "Take us to Diagon Alley," and the pair vanished from sight. "Albus, they better be okay on their own, or it's you that will be in need of that ring of Harry's, because there won't be anywhere you will be able to hide," said Molly Weasley. She trusted Albus, but she wanted him to know not to take any risks, especially when it came to her children. "Albus, what is it that you need me to do?" said Remus. "Do you know, Remus, I just forgot," said Albus, keeping his facial expression plain as he handed the piece of parchment to Remus so they could return to Hogwarts. "In fact, there is one thing you can do for me," said Albus before activating the portkey. "Yes?" asked Remus. "Clear out the History of Magic department and let me know what book you want put on the list for this year's curriculum return," said Albus. Molly did not hear what Remus was going to say as they both vanished. "Harry, what was that?" asked Ginny. "This ring, it takes me anywhere I want to go. I just say the words, 'Take me to,' and it takes me there," replied Harry. "Cool," was all Ginny could think of saying. "Anyway, where do you want to go first?" asked Harry. "Gringotts, I need to get money from my vault," said Ginny. "Same," said Harry. When they got to Gringotts, it was still quite quiet. There was hardly anyone in the bank. Just as they began to make their way over to one of the counters, Griphook walked up to Harry and Ginny. "Good day to you, Harry Potter and Miss Weasley," said Griphook, bowing. "Good day, Griphook," said Harry, bowing in return. "Good day, Mr. Griphook, sir," said Ginny, also bowing. "I see that you're furry. NDS are similar to yourself, Harry. I have never met many wizards or witches who would bow to a goblin," said Griphook. "What is it that Gringotts can do for you today?" "We have come to collect money fro our vaults. We have rather a lot of shopping to do today," said Harry. "Well, it looks like I may be able to offer you assistance." Gringotts have recently brought out a card similar to that which Muggles, except that Gringotts cards are made from materials such as gold, silver and bronze. We offer Gringotts debit cards, which means that when in shops a wizard, or which can use it in the shops both magical and Muggle. When used, the money is transferred from your account to the account of the shop you use it in. It means that magical folk do not have to carry large amounts of money around with them and cuts down on robberies. Said Griphook. Would either Miss Weasley or yourself be interested in one? Asked Griphook. Yes, was his reply for the two. If you would be kind enough to follow me, we will have everything sorted in a few moments, said Griphook, turning and walking in the direction of one of the side offices off the main foyer. As the trio walked off, in the shadows stood another goblin who had watched this transaction. He liked come down to the main part of the bank each morning to see the goings-on. What he had just seen impressed him greatly. A wizard and a witch, both for old wizarding families, bowed to a goblin. As he turned and headed back to his office with a smile on his face and a decision he had been contemplating for a while now, with the coming future of war in the mist. When Harry, Ginny and Griphook entered the small office, they found it to be rather simple: bare stone wall, the same marble floor that ran through this entire level of Gringotts, an oak desk and a filing cabinet. Please take a seat, said Griphook. Once everyone was seated, Griphook continued. As you are both millionaires in the wizarding world, I am able to offer you both a gold Gringotts debit card, said Griphook, placing 3 cards on the desk. Excuse me, Griphook, but there are only 2 of us. What is the other card for? Asked Harry. For Hogwarts purchases, if you want it, said Griphook. That's a good idea. I never thought of that, said Harry. You're very welcome, Harry. These cards come with certain features. Once enabled, these cards will only work for yourselves and anyone you enable to use the card. You do that by bringing the card back to us here at Gringotts and we will grant them access. If anyone who is not yourselves tries to buy anything with the card is portkeyed to bring the person or persons straight to one of our holding cells here in Gringotts until you come personally to press charges, said Griphook with a grin. That's brilliant, thank you, Griphook. I don't know what I would do without you, said Harry, smiling. Thank you very kindly for the compliment, said Griphook with a small bow of his head. We'll take these now then, thank you, Griphook. But I will be back later as I need to visit my vaults, said Harry. Not a problem. There will be a goblin waiting to take you down to whichever one of your vaults you want to go to, said Griphook as he handed 1 card each to Harry and Ginny. There was a brief flash on the cards before they read: Lord Harry James Potter, vault numbers 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 16,436,500. Miss Ginevra Molly Weasley, vault number 437. If you could take this, Harry, it will recognize that it is the Hogwarts school card, said Griphook, handing over the other card. Again, after touching the card, there was a brief flash and the card read: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Lord Harry James Potter, heir of Hogwarts, vault number 2. After thanking Griphook for all his help and shaking hands, Harry and Ginny's business with Gringotts was finished for the moment. So they headed back out onto the sun-filled alley. So where do you want to go now? Asked Ginny. How about Smith's trunk shop? Asked Harry. Sure, it will make shopping a little easier. We can store all the bags of shopping we get in them, means we don't need to carry loads of bags, said Ginny. Because they had decided to come to Diagon Alley early, the whole place was still quite quiet, with only a few people going about the shops. Therefore, when they entered Smith's trunk store, Mr. Smith himself greeted them. Good day, young sir and miss, said Mr. Smith. Hello. We're looking to buy a new trunk each, said Harry. Well, we have a whole selection of different types of trunks here. We have the standard school trunk, then we have single chamber trunks that are magically enlarged inside. Then we move on to trunks with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 compartment trunks. The 7 compartment trunks are as large as we go and are at the top of the line. You can buy trunks here with different exteriors. You can have leather, wood and metal, said Mr. Smith before adding while looking at Ginny, we also sell second-hand trunks for those folks that the brand new trunks may be a little out of the person or person's price range. Finished Mr. Smith with a sickly smile. What would make you think that, sir? Said Ginny, finding she really didn't like this man. Well, both of you are a couple of teenagers. I doubt the boy could afford more than the standard school trunk, whereas I know you are a Weasley and probably can only afford one of the cheap second-hand trunks we have on offer here, said Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, I would watch what you say. Yes, Ginny is a Weasley and should be shown great respect. As for what we can afford, either one of us could buy this place over if we wished to, said Harry. So you know I'm Harry Potter, said Harry, annoyed by the man's lack of manners. At the sound of the name Harry Potter, Smith finally noticed the lightning scar on top of his head. He realized he could have just made the biggest mistake in his life. My apologies to both of you. Business has not been great lately, and during the summer I usually get kids in here saying they want to buy brand new trunks, but have just come in here to cause trouble. As a way to show my apology, allow me to knock off 25% of the price of anything you purchase in here, said Mr. Smith, hoping the pair would not go elsewhere. We would like to see your best trunks, please, said Ginny in a formal tone of voice. Of course, if you both would follow me, said Mr. Smith. These are the best we have here at Smith's Trunk Shop. It is a 7-compartment trunk. The first compartment here is a standard compartment in a trunk for general storage. The second is a potion store. It can hold up to 5,000 vials, and there is temperature gauges in that compartment so you can keep all your potions cool so they will last longer. The third compartment is a private vault. The security features on this are this small metal square where the key for the lock should be. You place your thumb onto it. Once bought, the trunk will recognize you as its owner and so will not allow anyone else to access it. The fourth compartment is a library with a private work area. The room is about 12 meters by 12 meters. The fifth, sixth and seventh compartments are empty spaces to do with what you will. They are 8 meters by 8 meters in diameter. With a look to each other, Harry and Ginny both agreed. We'll take 2, said Ginny. Very well. What exterior do you want? Asked Mr. Smith. I'll take the red leather with the gold edging, said Harry. Me too, added Ginny. Very well then, that will be 500 galleons each, said Mr. Smith. Hearing the CE, Harry and Ginny both passed over their cards with smiles on their faces. At the sight of the cards, Mr. Smith looked ready to faint. I forgot to mention that included with the trunk comes certain features. It is charmed so only you will be able to open it. If anyone not keyed to open the trunk tried to open it, the trunk is charmed to stun whoever tries to open it. It may occasionally need recharged if used a lot. There are connecting doors through to each compartment, so you do not need to climb out if you want to go through to another compartment. The last things I find to be very handy. Do you see the plus and negative sign on the side of the trunk? And if you place the tip of your wand on either sign, it will either shrink or enlarge. Also, when you want anything put into the trunk ends instead of climbing in and out with your items, you just need to place the items of you want into the trunk on the top of the trunk, said Mr. Smith. 5 minutes later, Harry and Ginny were making their way over to Flourish and Blots with 2 shrunken trunks in their pockets. They were making good time. It was only 10 o'clock. They had about another hour before the alley got busy. When they got there, RRY handed over a very long list of books. While the people set the task of collecting the books, Harry decided to have a look around to see what took his fancy, picking up a few books that Harry thought might be interesting in the defense section. Harry went to see what Ginny was buying, as the book list he handed over was for the 2 of them. It contained all the books they both needed for the apprenticeship. Ginny was working her way around the room collecting the books that were usually required for 5th, 6th and 7th year. What you doing, Jen? Asked Harry. Getting the books for other 3 years I would be doing at Hogwarts if I wasn't doing the apprenticeship, replied Ginny. Sounds like a good idea, said Harry, deciding to do the same. After about 45 minutes in Flourish and Blots, they both left after buying about 200 books each. The checkout assistant nearly fainted when she saw the cards they both produced. So now that we have got new money cards, new trunks, and a load of books, where do you want to go now? Asked Harry. The apothecary, said Ginny, who despite having Snape for a teacher enjoyed potion making. When they reached the shop, it was empty. Entering, a young woman came through from the back of the shop. Hello, what can I do for you today? Asked the young witch. Hi, we're looking to buy a large supply of ingredients. Can we have 20 ounces of each ingredient? Also, can I have 3 Runaspore eggshells? Also, I need 10,000 potion vials split into a box of 5,000 each, said Harry. Yes sir, is there anything else you wish to buy? Asked the woman on the counter, writing down everything being said. Yes, can we have 2 sets of your best measuring scales, preparation tools as well, and 2 new cauldrons large size 10 pewter, thanks, said Harry. As the young witch gathered up their order, Harry and Ginny stood looking at the different types of ingredients. Half an hour later, the young witch came through with 3 large boxes. The box with just the potion vials, cauldron and equipment is 1,500 galleons, and the 2 boxes with the ingredients, cauldron, potion vials, and equipments is 5,760 galleons. After a little debate about who was going to pay for the ingredients, which Harry won, both Harry and Ginny made their way back out on the alley. Next on their list of shopping was Ollivander's. They both needed to get a book of Mr. Ollivander, and Ginny wanted to get a new wand. As they walked up to the door of Ollivander's, Hagrid came walking up the street. "Hey there, you two. Sore, if I'm late," said Hagrid, who was so excited about getting a working wand again. "No Hagrid, you're not late, you're exactly on time," said Harry. When they entered the shop, Mr. Ollivander was stocking up some of the shelves with new wands. "Ah, Mr. Potter, Miss Weasley and Mr. Hagrid, what can I be doing for you fine people today?" asked Mr. Ollivander. "Ginny is looking for a new wand, as is Hagrid," said Harry. "Excellent. I have been waiting for Mr. Hagrid to come and get his replacement wand for a few years now, since he was cleared of the charges. Well, now let us see what we have here," said Mr. Ollivander, walking over to the shelves and started to pull some boxes from them. "Shall we allow the lady to go first?" said Mr. Ollivander, opening a box and handing a wand out to Ginny. "This is unicorn hair, oaken 11.5 inches long, quiet, good for charm work," said Mr. Ollivander. Ginny waved the wand, but before she had finished, Mr. Ollivander snatched it out of her hand, only saying, "Nope, not that wand then," said Mr. Ollivander, pulling out another wand. "Ah, this one is recently new dragon's heartstring, and blood from 2 different dragons, made from holly, very good in charms and transfiguration," said Mr. Ollivander, handing it over to Ginny. As Ginny took the wand, she felt warmth run up her arm and a feeling that this wand was a very powerful wand, something she had never felt before with her old wand that used to be Bill's. She waved it and a shower of golden sparks came out of the end of the wand. "Curious, most curious," said Mr. Ollivander. "What is curious, sir?" asked Ginny. "Well, you see, not many wizards or witches are powerful enough to use a wand with a dual core, and the heartstring and the blood came from 2 very powerful dragons at the peak of their powers. I see we can expect great things from you, Miss Weasley. After all, you are the 7th child of a family that for generations have been all males. I can tell you will be a powerful witch in your own right," said Mr. Ollivander. "Well, now Mr. Hagrid, shall we see about getting your wand? I expect you yourself will need a dual core because of your mix of wizard's blood and giants. Your love for animals should also be taken into account as well, I think. Here we are, this is a wand I have had for years. It has not chosen anyone yet, but I have a feeling here, try it. It is dragon's heartstring and unicorn hair made from maple. It is 20 inches long, as there is a larger amount of core in this wand than I usually put into my other wands," said Mr. Ollivander, who had actually made the custom wand for Hagrid. When Hagrid's father had come into the shop and asked to have one made for the time his beloved son graduated, but he wanted it to be made early due to his ill health. Mr. Ollivander had not mentioned this fact yet. He wanted to see if the wand accepted Hagrid. As Hagrid took the wand, the warm sensation he had not felt in over 50 years ran up his arm. He felt an acceptance he thought he had lost. Hagrid knew now that now was time to take his place again in wizarding society. With a wave of the wand, a shower of golden sparks shot out of the wand. "Well done, Mr. Hagrid, very well done indeed. Though there is something about this wand that I have not told you about. You see, your father came in here not long after you ended your 3rd year at Hogwarts and commissioned me to make this wand for you. For the time you graduated or was in need of a new wand. He would be immensely proud of you," said Mr. Ollivander. "Well, now is there anything else I can be doing for any of you today?" asked Ollivander. "Yes, Ginny and I need a copy each of your book on staff making," said Harry. "Ah yes, Albus had said that you would be in for the book. You will also be needing carving tools as well. I have them here ready in a box for the both of you," said Mr. Ollivander. "Thank you. How much do we owe you?" asked Harry. Mr. Hagrid, your father has already paid for your wand, so you do not need to pay for anything. Mr. Potter, your total comes to 200 galleons and 76 sickles. Miss Weasley, your total is 220 galleons and 76 sickles, said Mr. Ollivander. Can you add into that 2 wand holsters to my account, Mr. Ollivander, and put it on this, said Harry, handing over his card. Ginny followed suit. What are the wand holsters for? Asked Ginny. You and Hagrid, said Harry, smiling. You didn't have to do that, but thank you, said Ginny, giving Harry a quick hug. Then, Harry, but I got, go and got some work to do but up at Hogwarts, said Hager, before thanking Mr. Ollivander and Ginny and leaving the shop. Once Hagrid was gone, Harry and Ginny wished Mr. Ollivander a pleasant day. It still wasn't lunchtime, so they decided to go to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Harry was going for an entire new wardrobe as he was fed up wearing clothes that the Dursleys decided to give him. Entering the shop, they found it to be busier than the other shops they had been in so far this morning. Madame Malkin herself had just finished with a customer as she walked over towards Harry and Ginny. Hello, Mr. Potter. Miss Weasley, is it new school robes again? How time flies when you're busy, so what will it be today? Asked Madame Malkin with a smile. Well, I need an entire new wardrobe, said Harry. I would like a new wardrobe too, all the clothes. These that I have are old or second-hand, said Ginny quietly. Very well, if you hold on, Miss Weasley, I shall get my assistant to see to you, said Madame Malkin. A moment later, she arrived back with a young girl in her 20s, who looked very similar to the madam but younger. Miss Weasley, this is my niece Clara, she shall be attending to you. Mr. Potter, if you follow me we shall get to work on you, said Madame Malkin, taking Harry by the arm and leading him to the back of the shop. With a wave of her wand, a measuring tape started measuring Harry up, while a quill and parchment noted down all the sizes. So Mr. Potter, what is it you are looking for? Asked Madame Malkin. Well, I don't know really. I've never really shopped for clothes other than for school robes. I do need these for my apprenticeship at Hogwarts. I guess I'll also need robes for formal occasions if I have any, now that I am the Lord of Hogwarts, but please don't start calling me Lord. Harry will be fine. Also just casual everyday robes as well as work robes, I guess. Generally I need a new of everything. All I've had up until now is my cousin's hand-me-downs, and he was the size of a baby whale. I'm sure you know better than me, and money is not a problem, so go wild, said Harry with a smile. At this, Madame Malkin's eyes went wide with excitement. Now here was a customer that offers her a challenge. As she went off to the rack, calling over one of the shop's assistants, she started pulling of robes in earnest. One's the same bar their color, robes made of the best material that there was to offer. He also got underwear and a small selection of Muggle clothes the shop had on offer. To say that Harry tried on a few robes would have been an understatement. By the time Madame Malkin had finished, Harry had tried on nearly every kind of robe her business had to offer. At the end of it, Harry hoped he didn't need to buy any more new robes anytime soon. He had 6 dress robes, 1 black, 1 green, 1 red, 1 white, 1 light blue and 1 dark blue. He had all his robes for the apprenticeship. One's for his duties as Lord of Hogwarts, 12 casual robes, 5 work robes, and 3 business robes. Harry had a small collection of men's Muggle clothes, some trousers and shirts, a few ties. He was going to go into Muggle London later to buy Muggle clothes and stationery. Though they used quills in the Wizarding World, Harry missed using a pen. With about 20 bags, Harry handed over his card to Madame Malkin, who offered him a 15% discount for such a large bulk buy. Harry placed the bags on top of his new trunk. The bags vanished from sight after Harry tapped the trunk with his wand. Madame Malkin came back through with Harry's card and receipt. He had spent just over 5,000 galleons in here today. Going back through to the main part of the shop, Harry only had to wait a few minutes before Ginny came back through, smiling broadly. It would appear Ginny liked shopping for clothes. As they went back out into the alley, they decided to go to the Emporium. Ginny wanted to get her own owl. It did not take Ginny long to choose herself an owl. It was one similar to Hedwig, a beautiful snowy white male with striking green eyes. While on the shop, Harry went and bought 2 new perches, one for Lily and one for Hedwig. Before leaving the Emporium, Ginny placed her new owl in her trunk. She had not thought of a name yet. But there was no rush. It was just before lunchtime, so they decided to go to order up the gym equipment for Hogwarts and for Harry's own personal gym in the mansion. To say that, the shop owner was happy to hear that Hogwarts needed a complete gym equipment set for all its pupils, and also a person gym equipment set for Harry. That once Harry paid, the shop owner shut up shop. Get his big order ready as soon as possible. Harry informed him that a Professor Tonks would stop by to collect the equipment before September 1st. Before going to lunch they stopped to buy new supplies of quills, inks and parchments. They bought more than enough to see them through the year. Once Harry and Ginny were back out on the alley, Harry offered to buy Ginny lunch, to which she readily agreed. So stopping at one of the restaurants in the alley, Harry and Ginny sat outside in the sunshine eating, laughing, joking and talking. After Harry and Ginny finished and paid for their lunch, Harry turned to Ginny. "Only thing I've got left to do here is go to Gringotts, but I'm going into Muggle London first. Is there anything else you want to buy, or are you wanting to go home?" asked Harry. "There's nothing else I really need to buy. Can I come into Muggle London with you, if that's okay?" "Fine by me," finished Harry. As they, too, made their way into a shopping center that was not too far from Diagon Alley. So half an hour as they walked through the door into the large shopping center, Ginny looked around in wonder at all the things Muggles didn't cast a second glance at. For Ginny it was quite nerve-wracking, and so through instinct reached out and took Harry's hand. Harry's wasn't going to complain even though this wasn't a date. The only date he had actually had could never match up to this day. Therefore, they made their way through the shopping center and stopped outside a male's clothes store. Going in, the two looked around at what the shop had to offer. It didn't take long before Ginny was picking things off the shelves that she thought would suit Harry, who wasn't complaining he didn't know what he suited or not and trusted what Ginny picked out. By the end of 45 minutes in the shop, Harry and Ginny were both standing at the till while everything that had been picked out was being rung up on the till. There was about 10 pairs of jeans, 15 t-shirts own the same style but in different colors. Harry had to admit he liked Ginny picking out clothes for him. There was also dress shirts, jackets, 3 Muggle suits, ties, trousers, shoes. Going out the shop. After paying nearly £700 in the shop, Ginny found a shop for women that she wanted to go in but didn't think that Harry would want to wander around looking at ladies' clothes. Well, she didn't think he would, but she wasn't going to be giving him the chance. Leaving Ginny to buy whatever it is that she was going to buy, Harry made his way across to a sports shop just across from the shop Ginny was in. Going round, Harry saw things he wanted to buy. When he exited the shop half an hour later, he had just bought several pairs of shorts, sleeveless t-shirts and several pairs of new trainers. Walking back over to the shop and seeing Ginny walk out at the same time with several bags, they both went to a secluded corner where Harry quickly placed their bags into their trunks. As they walked through the shopping center, Ginny noticed a hairdresser's shop. She had never been to one. Her mum had always cut her hair with magic, and she asked Harry if she could go in. "Ginny, this is your day to do what you want as well as it is mine's. Go on, I can go for a wander. I want to pick up a few things anyway," said Harry, leaving the young witch to go and get her hair done. Harry walked around the shopping center until he found what he was looking for, a large stationery shop. Harry loved the wizarding world even with all its problems, but he missed being able to write with a pen and paper. It was one of the things the magical world was lacking. They were still using parchment that had to be got from animals and so were expensive. Entering, Harry looked around. In one corner were folders, stacks of papers, shelves full of pens and pencils. So deciding that to take a large bulk order, as he wasn't in the Muggle world often anymore, Harry walked up to one of the shop assistants and asked if he was able to make a large order. At first, the shop assistant was kidding until Harry pulled out his card. Because the man was a Muggle, he thought it was a platinum gold card issued from the bank because of the charm on the card. He politely asked what it was that Harry wanted. "Can I get 3 boxes of your standard lined notebooks, 3 boxes of A4 size lines paper notebooks, 2 boxes of blue Parker pens, and 2 boxes of black Parker pens, 2 boxes of blank paper, a box of enveloped all differing sizes, and 4 boxes of folders, 2 paper holding and 2 plastic ring binders. Do you have any filing cabinets? If so, can I have 2 of them? I think that's all, thanks," If you can get that in a private room in the back I will come and collect it, but I will pay for everything the now," said Harry, handing over his card. The shop assistant was more than happy to assist, as he will get commission on such a large order. "Yes sir, if you give me 20 minutes and your order shall be ready," said the assistant. "That's fine, I want to have a look at the fiction books anyway," said Harry, walking away over to the book section. There was a series of books he wanted to find and read. He had read part of them when he was younger at school, but he never got the chance to finish the books as he had left primary and was supposed to be going to high school. Instead though, after the summer he went to Hogwarts. It did not take long to locate the book he was looking for, The Lord of the Rings trilogy by J.R.R. Tolkien. After paying for the books, Harry looked around the rest of the shop. Not long before 20 minutes were up, the shop assistant came back up to Harry. "Mr. Potter sir, your order is ready if you would like to follow me," said the shop assistant, who led Harry through into the back of the shop into a private room where the boxes full of his order awaiting him. "Thank you, if I could have a moment to see if everything is there I will have it moved," said Harry. "Of course, it's all paid for now sir anyway, so you can do with it what you wish," said the assistant, leaving Harry alone in the room. Harry quickly pulled out his trunk and laced everything into the trunk in no time at all with a little magic. 2 minutes later Harry walked out past the assistant and straight out the shop. The assistant that had helped Harry caught him walking by, thinking it peculiar for him not to make arrangements to pick up his order. Going into the room where he had everything placed, he found it to be empty. Thinking that someone must have been waiting to take it all, the assistant did not give it a second glance and went back out into the main part of the shop. Before going back to get Ginny, Harry stopped in at a children's store to pick up a few things for Rosie. Because he didn't really know what a baby needed, he was going to ask Molly to get Rose some things while he was away training. He was going to get money out of his vault for it today when he went back to Gringotts once Ginny was finished in the hairdresser's. Walking back to the hairdresser's where Ginny was in getting her hair cut, Harry only had to wait a few minutes or a beautiful young woman came out smiling broadly. Her hair length was just down to her shoulders and have been slightly layered. Harry didn't know what to say, he was gobsmacked. Ginny looked stunning. Who needed to use stupefy when you could look at something so beautiful and not be blown away? "Wow, Ginny, you look amazing, thanks, do you really like it?" "Yay, honestly you look stunning," said Harry, blushing slightly. "Thanks Harry," said Ginny, hugging Harry before releasing him a few moments later. "So where do you want to go now?" "Well, I don't have anything else I need to get, the hair. It was more than enough," said a smiling Ginny. She felt great with her new hairstyle. "Well, all I need to do now is go to Gringotts. You want to come or do you want to go home?" "You're not getting rid of me yet, Mr. Potter," said Ginny, again taking up Harry's hand as they left the shopping center. It didn't take them long to walk back to the Leaky Cauldron and through the back to the entrance to Diagon Alley. Once through, they made their way straight over to Gringotts. Though it was only about 3 in the afternoon, many people were finishing off the last of their shopping. Going into Gringotts, Harry and Ginny were making their way over to one of the counters when a goblin walked up to them. "Greetings Mr. Potter and Miss Weasley, I am Gornick. Griphook asked me to take you down to your vaults if you would follow me, please," said Gornick before turning and heading over to where the carts that take people down into the lower bowels of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. "Where to first, Mr. Potter?" asked Gornick. "Please call me Harry. Could you take us to the Potter family vault please?" "Right away, Harry," said Gornick, pulling the lever on the cart. As the cart sped off, down through the maze of tunnels, Harry and Ginny let out several cries of joy and laughter. As the cart went deeper into the tunnels of Gringotts, Harry and Ginny realized that they had both never been this deep down before. Ginny was sure that at one point she noticed a dragon guarding the entrance to a tunnel that they had just entered, but because they were going so fast she wasn't sure. As the cart came to a stop in front of a very old-looking vault, with a familiar crest of a phoenix perched on the antlers of a beautiful stag. "If you would place your hand on the coat of arms, Harry, the vault will recognize you as a Potter and allow you entrance," said Gornick. Placing his hand on the center of the coat of arms, the vault door suddenly glowed before the stag bowed his head and stepped to the right, and the phoenix took flight to the left and sung. But only Harry could hear it. After a few seconds the two animals froze where they were and the door parted in the middle, revealing a very large vault. If you wish, Harry, I can come back in a while for you if you want to take your time and look through your possessions. Thank you Gornik, if could come back in an hour and a half that should be plenty of time, thanks, said Harry. Walking into the vault, Harry and Ginny noticed that the vault held more than just gold. In one corner, there were stacks of books. In another, there were piles of gold and different assortments of jewels. There was also a few trunks, two that caught his attention were JP and LP, it was his parents' trunks. Adoring the walls were different types of weaponry, long swords, broadswords, axes. Bow, all different types of weapons. In addition, something that Harry didn't expect to see was two life-size portraits of his parents, they looked happy. There were also some other paintings that were just like Muggle ones. Though one that really caught Harry's attention is the one with him with his parents. So deciding to start gathering the things he needed to get, and with a little help of magic all. The books were easily transferred to his trunk, as a lot of the weaponry. Also taking the paintings of his parents and him, and the two portraits and placing some of the gold and jewels into the private vault in his trunk. It didn't take long for the hour and a half to be over, so when Gornik arrived and asked where Harry wanted to go next, to Harry's surprise the vault that he wanted to go to was right next to the Potter family vault. This was the private vault that the founders had left for their heir, this is where they left their possessions that they wanted for their heir. As the last one to die it was Godric who sealed it for the time when his heir would come forth and re-enter the vault. On the vault was the Hogwarts crest, lion, eagle, badger and snake. Gornik informed Harry to do the same as he did with the Potter vault. Again Harry asked for an hour and a half to look around the vault. In the vault they were similar items to what was in the Potter vault. Here was a large section of books that had been thought to be lost from the world. Yes, there was also gold and diamonds, but there was something in here that people would give all the money that had to speak with. It was the portraits of Helga Hufflepuff and Salazar Slytherin. It's a pity that there wasn't a portrait of Gryffindor or Ravenclaw in here, said Ginny. Yay, but you never know when they might turn up, said Harry with a smile. 4 trunks caught Harry's attention. SS, RR, GG. It was where they had put some of their most prized possessions, so deciding to leave it until he got the mansion and could look over everything with them there, he placed their trunks within his trunk. Before summoning the books into the trunk as well, Godric did ask for the books. Harry had a feeling he had better learn to read very fast. Before lastly having a look around the vault to see if there was anything else, Harry noticed a letter in the vault sitting on the table. Opening it, Harry read, "Dear Heir, as I sit here and write this letter to you, my health is failing me. I am the last of the 4 founders of the school Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I pray to all that is GHT in the world that is still lasts in your time. Within this vault is placed items that myself and my fellow founders held dear in the world. There is a picture of my beloved friends Salazar and Helga. If the Potter line still lives in that day, then you should know about the mansion. If not, then to whoever opens this I ask that you try to find it. It will provide you safety if ever needed. To NY1 who has broken into this vault in the intents of robbing my family of its rightful property, then know a curse has been placed on this parchment to stop anyone who is not of my blood from robbing my family. Sincerely, Lord Godric Gryffindor, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Order of Merlin, First Class. Co-founder of Hogwarts. Harry couldn't help but smile, placing the letter within his pocket. Harry closed his trunk before turning and leaving the vault with Ginny for home. It was 6:30 when Harry and Ginny appeared in the living room of Grimmauld Place. Going down into the kitchen, dinner was just being served. "Hi Mum," said Ginny. "Hi Ginny, what happened to your hair? I got it cut, do you like it?" asked Ginny. "Yes, it's very nice, it makes you look so grown up." "Wait a minute Arthur, get the camera, we need to get a picture of these two," said Molly, slightly teary-eyed at the thought of her youngest growing up into a woman. After pictures of Ginny were taken, some with Harry and them. They had dinner together where Harry and Ginny spoke of their eventful day together shopping. After dinner Harry and Rose left for home, but not before arranging to drop Rose off the night before Harry and Ginny leave for training and informing Molly and Arthur that Dobby would be working on Rose's room here at HQ from tomorrow onwards. When Harry appeared back in the living room of his quarters, Harry noticed a note waiting for him on the table. Harry, hope you have fun shopping today. I have set up a series of interview for staffing. Tomorrow from 9:30 am onwards IW. I'll be immensely grateful if you would join me in my office at 9 so we can discuss a few things. Yours, Albus. Placing the letter down as Harry headed through to the bathroom to bath Rose before bed. Tomorrow was going to be a busy day as well, and Harry hoped this training might bring a break. That night as Harry lay in bed before sleep took him, he felt a twinge in his scar. He hadn't felt any thing all summer long so far. Voldemort must be angry, but thoughts of the stupid dark tosser were quickly replaced with thoughts of a beautiful red-headed witch. Staffing and Revelations. Chapter 9. Staffing and Revelations. The next morning Harry went through his usual routine, as he walked up to Albus' office at 8:55. Knocking on the door to the office, Harry was wondering what the events of today would bring. As the door opened of its own accord and Harry walked in, he was greeted with the singing of Fawkes in greetings. A reply came from Harry's shoulder as Lily greeted Fawkes. Quote, "Ah, there you are, Harry, come in and have a seat and we will begin," said Albus, walking over to a side sitting area of his office, where there was 2 armchairs and a couch. Walking over and placing Lily on the perch with Fawkes. Lily had grown a lot since her hatching. She said it was part of being a phoenix to grow quickly. That explained how Fawkes had regained his adult body so quickly after SW. Allowing the Avada Kedavra curse the Voldemort cast at Albus. Taking a seat on the couch, Harry was handed a cup of tea from Albus. "Well, Harry, today I thought we could try and sort out our staffing problems. I have asked the following to come so we can talk with them and see if they would be interested in the jobs we have to offer. First, my brother Aberforth will be here at 9:30. At 10 o'clock Remus is coming. Alistair is coming at 10:30. I have arranged a portkey for Charlie Weasley to arrive here at 11 o'clock. Nymphadora shall be here at 11:30. Sybil Trelawney H. as requested to meet with us over the prospect of her employment here. I have informed Charity Burbage that her services will no longer be required. I am still looking for someone to teach Muggle studies. The only person I can think of that is dully qualified is Arabella Figg, though in the past the Board of Governors would not employ a squib as a professor. I would hope you could see past such trifles," said Albus, smiling. "That's fine with me, Albus. Arrange for Mrs. Figg to come here before we meet with Professor Trelawney," said Harry, who felt weird telling Albus what to do. "I thought you might say that. Fawkes can to take this letter to Arabella?" asked Albus, writing a quick note and giving it to the phoenix, who vanished in a ball of fire. "Well then, so did you get everything you needed yesterday?" asked Albus. "Yea, I think so, though from the amount of things I bought it might take me forever to put them away," said Harry. "Did you get the domestic magic book on the list you were given?" "Yes, but that's that got to do with putting the things away?" asked Harry. "Well, domestic magic isn't just cleaning your house, it also involves putting things into places without doing it the Muggle way," said Albus with a wink. "Ah, thanks, Albus. So how are you anyway?" asked Harry. "To be honest with you, Harry, I'm good. With you taking over control of the school wards and helping to set the school into order, a lot of weight has been taken off my shoulders. Old age sometimes brings its burdens. That doesn't mean I'm losing my power, it just means that when I use a lot of my reserve, it takes a while to recharge fully, but because I don't have to worry about the wards now, it's making my recharge time quicker." "Good, I'm glad I've been able to help," said Harry. "More importantly, Harry, how are you? I know things have changed very quickly. How are you dealing with it?" asked Albus, who worried about his ward. "I'm fine. It is taking some getting used to all these new things, but I'm getting used to it. I'm glad that I can talk to the people I care about. I did find something very interesting yesterday," said Harry. "Always know, Harry, that you can talk to me, so what was it that you found?" asked Albus, intrigued. 4 portraits and a painting." "Really? Who were in the portraits?" "2 of them are my mum and dad, and the other 2 are Salazar Slytherin and Helga Hufflepuff. They are inactive just now. I was going to take them to the mansion, but I don't know how to activate them. The painting I found was a family portrait of me and my parents, though I don't think it's a magical portrait," said Harry. "Really, I had been wondering since I saw the portraits of Godric and Rowena if there were portraits of the other 2 founders. I did know that you parents had got portraits done before they went into hiding with you, but I thought they were lost the night Godric Hollow was destroyed. To activate the portraits, all you have to do is with the others is touch them with your wand and say, awake. Also, I've been thinking if we can get everything we need to do done today, we could perhaps leave for the mansion a few days early, perhaps even the day after tomorrow on. We have a chance to prepare as much as we can for the new term. Sounds good. The new gym equipment order should be ready for later on today, so if we get our choice for physical exercise professor, she can go and pick it up. One thing we will have to do is find a place for the lessons to be taught. I'm sure there will be a small hall in Hogwarts somewhere, said Harry. Just as Harry finished his sentence, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Aberforth, said Albus. How do you always seem to know who's at the door? Magic, said Albus with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. As the door opened, Harry thought that maybe Albus had got it wrong for once. That was the barman from the Hog's Head, only he was cleaned up, neatly trimmed beard, black robes, the same sparkling eyes as Albus. Harry, I believe you have met my brother Aberforth, said Albus in introduction. Pleasure to meet you again, Mr. Dumbledore, said Harry, reaching out to shake Aberforth's hand. Pleasure's all mine, Lord Potter, said Aberforth, shaking Harry's hand. Please call me Harry. Only if you call me Abe and Al, you know I hate to be called Aberforth, and well you know, said Abe. Yes Abe, I know, but I had to be formal here. This is work, not personal, said Albus with a smile as he retook his seat. So you wanted to see me about something? Asked Abe. Yes, we were wondering if you might be interested in the Defense Against the Dark Arts job. Albus here has told me you're quite the expert, said Harry. Expert? Well, I don't know about that. I know how to take care of myself. Fought with Al here in the war with Grindelwald, and first time around against Voldemort, went through the Auror Academy, top of my class, created some records even old Mad Eye couldn't beat, said Abe. Really? Well, I can see that you have a lot of experience. Can I ask you something though? Asked Harry. Sure. Harry, ask away, said Abe. How would you teach your subject? I'd balance it between the theoretical work and the practical. For example, if a class is lacking in the theory more than the practical, while I would still have them practice practically, I would want to focus some of the time more on theory. The trick to casting a spell is by knowing the theory behind it as well as the wand movements, answered Abe. Excellent. Well, I think I would be happy for you to work here, Abe, but ultimately the choice lies with the headmaster on these occasions, said Harry, smiling. Well, I don't know, said Albus, placing a lemon drop in his mouth and passing the bowl around to his two companions. Al, stop messing around, you can. Al, you've wanted me to work here for years, it's just that cover story threw off the governors. Oh, all right then, Aberforth, will you come and be Hogwarts defense teacher? Asked Albus with a smile. Why not? Makes a change and nothing else planned for a while, and the bar's getting a bit boring now, said Abe, laughing. Can I ask what cover story? Asked Harry, backtracking. Well, you've heard rumors about Abe and goats, right? Well, it's all lies, started so that people wouldn't pay too much attention to him and think he's gone nuts and spends all him time talking to goats. The truth of the matter is Abe is an animagus, which funnily enough, is a goat form. That's how he used to find out information in the past. Walk out the room, change into his goat form, come back and people would thin. Abe was away and would relax on what they were talking about, always very interesting. It also helped Abe into his semi-retirement, as the ministry wouldn't be bothering him about carrying on working. Truth is that he can't stand Cornelius, said Albus. He's an idiot. How he ever got elected I'll never understand, said Abe. Well, I think we've got the right wizard for the job. Welcome aboard, saw it, Harry, standing up and shaking Abe's hand. So what happens now? Asked Harry to Albus. Well, Abe, as you know, Harry, I and a few others shall be leaving the castle for a month in a few days. Would you be willing to stay and watch over it? There is a special ward we will be putting in place, but I would feel safer knowing it can be defended until we can be alerted. Also, with the apprenticeship this year, Abe, you will be a mentor to some witch or wizard. I know who you will have, but at the moment I am still considering. You will have lessons for all the years as well as the apprentices, who will be receiving advanced training, including a crash course on what they will miss through their 6th and 7th years here at Hogwarts. That about covers it. The annual pay for staff members is 38,000 galleons a year. Staff meetings are every Tuesday mornings and staff poker night is on Saturday 9 o'clock, staff lounge, said Albus, sitting down again. All right then, well I nay. D to sort out the bar but I can be back here by this evening with everything. I was considering shutting the place down but I don't know, it does have its uses. Mandingo's Fletcher could be quite handy. Only thing is, would I have a bar to ever go back to? Said Abe, laughing before leaving. Well, one down, several more to go, said Albus, sitting back down. It was just before 9:50 when the door knocked again. Come in, Remus. Seriously, how do you do that? Asked Harry. Magic, said Albus, simply enjoying his little fun. Morning, Albus. Harry, is this about the history of magic job? Asked Remus, sitting down. Yes. No, before you say anything, there will precautions put in place for the school year, said Harry. Like what? Asked Remus. Well, for a start you would have an ample supply of wolfsbane. There will be a room for you to stay in the nights of the full moon. I also will hopefully be able to stay with you in one of my animagus forms, and also you won't be out on the L grounds unless with another animagus with a form strong enough to protect you, so what do you think? Said Harry. He had thought long and hard about what to do about Remus, once a month furry little problem. And with plenty of preparation no one should get hurt. Harry, I don't know, after what nearly happened last time I don't want to hurt anyone, said Remus sadly. Remus, if I felt that having you here would endanger anyone I wouldn't have you here, but I know you, and you are a fantastic teacher, a loyal friend, and most importantly you are a part of my family. No, will you do Hogwarts the honor of accepting the post of History of Magic professor? Yes, said Remus with emotion in his voice as he embraced his cub. Thank you, Remus whispered into Harry's ear. Anytime, Moony, said Har. Why, back as he was released from the strong embrace. Well, Remus, as you have quite a task of bringing the history department up to date, I ask you to start straight away, see what state the department is in. I also need to know by later on today what book you want on the reading list for this year. As you know, the wage for the year is 38,000 galleons. Tuesday mornings is staff meetings. And Saturday nights are the staff poker nights, as you would well remember. Quite a few times it was just you and Severus playing head to head, with you coming out the victor, said Albus with a smile. Remus, there is also something new to the staffing requirements. No scruffy robes. We are an education establishment, the best in the world, and as such you need to look the part. We are looking to leave the day after tomorrow, so I expect you to go and buy yourself an entire new wardrobe. Go and get a haircut. If not, as head of the Black family I have access to your vault and I will buy you new robe. And remember what Sirius said, if you don't spend it Bellatrix gets it, so go wild and get things you normally wouldn't buy. That's an order, said Harry with a smile. Fine then, you win, said Remus with a fake pout. Well, now that was easier than we thought it would be, said Albus, and if you can come with your recommendations for the reading list and also what you think the department needs. If you need any help, I'm sure a few of the house elves will be more than happy to assist you. They hate the summer, very little to do. Thanks, well I'll see the both of you later, said Remus, leaving. Bye, Remus. Bye, Professor Lupin, said Harry with a laugh. Watch it, Potter, or it'll be detention, said Remus, smiling. Oh no, anything but that, said Harry in mock pain. Bye, said Remus, laughing as he left the office. They only had to wait a few minutes before there was a knock on the door. This time Harry wasn't even going to give Albus the satisfaction of asking how he did it. Morning, Alistair. Morning, Albus. Potter, so what is it that you wanted to see me about? Asked Mad Eye. Well, we are planning on having a physical education program here at Hogwarts, but we also want to introduce a magical fitness program. Give students a chance to use their magic and keep it in shape. I'm hoping it might help with those who lack confidence in casting with a class they can practice. I know that you were used to teaching Aurors, Alistair, but I hope that you might see the benefits to this class would be the teaching of proper wand elementary, said Harry, pausing at this, hoping to catch the old Auror's attention. Well, Potter, you put forth an interesting case. The Ministry is wanting me to go back and work in the Auror department, but as we know, the Ministry at the moment is useless. With Voldemort lying low, there's not a lot for me to do. I have a feeling most of the action will be taking place here, Potter. I'm in, said Alistair, who despite all appearances wanted to come and teach properly. Especially when it came to wand elementary, it was one of his pet hates. Well, if you could come up with a list of all the things you will be needing for your department, I will need to know what you want on the required materials for school's lists as letters are being sent out tomorrow. Annual wage is 38,000 galleons a year. Staff meetings are Tuesday mornings and staff poker nig. HT is in the staff room 9 o'clock Saturday night, said Albus smiling at his old friend. Righto. Well, I better get to work, I'll be back tonight, and this time check it is me and not another bloody imposter, I don't fancy another. 9 months locked up in my own trunk, said Mad Eye leaving. Harry was impressed how well things were going today, but surely, there must be something that was going to turn up to throw things up in the air. Well, today seems to be a good day for employing staff, said Albus, who was also thinking along the same lines as Harry. My thoughts exactly, said Harry, still deep in thought. Well, we have a few minutes before Charlie Weasley arrives, said Albus looking at his watch. Nope, he's just about to arrive, said Harry as he detected the wards wanting permission to grant access to the portkey. Allowing the portkey through, Harry stood up to greet Charlie. There was a sudden mist of multicolors before it cleared, and before them stood Charlie Weasley. Hey Harry, how's things, kid? Heard you've been a bit busy recently, said Charlie with a wink at Harry. Hello Albus, what is it that I can do for you? I don't have too long, I'm needed at the Dragon Reserve soon. By the way Harry, Ron says hello, that he's having a wonderful time and that he'll see you when he gets back just before the apprenticeship begins. Please take a seat. What we need to talk to you about, Charlie, is that this year Hagrid will not be able to take his Care of Magical Creatures class as he will be studying for his owls. He has recently purchased a new wand and is coming back for the year for private study to prepare for his owls. We need someone to cover for him for the year. How you would feel about taking a year out for the Dragon Reserves and coming to work here? Asked Albus. Are you serious? You want me to come here and teach? Well, it would keep Mum happy, and with what's going on with the war here I would be of more use. I will miss the dragons, but if it's only for a year I'm sure I could manage it. I accept, said Charlie with a laugh. Excellent. Thank you Charles, and you never know, we may even want a dragon here at the castle for protection and having a draw gone handler on the staff could have its advantages, not to mention Hagrid would be over the moon, said Albus with a twinkle. So what do I need to do? Asked Charlie, excited. Well, we are looking to bring in new animals to the grounds. It has been rejected before, but I would like you to look into buying the school some winged horses, about 50, said Albus looking at Harry, who nodded in agreement. We'll trust to you judgment. The funds are there for proper stabling and to set up a paddock for the horses. New buildings for the housing of the animals will be built. Aberforth Dumbledore will be at the school for the month that we are away. He will be able to contact us, so anything you want, bring it to us by the end of today. After that, see Aberforth, who will be able to reach us, said Harry. I will also need to know what books you want put on the requirements for this year's reading list. The wage for the year is 38,000 galleons. Tuesday mornings is staff meetings and Saturday nights are the staff poker nights. You must return to the school a week before September 1st. Right, cool. Well, I'll go and sort that stuff out now. I'll go the ministry about the winged horses, and I'll see you later about the book. Albus, is it all right to flow from here to HQ? Fine with me, my boy. Give your mother our greetings, said Albus with a smile. Once Charlie was gone, Harry turned to Albus. Is this what these interviews are like? I know we know what they are capable of, but they all seem to be agreeing too easily, said Harry. Yes, but I think it's to do with two factors. A lot of people feel that they need to give back to Hogwarts for the years that she has given them. Secondly, it is you that is asking them to come and work here for them. It is a great honor oh no, that you feel them qualified to teach the students of Hogwarts, said Albus. Before Harry could answer back, there was a knock at the door. Tonks' interview was very similar to the others. She agreed instantly to the job. She said that with the state that the ministry is in and the fact that she has been put off being an Auror full-time. With what happened in the Dom and the loss of Sirius, she had been thinking about taking a change in career paths. It also paid more to work at Hogwarts than at the ministry, and Tonks liked a good game of poker. Before leaving, Tonks was already given the task of collecting the equipment for the new school gym and returning to the school to set up the new gym in a hall that was not used that Hogwarts had told Harry about. Harry was looking forward to the interview with Mrs. Fig. For one reason, he was fond of the old cat lady who had been the only person who in Privet Drive who didn't hate him. She arrived by flow. When she stepped out, however, she was not wearing her usual Muggle clothing but clean black robes. Hello Mrs. Fig, how are you? asked Harry. Oh, I'm fine, dear. Life's a bit boring and little whinging now. I don't have to keep an eye on you, and to be honest I'm still quite young to be sitting around doing nothing, said Arabella. Well, it looks like we will be able to help you there, Arabella my dear. How do you feel about taking the post of Muggle Studies professor? We know you have valuable knowledge of both Muggle and magical worlds, said Albus. Are you serious here, Albus? Yes, Arabella, I am deadly serious. Things at Hogwart RTS are now changing for the thanks better to Harry here, and we both feel that you are the right person for the job. So will you take the job? Asked Albus, already knowing the answer. Yes, I will. It's about time people actually knew about the way the Muggle world works. Exactly. People might realize that Muggles aren't as stupid as they think. Now the wage for the year is 38,000 galleons. Tuesday mornings is staff meetings and Saturday nights are the staff poker nights. You must return to the school a week before September 1st, and I will need to know what book you want on reading list for this year by the end of today. Well, if it's alright, I'll go and pack up and return this evening if that is okay. Of course, if you hold on I will arrange for some of the house elves to come with you to make it quicker, said Harry, smiling. After wishing Arabella a good day and promising to send some house elves over to help with the packing, it would keep them happy they had the summer months as there was so little to do. As Arabella disappeared in Green Fire, Harry called for Winky. Dobby was still at Grimmauld Place, finishing off Rose's room, as well as other elves working on the rest of the renovation of the house. They seemed happy as they didn't have a restriction on their magical use to get their jobs done. After asking Winky to collect a small team of volunteers no more than 10 over to Arabella's house to help pack up her things, bring them and her cats here to Hogwarts to one of the staff quarters. While some of the elves were doing that, could their team prepare the staff quarters for Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, Alistair Moody, Aberforth Dumbledore and Arabella Fig. Just as Winky popped out of the room there was a knock at the door. Ah, that must be Sybil here. Come in, Sybil. As the door opened slightly, Professor Trelawney poked her head in slight through the gap. She looked rather nervous and dressed in her usual assortment of shawls. Oh. Hello, Headmaster. Mr. Potter, said Trelawney, walking into the room. The door closed itself behind her, making her jump slightly. My dear Sybil, please take a seat. Can I get you refreshment? Said Albus, indicating the tray of fresh teas and coffee before them. No thank you, Headmaster. I prefer to drink tea only when looking at what the leaves may show. Sybil, please, you have been here 16 years. It's about time you called me Albus. Now, as you know, we want to talk to you about the future of divination in this school. The grades are well below average, Sybil. And Hogwarts is now going through a period of changes for the better. Harry, do you know that this witch has a power block on her? Said Hogwarts suddenly to Harry. Are you being serious? Yes, deadly. It's on a very strong gift of magical sight. In the past there have been times when the vision or prophecy has been too strong for the block and broken through, but it's not been strong enough to break the block on her magical gift. What can we do about it? Shall I tell Albus? Yes, that would be for the best, I think. Though I think you should be the one to remove it. I can guide you through the entire process. Something like this can be very dangerous and sometimes can be fatal, but if we work together, my lord, I believe we will achieve our goal. Coming out of his conversation with Hogwarts, Harry found both Albus and Trelawney staring at him. Are you all right, Mr. Potter? I am afraid that this morning while having my morning tea I saw death imminent upon someone I know. I am sorry. It is you, said Trelawney, trying to sound mystical. Harry, my boy, are you okay? Asked Albus with concern in his eyes. Yes, I'm fine. I was talking with Hogwarts. She was informing about Professor Trelawney here. It would appear that there is a powerful block on a magical gift, that she has the gift of sight, said Harry, looking at Dumbledore. Interesting. Blocks can cause damage to the person involved if not removed properly. I'm afraid it could take some time to do, my dear Sybil. Hogwarts said she could show me how to do it without any damage being done to the professor. I believe her. After all, she has over 1,000 years of magical experience as a sentient being, said Harry. Very well. What do you think, Sybil? Asked Albus. Are you sure you can do it? Said Trelawney with pie in her voice for the thing she had longed for so much in her life that she thought had been denied to her, and she had put up this pretense just to keep up the image that the gift still ran in her family. Yes, Hogwarts will instruct me to do it without any damage, Professor. It was hard going, but after half an hour of careful maneuvering and learning a branch of magic Harry had never done before, he had managed to break away most of the block on Professor Trelawney. Just as he destroyed the last bit with his magic, he was hit with a series of images. He was in a small kitchen and there was a key. Elderly woman rocking a young girl in her arms trying to soothe the child. As the child fell asleep, the was placed in the living room on the couch. As the old woman walked back through the kitchen, he sat down at the table and looked at a young couple. She has the sight, it's very strong, too strong for someone her age, it will drive her insane before long, we must do something, said the old woman, sighing heavily with a heavy heart. But what can we do, Gran? I mean, how can we stop her having the visions? Asked the young man. We can place a block on it until she is old enough, at which point we will ease the block off bit by bit so it will not overwhelm her. Will she be safe though? Asked the young woman next to the man, reaching her hand out to the old witch. Yes, it would be best to do it while she sleeps. I will need your help with it to make sure the block is strong enough. Suddenly the image changed to the three standing around the sleeping child on the couch, pointing the wand and chanting in unison to place the spell on the poor child. Again the image changed and Harry was standing in a graveyard. It was raining and there was a freshly buried grave with 3 names on the headstone. Cassandra Trelawney, Albert Trelawney, Lorraine Trelawney. In death never forgotten, always loved, beloved family. Next to the grave stood an elderly man holding onto a little girl's hand with thick glasses. The scene quickly changed to the library in Potter Mansion. Harry saw himself sitting there reading a book entitled Magical Veils and What You Never Knew About Them. The scene hang to the Department of Mysteries, and Harry was standing before the veil. He could hear the voices again, and for some reason Harry walked up to the veil and spoke. Sirius Orion Black, come home. The room of the veil filled with wind, and suddenly the form of Sirius Black fell through the veil unconscious. After that all went dark and Harry found himself standing in Albus' office again, with Professor Trelawney unconscious in the chair she had been sat it. Harry, is everything okay? Yes, the block is gone, though once I broke the power block. I say certain images. First of all was a Saws. Sandra, Albert and Lorraine Trelawney talking about a young girl who possessed a strong gift of the sight. Then it changed and the 3 Trelawneys were placing a block on her. Then it changed to a graveyard where there had just been a funeral and 3 names were on the headstone, those that I have just said to you. But the strangest thing is what I saw next. I saw myself in the library in Potter Mansion. I was reading a book entitled Magical Veils and What You Never Knew About Them. Then I saw myself in the Department of Mysteries in the Veil Room, and I called Sirius back from the veil, and he came. After that everything went dark and I was back here in the office. Well, that explains the death of the 3 Trelawneys. Cassandra was Sybil's great-great-grandmother and Albert and Lorraine were Sybil's parents. They 3 of them were found dead one afternoon in Cassandra's house. The death was unknown, but there must have been a reaction that did not anticipate, and it has killed them. Sybil was raised by her grandfather Rupert, Cassandra's son and Sybil's great-grandfather. But I think it would be best to get our divination professor to the hospital wing just now before we into what else you saw, said Albus, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. When they had gotten to the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey was curious to say the least, and when she heard that they had removed a power block on Trelawney, she had to take a calming draught, but was still muttering to herself about foolish wizards. After leaving Professor Trelawney in the capable care of Madame Pomfrey, they headed to Potter Mansion. Entering the dining hall they were greeted by the portraits. But today Harry was too preoccupied to stop for pleasantries. He went straight up to Godric. What do you know about the veil in the Department of Mysteries? Not a lot, my boy, but there is a book within the library titled Magical Veils and What You Never Knew About Them. But apart from that I don't know, answered Godric. Without waiting to give a reply, Harry ran out of the hall for the library. Entering the library, Harry headed straight over to the large tome that was an index of the entire library, arching through the pages until he found the right one. Taking out his wand and hitting the title with the tip of the wand, the title glowed for a second before the book came flying through to the table. Throwing himself into the chair at the table, Harry began to rapidly look through the book. Flipping through the pages until he found what he was looking for. At the top of the page there was an Ani. Mated picture of the archway that had haunted his dream ever since the night Sirius fell through it. The veil. Thought to have been created by Merlin originally, the veil is a prison. Once a person falls through the veil, they cannot walk back through unless called back by someone of the old families of Britain. The last person thought to have been able to control it is Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the founders of Hogwarts. To call a person back from the prison, a person must send some of their magic into the veil, calling the person within the veil to come through. If the person or persons are not strong enough magically to call the person back, then the person or persons being called will not return. A note about the veil is that it's noticeable about the veil is that those who hear voiced coming from the veil have the power to call those back from the veil. It should be noted that those in the veil are frozen in time and space, but after a period of time start to reverse in form until they they stage that they were never created. But this only takes place after decades within the veil. Once returned from the veil, the person or persons will need plenty of sleep to return to full strength. Looking up from the passage, Harry had tears in his eyes full of joy. Sirius wasn't dead, he had just ended up in another prison. Better than Azkaban, but still a prison, and from what Harry read, he could soon be reunited with his godfather. Getting up, Harry quickly ran from the library in search of Albus. Padfoot, within the hidden building of the Ministry of Magic, in the heart of London. Deep down in the Department of Mysteries, all was quiet. Well, you would expect something like that to be the case when the time was midnight. Bar from a few unspeakables that were in secluded areas of the department, it was empty. Within one room, though, there was the sound of whisperings coming from a mysterious veil. Some people thought that it was the doorway to the realm of the dead. Own people thought it captured people's souls. However, what it is in fact a prison, though the knowledge of it was thought to have been long lost. Suddenly in the death room, as it was known, was a flash of fire, and the empty room was no longer empty. Within it stood 4 beings of light, 2 wizards and 2 phoenixes, and surprisingly they were evenly aged, a young wizard and his bonded phoenix both on the edge of adulthood. The other wizard was over a century old and his bonded phoenix was centuries older, though how old he had never told. The younger wizard looked nervous as he walked towards the veil. If someone else was in the room, looking from the stands, they would have thought that the young wizard was going to walk into the veil. As Harry stood in front of the veil that had been in his dreams every night since Sirius had fallen through, he could not feel anything but fear. Harry, remember, you are not alone. I will always be with you, and soon your godfather will return to you. Have faith. You're right, Lily, thanks, replied Harry before turning and looking at Albus, who gave him a reassuring smile and a firm nod of the head of encouragement. He is a strong child, Albus, spoke Fawkes to Albus. Yes, but I fear that he is a child no longer, my old friend, was his reply. Yes, he is already taking his first steps of adulthood, but I feel that he will do great things. Greater than even you managed to accomplish, my friend. But he will need guidance, he will look to you. You must be there for when he needs you, and try not to protect him too much. He needs to have the responsibilities. You have begun this, but you must continue on this path. When he leaves for training, have him bring the young griffin cub. He must begin to bond with it, having a griffin bond. To him will aid both himself and the griffin species, which is dying out at an alarming rate. Yes, I see, we wizards must being to correct the mistakes we have made. Well then, let us begin, Finn. Ished Albus, who turned to look at Harry, who was standing before the veil. Suddenly the room was filled with a strong wind, the veil flapped wildly and a commanding voice filled the air. Sirius Orion Black, return to those that love you. You have committed no crime. Suddenly a black figure fell through the veil. As he hit the ground unconscious, the wind stopped and the veil calmed down and returned to its normal swaying. Without waiting, Harry ran over towards Sirius. He was lying unconscious. There was tears of joy in his eyes, as the man that he looked to as a sort of father figure had returned to him. Walking up to him, Albus' eyes were twinkling with joy. Sirius had been a severe loss not just to Harry but the wizarding world. For all his joking around, Sirius was actually a strong wizard. Dean knew the workings of the wizarding government, as was his training when he was being brought up, until he was sorted into Gryffindor. As Lily landed on Harry's shoulder and Albus placed his hand on the young man's shoulder before his own phoenix burst into flame and they all disappeared, without anyone knowing that they had ever been there. Had they been found, Albus would have just used power as the reinstated head of the Wizengamot to say that he was helping the new lord adjust to a grief he had recently had in this room. As the sun began to show signs of rising, Harry stirred himself from sitting beside the bedside of his godfather. They had returned to Hogwarts to Harry's room, which seemed to have had another bedroom he didn't know about, until Hogwarts informed him she had created the room for his use. Sirius lay there sleeping peacefully. Harry noticed he looked young again as he slept, that the years in Azkaban had fallen away. Harry and Albus had discussed making it known that Sirius had returned, but had decided to leave it for the moment. They would take Sirius to the mansion when they left for training, so he would have 5 months to recover and regain strength, and even train up a little. They hadn't even took him to the hospital wing. Albus had performed a series of spells on him to check his health, and it said that he was fine, no immediate dangers. Heir and Albus had sat and talked for a few hours after they had returned from the ministry. They would leave this evening for the mansion. It was a day or so early, but everything was in order that had to be done at the moment. The letters for the coming year would be sent out this morning. The house elves were going to do some work on the castle, cleaning it and helping prepare it for the coming year. Though they had a month, they felt it would be more than enough time. Albus had sent out notes to those that would be going to the mansion to be ready to leave for 6 o'clock that evening. Harry was going to pack up Rose's things and take them to Grimmauld Place along with Rose, while at the same time picking up Ginny. Albus had requested that Harry bring the baby griffin with them. Hagrid would bring him up to the castle before he left to go to France for the rest of the summer, to see Madame Maxime. When Harry went through to Rose's bedroom, he found that Winky had packed up everything of Rose's into Harry's old school trunk, while leaving out a change of clothes for the little girl who would be turning 1 in September, the 15th to be exact. Harry found Rose to be awake when he went in this morning. She was smiling fondly as she looked up at Harry. "Hello, Rosie. Today you're going to go and stay with Auntie Molly and Uncle Arthur for a wee while," said Harry sadly. He was going to miss her, but he knew he had to go and train. He was having Winky stay at Grimmauld Place while he was away. In case anything happened, she could protect her with her elven magic and get her to safety. Half an hour later, Harry appeared in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. It was still empty. Well, it was until Winky popped into the kitchen. "Hello, Harry. Rose's room is all ready. Does you want Winky to take her belonging up there?" "Sure, Winky, but could you leave it till later and maybe start some breakfast? I don't have too long. As you know, I am leaving to go training today, and I want you to protect Rose if the house is somehow attacked." "Of course, Harry. Winky will protect Harry's Rose." "Thank you, Winky. I'm glad. I know she is in safe hands now." At this, Winky seemed to swell up with pride and began to make breakfast. "Winky, I meant to say, I heard that some people who own house elves limit their use of magic, am I correct?" "Yes, Harry. Winky's old master didn't let Winky use much of her magic unless it was to control the young master," said Winky while she was preparing eggs. "Well, so you know that you can use magic whenever you want. For me, it is your right to use your powers, and I am not going to stop you," said Harry. Winky began to glow slightly at being told this. She seemed to grow slightly and her ears receded slightly, not they didn't look like bat's wings. "Winky, what happened?" "Harry has told Winky is free to use her magic, and doing such a thing had freed Winky from the old restraints that she has had put on her all her life," said Winky, glowing with pride. Suddenly she threw herself at Harry and hugged him in thanks. "Thank you, Master Harry." "No problem, though I see that I will have to say this to the other elves. Master Harry is indeed a great wizard," said Winky before turning and clicking her fingers in rapid succession, and many things began happening. Cleaning supplies flew over to the table and began scrubbing it, and it was coming up like it was brand new. The food was being prepared steadily. Winky just stood where she was standing and looked on the room with approval. It was not long before 3 redhead Weasleys entered the kitchen, who still half asleep, the other beginning to get ready to prepare breakfast until she saw what was going on in the kitchen. The table was laden with food for breakfast, and all the pots and pans that had been used were in the process of being cleaned on their own. Harry was sitting there at the table talking to a changed Winky and giving Rose her morning feed. "Morning, Harry dear. What's happened here?" asked Molly. "Well, I came here this morning to drop Rose off and ask Ginny to pack, as we are leaving for training tonight at 6 if not before, and I came to drop off Rose, and I was talking to Win KY asking her if masters of house elves limit their use of their magic. Which she informed me they do, so I told her that I don't want that and she can use her magic, which is her to use as she chooses, just like a witch or wizard can do. Oh right, well this breakfast looks delicious, said Molly sitting down and beginning to eat. It was around 12 before Harry and Ginny returned to Hogwarts, after spending some time with Rose. While Ginny packed up some of her things. After Rose went down for her nap, Harry kissed her goodbye before going to Sirius' room to pick up some clothes for Sirius. Though seeing that they were all worn out, he asked Dobby. After telling him what he told Winky that morning about using his magic, which changed him slightly as well, if he could go and get Sirius new clothes, to be charged to his account. The residents in the castle were just sitting down to lunch, so they joined them. Just as they were about to start eating, Hagrid came in with the baby griffin in his arms. It had not grown much. There ye are, Ari, here's the little tyke here for ye. It's a pity there so would be good to high a few more of 'em around, but anyway I need to get going. And then get grop before the portkey leaves for France. Enjoy yourself, Hagrid, Harry said, giving his friend a quick hug. Everyone else in the hall wished Hagrid an enjoyable holiday. After Hagrid left, Harry picked up baby Griffin that was currently sleeping and sat with it on his lap and carried on with his lunch. Albus, something interesting happened this morning while I was at headquarters. I was talking to Winky. I had remembered hearing that some masters limit their use of the elves' own magic. I asked Winky if that had been done to her. I informed her that she could use her magic how she wanted. After I had said that, she glowed and changed. I don't know what I did, but I said the same to Dobby, and the same has happened to him. He grew in height and his ears shrunk. They are no longer bat-like and his eyes aren't large. They both seemed happier and stronger than I ever had before. Interesting, was all Albus said. I was thinking about saying the same to all the other elves that see me as their master now. I feel it's only fair. I'm not saying that the elves of Hogwarts are unhappy. But I want them to be able to use their magic freely, as much as it is a wizard or witch's right to use their own magic. I quite agree. Well, seeing as we are all finished here, why not call out for your elves, said Albus, more than a little curious to see what will happen to these mistreated creatures. Dobby. There was a short pop before the new-looking Dobby was before him. Yes, Harry Potter, what can Dobby be doing for you? Dobby, could you please ask all the elves that I own and bring them here, please? Asked Harry. Yes, Harry Potter, but you could just call them as one. Just call out, elves. They will hear you and come to you, Harry Potter, sir, said Dobby, whose voice seemed to be less higher than before. Elves, Harry called out, uncertain to see if it would work. Suddenly there was a lot of popping in the great hall, and Harry was surrounded by house elves more than he had ever seen before. Hi, Master Potter, sir, the elves cried out in unison, before bowing. Please call me Harry, or Harry Potter, but I have neglected my duties to you and for that I apologize. But I am here to tell you a few things. First of all, none of you are to ever punish yourselves, no matter what the cause. If you feel you need punished, come to me. If anyone tells you to poo nish yourself, do not do it. Come and speak to me. I will not have any of you hurt. In addition, if you ever have any problems that you can't solve, come and see me and we will see what we can do together. For that reason, it has come to my attention that you may have been told at one time or another that you are not allowed to use all of your magic, but I am here to tell you different. From now on, you are free to use your magic as you choose. It is your gift and right to use it, so use it and be happy, said Harry, not knowing what else to say, but there was nothing else to be said. It had all been said. Suddenly the great hall was full of glowing house elves. They all began to change. They all changed like Dobby and Winky had. After a few minutes the glowing stopped and the hall returned to normal light. Albus looked around, stunned to see what had just happened. Nothing like this had ever happened before for his knowledge. It took nearly an hour to get the elves to go back about their business, with only one request, that they wear proper clothes, no pillowcases or towels, but elf robes with the Hogwarts crest on it, and have the costs to be charged to his account. After the elves were gone, Harry looked at the others with dumbfounded looks on their faces. Well, that was interesting, was all Albus could say, while placing a hand on Harry's shoulders before walking out of the hall. Go and pack and re-watch what he had just seen in his pensieve. As Albus walked out the door, the table cleared and was being scrubbed clean by magical scrubbing brushes. The rest of the day went by smoothly while the others that were leaving for the mansion packed. Harry had Dobby and Abby move Sirius to one of the rooms within the mansion, with the clothes that Dobby had brought for Sirius. It was later in the day when Harry, Albus, Minerva, Remus, Phileas, Tonks and Ginny were all standing in the living room of Harry's quarters. "Well, it looks like we are all here, with an hour to spare," said Albus looking at his watch. "Where are we going, Albus?" asked Remus. "All in good time, dear Remus, all in good time. Everything shall be explained shortly," said Albus looking to Harry and nodded. "Please follow me. It's time, I guess," said Harry walking over to the door to the mansion. As he opened the door and walked through, he gestured his arms in a mock bow and said, "Welcome to Potter Mansion, the ancestral home of the Potter family." "How can this be Potter Mansion? I had been to your father's home when we were at school and it was not here," said Remus. "It has been kept a secret from everyone. Not even my dad knew about this place," said Harry. "Wow, how come we got here through Hogwarts?" asked Ginny. "Well, I accessed the mansion through a cube I got. I solved the cube and it opened up the door to here," said Harry. "Why don't we go into the dining hall and we can sit and discuss this," said Albus, who was enjoying himself in this new experience. This was nothing he had ever done before in his long life and he was going to enjoy it. The only thing that clouded it was the reason why they were having to do this. "Good idea," said Harry walking into the hall, which was full of food for a feast. As they walked in there was clapping from around the walls, as Harry's ancestors greeted their guests. "Harry, who are these people?" asked Tonks. "My family," was all Harry said as he strode towards where Abby and Dobby were standing at the head of the table. "Guys, what's going on here?" asked Harry. "Well, Harry Potter, sir, Master Godric, said that Harry Potter hadn't had the feast that each new master gets when he takes control of the mansion, and as we knew you would be coming with guest for training, we thought we'd as wait until you was come here for training," said Abby bowing. "Oh right, thanks," said Harry, a little caught off guard. "Take a seat, Harry, and we'll explain everything to these guests of yours," said John from his portrait. It took the whole of dinner to explain about the mansion and what they were going to do. With help from Albus, Godric, Rowena and John, Harry was able to explain everything. The only thing he had left out was Sirius, which he was going to leave until later. After dinner, Harry initiated the time difference spell on the mansion so that they were now running 5 days to every 1 day outside. Abby insisted on taking everyone a tour of the mansion once dinner was over. The others bar Albus had been very quiet at first, taking in everything they were being told, and meeting 2 of the Hogwarts founders had been a shock. Ginny smiled knowingly at Harry, who had yet to bring out the portraits of the other 2 founders. As they toured through the mansion, Harry paid attention as he had not seen the full mansion yet. They stopped at the library, the living room, rooms that the old masters of the mansion had made their own. There was even a room of requirement, a potions lab which had a storeroom attached to it and was full of all different types of cauldrons. A weapon room, there was also an exercise room, a dueling room, there were a series of small offices, which Abby said would be set aside for each of the guests to use to work in peace. There were a few workshop rooms, for what purpose Abby didn't say. They had finally gotten to the bedrooms. They were all getting tired, though they were surprised to find their names on the doors to their room. Though what surprised some was 2 names that shared the same room: Albus Dumbledore and Minerva McGonagall. "Well, my dear, it looks like the cat's out of the bag, as they say," said Albus looking at his wife. "Yes, well, Phileas already knew and the rumors have been going around the school for years. I think we can trust these 2 to keep the secret," said Minerva looking over her glasses at Harry and Ginny. With that, Albus and Minerva bade everyone good night and went into their room. Next, a few doors down, they found Phileas' room as the small professor bid them good night and went into his room. Harry, Ginny and Remus carried on down the corridor until they came to the door with Ginny's name on it. After bidding the young witch good night with a quick hug, Harry carried on down the hall with a different destination in mind, that the man's bedroom. When Harry stopped at a door with no name on it, Remus was wondering what was going on. But before Harry entered the room, he turned to Remus. "Remus, I have something to show you. It's going to come as a shock, but it's real. I don't know how to say this, but he's alive." "Remus, alive?" said Harry looking at the man with his heart in his eyes. "Who is Harry? Who's alive?" said Remus, worried about Harry, scared in case something had gone wrong and the boy had lost his mind. Sirius. He's alive, Remus, and he's behind this door sleeping. Here, look, said Harry, opening the door into the candle-lit room. Sleeping on a 4-poster double bed was Sirius Black, looking peaceful. Perched on the front of the bed was Lily and Fao Kess, who had been singing a soft lament to Sirius. It is said that phoenixes have a healing power in the singing as well as in their cheers, but it had not been seen before in recent times. Though Sirius had not been injured during the battle in the Department of Mysteries, he had the hurt on his soul from the years he had been wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban. As Remus came to the side of the bed that Sirius was lying in, the two phoenixes finished their song, and then in a flash of fire both had disappeared from the room. It was also at that moment that Sirius opened his eyes. Where the hell am I? Moony, Harry, why aren't I? But he didn't get a chance to finish his sentence as Harry flung himself at his godfather and hugged him tight, with tears in his eyes. Sirius was back and he was safe and healthy. Sirius looked down at his godson clinging onto him, crying incoherently. Sirius, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault, he thought you were dead. Wow, cub, what's all this about? It wasn't your fault. It was mine. I should have paid more attention rather than taunting Bella. So Harry, it's no one else's fault but my own, do you understand? Said Sirius, who, though he didn't know the outcome of what had happened at the Ministry, he could see that his godson's distress was more important at this moment than what the outcome of the events that happened within the Department of Mysteries. Harry seemed to calm down slightly but did not relent his hold of Sirius, deciding to leave Harry as he looked to Remus, who was smiling with tears in his eyes. He thought that when Sirius had he through the veil that he was all alone in the world again, but now he had hope. So Moony, what have I missed? Asked Sirius. Oh, where to begin, my dear Padfoot, where to begin? And with that Remus sat down in the seat next to Sirius' bed and began talking about everything that had happened since the events of the Ministry. It was going to be a long night, but Sirius was confident he was alive, free, though in some unknown place, together with his godson and his oldest friend. As Sirius and Remus began to talk, they noticed that Harry had fallen asleep hugging Sirius. Remus motioned to take Harry to his room, but Sirius stopped him with a wave of his hand and motioned for him to begin his story.